2023 champion would add another win at Pebble 8 months later. Listen to the 124th U.S. Open beginning June 10th on SiriusXM Channel 92 and on the all-new SiriusXM app.
Fantasy Sports Radio is helping you win whichever fantasy sport you play. Right now on Channel 87 and on the all-new SiriusXM app.
With an analytical twist. Jay's Talk Plus with Blake Murphy. Be sure to subscribe and download Jay's Talk on Apple, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
CJCL Toronto. This
slams the ball to right field, way back, way gone.
Is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
Low rounding and heading for second to throw. In time
on the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Time for dark mode. The Blue Jays return to Toronto today for a 7-game homestand with a new look. It's the debut of the Nike City Connect uniforms with a 3-game set against the Pirates starting tonight. Hi, everyone. Hope your weekend has started well. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Mississauga's Major Leaguer Chris LaRue. Show Ali is our host and producer, and Tom Young and Andrew Adams are our technical directors. Toronto Blue Jays baseball is brought to you by the local family-owned Crown Rust Control Centers in Port Colborne and Welland. Protect your vehicle from rust today. Find your local family-owned Crown at crown.com, Canada's #1 rust protection. It's a night filled with talented Jose's. Berrios looks to improve on his career year as he gets the start tonight against Bailey Falter for Pittsburgh. And legendary Blue Jay and one-time Pirate Jose Bautista will join us during the second inning as well. We'll have the first inning and a whole lot more coming up after this. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, streaming on Sportsnet.ca, the Sportsnet app, and across the Sportsnet Radio Network.
At Crown Rust Control, protection runs deep because every Crown Rust Control Center is owned by a local family who cares beyond business. Your Crown Rust Control is 100% committed to their product, to you, to their community, which is your community. Protecting you and what matters to you is equally important as protecting your vehicle. Did you know spring's the best time of year to protect your vehicle from rust? For a special spring offer, find your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center at crown.com.
Not tomorrow, not someday. The home improvements begin today. It's game on with Timber Mart. Build that deck, raise that fence, landscape till your property is beautiful. Don't pay for 12 months on the Timber Mart Deferred Payment Program. Your locally owned, completely Canadian hub of building and renovation expertise. Get your Timber Mart credit card at participating locations and pay later. 12 months later. Conditions apply. Ask in store for details or apply at timbermart.ca.
Bring excitement to your landscape with Proven Winners Color Choice Shrubs. These flowering shrubs and evergreens have been trialed and tested by experts to make sure they look better and bloom better, so they're just as easy to care for as what's in your landscape now, but a whole lot more colorful and interesting. Look for Proven Winners Color Choice Shrubs in the distinctive white container at your local garden center, or learn more at provenwinnerscolorchoice.com.
Hey everybody, I'm former IndyCar driver James Hinchcliffe.
And I'm Indy 500 winner and current IndyCar driver Alexander Rossi. And we're the hosts of Off Track with Hinch and Rossi.
With the Indianapolis 500 officially in the books, we will be bringing every single one of you a plethora of entertaining race-related content, including an in-depth recap of the race, driver breakdowns, and overall thoughts from the greatest spectacle in racing.
So download Off Track now on the all-new SiriusXM app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Tune to SiriusXM NFL Radio Channel 88 all year long to hear expert opinions and analysis from former players, coaches, and executives.
Sportsnet Radio Network.
A lot of different options with how we can kind of attack it. I think games this weekend will kind of dictate a little bit with what we do on Tuesday and kind of go from there. So a little bit of a stopgap as of now, just to keep everybody available and performing well out of the bullpen. And if you can, I think it is nice that we have multiple guys that are pretty flexible when it comes to roles in our bullpen right now.
That was John Schneider talking about the pitching plans coming up. The Blue Jays both with a new pitcher, Ryan Burr, acquired via trade from Philadelphia today, and a pitcher on the IL as Alek Manoah is on the 15-day injured list with a UCL sprain. We'll get more into those guys as the game progresses today, but on the mound today for the Blue Jays, they know what the plan is. It's give the ball to Jose Berrios, and Chris, more than not, he's gone really deep into games when John Schneider gives Jose Berrios the ball.
Yeah, Jose Berrios has been pretty good most of the season, and I said this in his last start. He hasn't really put it all together. Even in his best starts this season, we've seen the really good slurve or a really good sinker or even a really good changeup, but he really hasn't put it all together. I'm excited to see him and how he attacks hitters when that sinker is working, when that slurve is working, and even when that changeup is working. It's coming. I'm seeing flashes of everything working. But the best thing about Jose Berrios is even when he doesn't have his best stuff, he attacks hitters and he induces tons of ground balls and he's able to pitch. He's becoming a pitcher, not just a thrower.
For Berrios, 9 quality starts in 11 starts so far this season. He and the Blue Jays take the field in the new Dark City Connect uniforms. We'll get into that in just a second, but let's look at the Bet365 standings first. Download the Bet365 app for today's baseball odds and find out why it's never ordinary at Bet365. 19 plus, play responsibly. Ontario only. The Yankees open up today in the lead in the AL East at 39-19. Baltimore 35-19 in second. A tie for third, Boston and Tampa Bay both 28-29. The Blue Jays a game back of those two at 26-29. So could be in third place if everything goes right by the end of the night. Pittsburgh Pirates open today fourth in the National League Central at 26-30. With Jose Berrios warming up, let's go over the starting lineups. First, for Derek Shelton's Pittsburgh Pirates, Andrew McCutchen leads off and DHs. Brian Reynolds, the left fielder, bats second. The right fielder, Connor Joe, hits third. O'Neill Cruz, the shortstop, cleans up. Brian Hayes, the third baseman, bats fifth. It's the second baseman, Nick Gonzalez, behind him. Former Blue Jay Rowdy Tellez plays first and hits seventh. Yasmani Grandal, the catcher, hits eighth. And Ji-Hwan Bae, the center fielder, hits ninth. Starting today, the lefty Bailey Falter for the Pirates. And the Blue Jays lineup for John Schneider is as follows. Davis Schneider, the left fielder, leads off. Catcher Danny Jansen hits second. Vladimir Guerrero Jr. plays first, hits third. Cleanup hitter is the shortstop Bo Bichette. DH Justin Turner hits fifth. Right fielder George Springer batting sixth. At second base and batting seventh, Isaiah Kiner-Falefa. Ernie Clement, the third baseman, hits eighth. Kevin Kiermaier bats ninth and plays center field. Jose Berrios is on the mound. His 12th start of the year is about to come. He has a 5-4 record and a 2.94 ERA. Berrios palming up the baseball after drawing on the back of the mound. And the legendary Pirate, Andrew McCutchen, steps into the righty batter's box. Berrios looks to the plate, kicks and delivers. And the first pitch is hit on a line to left field, down for a base hit. As he's done so often in his Pirates career and career elsewhere, Andrew McCutchen starts off the game strong with a leadoff single.
Well, I walked straight up to him today and I said, "You're still doing it." And he's huge smile on his face and he said, "I'm still doing it." This guy has been a Pittsburgh Pirate for the majority of his career, and he is just the face of Pittsburgh, and I love seeing him play. I love seeing him still play at 37 years old.
McCutchen leads off first in the pitch to Brian Reynolds. Bounce foul, 0-1. Time of the first pitch today was 7:07, 23 degrees Celsius, really nice in downtown Toronto, 73 Fahrenheit, and the dome's open, really not a cloud in sight. Berrios peeks over at McCutchen at first. Kicks and offers to Brian Reynolds. Outside, 1 ball, 1 strike. Reynolds, the left fielder's a switch hitter. He's batting left. Hitting in the 250s this year, 12 doubles and 7 homers. He leads the Pirates with 29 RBIs. Runner on first, no outs. Berrios is 1-1. Reynolds foul tips it into the glove of Danny Jansen, and it's 1-2. Berrios shrugs his shoulders, loosening up that new City Connect jersey from his right arm. Time was asked for by Reynolds, so we had an extra beat in between pitches. Berrios kicking his heel into the dirt in front of the rubber, now steps on and looks toward the plate. Right arm dangling, he tucks the ball into his glove at the belt. Berrios peeks at first, kicks, fires home. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Got him on a slurve in the zone. There's one out.
And early on, I talked about this before the broadcast. He has everything working. He's got that good two-seamer. He's got that good slurve that he showed right there to Reynolds. A lot of downward action on it. It's a good sign early on.
Berrios making that night mode City Connect uniform look good so far. Connor Joe is at the plate, the right-handed hitter, with one out and a runner on first. No score, here's the pitch. Fastball, strike 1. Joe, a .286 hitter, 13 doubles, 6 homers, 25 RBIs. For the Blue Jays, their new City Connect uniform now available in the Blue Jays shop. 0-1 inside. If you haven't seen it, the key to the jersey is the illuminated skyline, as they call it. You'll help me out if I'm wrong, Chris, due to color blindness. But the blue illuminated skyline, if I'm not mistaken, a little neon.
Yeah, it's like a royal blue. Is there such thing as a neon royal blue?
You're asking the wrong guy. The 1-1. Joe swings and misses. Out in front there on the slurve. A ball and 2 strikes. But you have the Toronto sign on the front, very reminiscent of the sign you'd see at Nathan Phillips Square. Berrios in the set. Runner on first, one down. And the 1-2 pitch. Outside, 2-2. You kind of got the double line piping down the side of the pants and side of the jersey as well. And then the hat almost has like a similar look to the flag of Toronto, the municipal flag. 2-2. Got him looking. Fastball on the outside edge. Freezes Joe. And there are 2 down.
And Jose Berrios hit that outside corner and took about 5 or 6 steps towards the Blue Jays dugout on that third base side. And Danny Jansen was yelling at him, hey, that's only 2 outs. And he had a nice chuckle.
Berrios back on the rubber now. Still on there because of the leadoff single of Andrew McCutchen. Here's the gargantuan shortstop, O'Neal Cruz. First pitch, called strike 1. They really don't get bigger than Cruz over at short. He is towering over everyone at the plate right now. Cruz, the cleanup hitter and left-handed hitter for the Pirates. 0-1. Bounced up the middle, over the mound. Glove by the shortstop, Bichette. He'll throw on to first and beat Cruz to end the inning. Berrios gives up a single to McCutchen, but leaves him on first in a scoreless top of the first. Blue Jays will bat against Bailey Falter next. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Not tomorrow, not someday. The home improvements begin today. It's game on with Timber Mart. Build that deck, raise that fence, landscape till your property is beautiful. Don't pay for 12 months on the Timber Mart deferred payment program. Your locally owned, completely Canadian hub of building and renovation expertise. Get your Timber Mart credit card at participating locations and pay later. 12 months later. Conditions apply. Ask in store for details or apply at timbermart.ca.
We're 2 men in a truck, the movers who care. You never know when cardiac arrest can happen. That's why each and every one of our trucks carries a life-saving Mikey defibrillator as part of our Mikey on Board program. Whether we're on the highway or in front of your house, we're prepared to help anyone whose heart may skip a beat. The Mikey Network has saved many lives, making Mikeys accessible to the public. And now they're on board our trucks. We're 2 men in a truck.
2 men and a truck, the movers who care. At Bet365, we don't do ordinary. That's why we introduced in-game betting. Because when the game starts, the action doesn't stop. With in-game betting, you can wager on game props, player props, totals, and the money line. And remember, in-game, you can track your same-day parlay with the option to cash out. Check out in-game betting and find out why. It's never ordinary at Bet365.
Must be 19 years or older. Ontario only. Please play responsibly. If you or someone you know has concerns about gambling, visit connexontario.ca.
This is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
Pitch to Kevin Biggio is rocked to right field. That ball is gone.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Bottom of the first inning in downtown Toronto, David Schneider leading off for the Blue Jays against the lefty starter for Pittsburgh, Bailey Falter. No score, Falter. And the wind, here's his pitch to Schneider. It's called strike one. Welcome to the Timbermart broadcast booth. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue. Show Ali's our host and producer. Andrew Adams and Tom Young, our technical directors. 0-1 pitch. Swing and a foul off, 0-2. 11th start of the year for Bailey Falter. His fourth major league season. Second season as a Pirate. First full season in Pittsburgh. He's 3-2 with a 3.55 ERA. 0-2. Swing and a miss, strike three. Falter with a strikeout to start his appearance, and that's very uncharacteristic of the lefty who's managed to be effective without striking out many this year.
He only has 33 strikeouts in 58 and a third inning. But he throws a lot of fastballs at the top of the zone and a lot of extension, which makes that 92, 91, 92 seem like 94, 95.
Here's his first pitch to Danny Jansen. Called strike, 0-1. We're here in the first inning. It's brought to you by Armstrong Bird Food. Bring nature to your backyard with Armstrong. Feeding Blue Jays since 1986. Visit ArmstrongBirdFood.com. 0-1. Down and in. 1 ball, 1 strike. Because if you look at the stuff of Falter just on its own, velocity and movement, it does not blow you away. Low 90s fastball, high 80s curve, mid 80s slider. Next pitch is lifted a mile high to shallow left. The 6'7" shortstop, Cruz, makes the call short left field and makes the catch. 2 down.
Yeah, you're right. If you look at his repertoire, it's very average. 92 with the fastball, 77 with the curve, 86 with the slider. Just your average left-handed stuff. But with that extension, it adds a couple more ticks on that velo, a little bit more depth to that curveball, and he lives at the top of the strike zone, which is so hard to hit. It's hard to get on top of that baseball, especially when he can just locate it pitch after pitch after pitch.
Here's his first pitch to Vladimir Guerrero Jr., and he reluctantly goes around on a fastball above the zone. 0-1. No score, 2 down, bottom of the first inning. Pirates and Blue Jays for the first of 3. First visit for the Pirates here since 2017. 0-1. Swing, and it's hit foul off to the right, 0-2.
I have to say, I was talking to one of the Pittsburgh Pirates players, and I will not name their name.
Okay.
But they asked me, did they paint the seats?
No, it's new seats. 0-2 is high, 1-2.
And I kind of said, huh? He was like, did they paint the seats? They're a different color. I was like, no, they're brand new.
Well, yeah, I mean, they are a different color. He was right in that part. Painting them all seems kind of difficult. 1-2 pitch to Guerrero. Broken bat, tapper to third. Charging in Hayes, the Gold Glover from last year, throws on to first and ends the inning. Blue Jays down 1-2-3 to Falter in the bottom of the first. It's a scoreless game after 1. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
The UEFA Champions League Final is on Sirius XM. London is the setting for a contest featuring Spanish flair.
Real Madrid, the dominant force, the merengues.
Versus German efficiency.
Borussia Dortmund, just an excellent team.
Real Madrid versus Dortmund tomorrow at 3 Eastern on SiriusXM FC 157 and on the all-new SiriusXM app. Spread the word. Anyone can enjoy SiriusXM in the car during our listen-free event happening now through June 3rd.
The South Carolina Gamecocks are on top of the women's college basketball world yet again.
Perfection for South Carolina. 38 games, 38 wins.
We're reacting to the perfect season and talking to the biggest names right here on Channel 374.
Congratulations, Coach Saley. What does this particular title mean to you?
This title is pretty special because it was unexpected.
Keep it locked into SiriusXM SEC Radio as we continue to break it all down and celebrate the Gamecocks' third national title.
We're talking college basketball on ACC Today.
Great run for NC State men's basketball. The story of this team is one I don't think anybody will forget.
They were able to accomplish a lot. They captured the hearts and the minds of the nation. DJ Burns became an absolute star nationally. I love it.
ACC Today, weekdays from 8 to 11 a.m. Eastern. ACC Radio, Channel 371, and the SiriusXM app. 24/7, 365 coverage of all things NASCAR. All things NASCAR happens exclusively on SiriusXM NASCAR Radio, Channel 90.
It's the second inning presented by Bet365. At Bet365, you can watch thousands of live games, build your own bet, and can even make a bet while the game's still being played. 19 plus, play responsibly. Ontario only. No score, Blue Jays and Pirates. Jose Berrios kicks and fires to keep Brian Hayes. It's called strike one. Appreciate you sticking around with us here in downtown Toronto. Top of the second inning. Berrios gave up a leadoff single to McCutcheon in the first, has retired 3 in a row since. His right-on-right pitch to Hayes. Slice foul over the netting into the seats. 0-2. Hayes is the third baseman for the Pirates today in his 5th season with Pittsburgh. A .237 hitter, a homer, and 7 doubles to go along with 11 RBIs. 0-2. Down and away. Hayes a big part of the core of this Pirates team in the middle of an 8-year, $70 million contract that runs until 2029. 1-2. Swing and a miss. Got him out in front on the changeup. That's the third strikeout for Berrios in 5 batters faced.
That was nasty. He started that changeup right down the middle and broke in off the plate. Hayes having such a tough time. He thought that was a fastball. That was such good arm action from Jose Berrios. You can see him kind of pump the fist after Hayes swings and misses there.
The right-on-right change works out for Berrios, who's got one down, and the right-handed hitter Nick Gonzalez up. The pitch. Line to right field and down for a base hit on one hop, fielded by Springer. Gonzalez stops at first. Second hit of the day for the Pirates.
Jose Berrios kind of tilting his head. He knows he missed his spot there. Meant to throw that thing to the outside part of the plate. They kind of ran back over the middle, and Gonzalez just drilled it into right field.
Some cheers around the ballpark as former Blue Jay Rowdy Tellez tips his cap to the fans. Tellez kicking out some dirt right now in the lefty batter's box with a runner on first and 1 out. No score, top of the second. Berrios' pitch. Called strike one. Tellez, a 30th rounder by the Blue Jays in 2013. The belief was that he was going to go play college ball, but the Blue Jays drafted him 30th, gave him a pretty healthy signing bonus, and he decided to play for Toronto. Was a Blue Jay from 2018 to 2021. 0-1 pitch hit foul just off to our left toward the Pirates booth. 0-2.
Of course, not his first time back in Toronto. He was here last year with the Brewers, but I talked to him before the game, and he told me that he loved every minute of his time here in Toronto, loves the city, loves the new stadium, which I know that that's always a good thing.
He's hit a good number of his career homers at this stadium. Next pitch fouled off. Hit it off his foot. It rolls all the way to third base, and Tellez is going to limp out of the dirt circle for a moment and take a walk. He's walked almost halfway up the first baseline at this point in a little bit of pain. Got it right off the inside of his front right foot.
Yeah, one of the rare players that doesn't wear an ankle guard or a shin guard. He is in some obvious pain there, shaking out that foot, bending over. He's taking a lot of time.
Home plate umpire Trip Gibson is giving it to him. He's at the plate today. Charlie Ramos at first, Eric Backus at second, and the crew chief Laz Diaz umpires third. 2 strikes, 1 out. Guy on first, top of the second with no score in the pitch. Low, 1 ball and 2 strikes. Tellez broke in with the Blue Jays in 2018. In 2019, he hit 21 homers in only 111 games. Was also a big part of the 2020 playoff run. 1-2 pitch. No, time was called just before. Tellez backs out, and that gives us a chance to let you know that last week, the latest Jays Care 50-50 winner took home over $500,000. Tonight, the winning continues. Now, you will have the chance to win 35 amazing early bird prizes in this new jackpot. The take-home jackpot is already over $220,000. Get your tickets today at bluejays.com/5050 from Ontario or Nova Scotia. Tellez in the box and the 1-2. Lifted back of first. Bichette going on to the left center field turf. Still going back, makes the catch with one hand. Gonzalez stays at first base. There are 2 down. Make sure you stick around with us through the next commercial break. When we come back in the bottom of the second inning, Jose Bautista will join us on the broadcast. Talk to him about the City Connect jersey. He's already handed out some City Connects, not to us, unfortunately, so we might have to get on him for that. We'll see.
Not yet.
Not yet. The pitch to Yasmani Grandal, grounded to second. Backhand play by IKF, stops, throws to first, and that's the end of the inning. Nick Gonzalez with a 1-out single is stranded on first. 2 scoreless frames for Jose Berrios. 0-0, middle of the second. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Bring it in, Canada. When it comes to small business, Desjardins is a big fan. And not just the hop-on-the-bandwagon fan. We're the in-it-for-the-long-haul fan. The fan that's been there from the start. That's why Desjardins awarded 150 entrepreneurs with Good Spark grants worth $20,000 each. Because like any fan, there's nothing we love more than celebrating a goal!
See how Desjardins is cheering on small business at goodsparkgrants.ca.
Which Looney Dogger are you? The Fork and Knifer, Splatterer, Condiment Queen, or Big Dipper? This season at Rogers Center, every Tuesday home game is Looney Dogs Night, presented by Schneider's. You will have the opportunity to purchase $1 hot dogs from various concession stands around the stadium. Then show the world you're a Looney Dog style. Because whether you're the mustard maven or ketchup king, no Blue Jays game is complete without hot dogs. So don't miss out on this deal. Looney Dogs Night, presented by Schneider's, every Tuesday home game.
Bring excitement to your landscape with proven winners, Color Choice Shrubs. These flowering shrubs and evergreens have been trialed and tested by experts to make sure they look better and bloom better, so they're just as easy to care for as what's in your landscape now, but a whole lot more colorful and interesting. Look for proven winners, Color Choice Shrubs, in the distinctive white container at your local garden center, or learn more at provenwinnerscolorchoice.com.
This is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
Springer charges the ball to left field. It's in the seats, and the Blue Jays are on the board.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Bottom of the second inning in downtown Toronto. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue, Show Ali, our host and producer, Andrew Adams and Tom Young, our technical directors. No score, Blue Jays and Pirates. Chris is buttoning up his new City Connect jersey that he's got on, and we have a special guest joining us as well on the broadcast as Bo Bichette steps into the batter's box. Jose Bautista has joined us. Jose, thank you so much for the time. How you doing?
No problem. Thank you, guys. I'm doing great.
Here's Bailey Falter into the wind. The first pitch to Bichette is high. Ball 1. So You got the jersey on, the City Connect jersey. I saw you hand out some to Caleb and Jamie. What do you think? How do you like it?
These things are pretty sweet, and the more I stare at them, the more on the hook I get. So they're pretty cool. I think they must look great on TV. I've been walking around the stadium, so I'm looking on your monitor now, but they look sweet. And I think it's going to be even better when it gets darker, so it's going to be nice.
Bo Bichette donning it right now, a 1-1 count after a foul ball. Blue Jays looking for their first base runner of the day here in the bottom of the second. 1-1. Swing and a miss, 1-2. So you get to be back here in Toronto. What's that been like? Obviously, you were here last year with the level of excellency. Maybe you get a little bit more time to yourself now rather than everyone hounding you this year?
It's always similar, right? But I love it. People want to see me, and I embrace it. So I love sharing time with our fans, and just now that I'm a little bit more available since I'm not playing, might as well put in the FaceTime. But I've been in town quite a few times this year already, and I plan to be back more. So just last year for the retirement ceremony, and this trip has been more advertised, but I've been here quite a few times.
Bichette takes inside. It's 2-2.
When you come back to the city, what's the number one thing that you want to do every single time you're here?
Just gotta hit up some of the old restaurants that I used to go to all the time.
What part of town?
They're all over, but close to the core, right? I try not to deviate too much when I was playing, and because of that, I just ended up navigating, this downtown core area.
Well, you still look like you're in playing shape.
I remain active.
I'll let you continue.
I remain active. I go to the gym every day. I try to train, and I ride my bikes. I have a road bike and a mountain bike. I play a little soccer now that I can, and puts me in breach of my contract. I definitely want to take care of my health as I'm getting older, so I'm going to remain active for a good bit.
Bo Bichette called out on strikes on a 3-2 sinker. So one down. Here comes Justin Turner in a scoreless ball game, bottom of the second. Here's Falter's first pitch to the Blue Jays DH. High, ball one. So you say, you're keeping in shape. You took some batting practice today. What was that like? How do you like the confines? What did it feel like? Did it feel the same?
It felt like I never left. At least stepping into it, right? After I started taking hacks, then I definitely felt old. But it was fun. It was fun to be around the guys and just do something different and spend some time with them and just get out here and do what I did for a long, long time. So it was a treat for me to be able to do that, and I'm glad that the team allowed me to go out there and take some hacks.
I have to say, do you notice a difference now that the outfield stands are connected to the fence? Because I've heard that the ball doesn't fly as much now that there's a connection. When you were here, there was kind of that separation between the stands and the fence. And obviously you took batting practice today, so I guess you know firsthand what it feels like. Is there a difference?
There's definitely a difference. I don't know if it's because of that. I don't know if it's, the whole ball situation that was controversial a couple years ago, or maybe, maybe the wind when the roof's open. And
Turner takes a 1-2 pitch to center field, but Bay runs under it, 2 down.
Or the new humidor for the bats. Like, there could be a number of things, but I was able to crank 1 or 2 out. So, it still goes if you hit it right.
George Springer coming up to the plate now. A strikeout by Bichette, a flyout by Turner. We're being joined by Jose Bautista, and I'd be remiss if I didn't ask you, with the Pirates and the Blue Jays playing right now, pretty poetic. How much do you think about, or what do you remember from the day that the Pirates traded you to the Blue Jays that really changed your career and everyone here in Toronto's baseball fandom for a while?
No, I remember, just having the relief, and unfortunately the situation had changed in Pittsburgh, change of front office, and, a lot of the guys, if not most of us that were there, just weren't part of the plans moving forward, and we all found new homes in that same year, and for me it was no different. So when I got traded for another guy that was actually represented by my same agent, Robinson Diaz, it was bittersweet because obviously I got drafted by the Pirates, but then I was heading to a new opportunity knowing that my future with the Pirates probably wasn't going to lead anywhere. So I was super excited.
Springer takes a 2-0 pitch inside, and it's 3-0. Blue Jays and Pirates with no score, bottom of the second. Your guy Edwin Encarnacion is around the team fairly often, helping out. I saw you talking with Vladimir Guerrero Jr. earlier today when these guys come up to you as Springer takes the 3-0 high, ball 4. He's on with 2 outs. What kinds of things are they asking you, or what kind of things are you telling guys like Vlad or others around the team?
I try not to go out of my way to get into anybody's business. Obviously, I'm here to enjoy the fans and just to be around, and I'm glad and happy that the team extends their invitations when they do. So, but sometimes, guys do ask questions. I just, share the knowledge, and it's all different circumstances and specifics. So.
Isaiah Kiner-Falefa hits a liner up the middle, caught at second by Nick Gonzalez. That will do it for the bottom of the second. Jose, it's been a pleasure. Really appreciate your time.
No problem. Thanks for having me.
That is Jose Bautista. You know him, Blue Jays legend, level of excellence member. Blue Jays and Pirates tied up 0-0 after 2. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Hi, I'm Buck Martinez, live from the showdown between Pizza and inflation. First to the plate, Pizza's big hitter, fixed rate pizza. An extra large 4-topping pizza for a fixed price of $17.99 until the end of 2024. I dare say, folks, inflation stands no chance against this all-star. Here's the delivery. And inflation strikes out. That's a swing and a drive for fixed rate pizza. Lock in yours today.
Pizza.ca. At Crown Rust Control Center, protection runs deep because every Crown Rust Control Center is owned by a local family who cares beyond business. Your Crown Rust Control Center is 100% committed to their product, to you, to their community, which is your community. Protecting you and what matters to you is equally important as protecting your vehicle. Did you know spring's the best time of year to protect your vehicle from rust? For a special spring offer, find your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center at crown.com. At Bet365, we don't do ordinary. That's why we introduced in-game betting. Because when the game starts, the action doesn't stop. With in-game betting, you can wager on game props, player props, totals, and the money line. And remember, in-game, you can track your same-day parlay with the option to cash out. Check out in-game betting and find out why. It's never ordinary at Bet365.
Must be 19 years or older. Ontario only. Please play responsibly. If you or someone you know has concerns about gambling, visit connexontario.ca.
This is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
Next pitch, Moniak takes off. It's low a ball, throw down to second. They got him!
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Ji-Hwan Bae leads off the top of the third inning. Pirates and Blue Jays scoreless. Jose Berrios' first pitch is fouled off. 0-1. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue. We just had Jose Bautista stop in, and hey, you don't get that every day. That was pretty cool. Again, a thank you to him. Here's the 0-1 pitch from Berrios. Left-handed hitting center fielder Bae takes high, 1-1.
And now that I have this jersey on, I buttoned it up officially.
Chris is wearing the jersey.
I get it. I get it now. I get the hype. I get why everybody's so excited about this City Connect.
Here's the 1-1. Fouled off 1-2.
So if you're thinking about going out and purchasing one, yes, I got this for free. Wait, we don't have to give these back, do we?
No, we don't have to.
All right. And yes, I did get this for free, but I do think that it's worth the money for this jersey.
And I will honestly say, whether you believe or not, no one told Chris to say that, so he's just doing free advertising. 1-2. High with the fastball, 2 balls and 2 strikes. It's the first of 15 times that they'll wear the City Connects. They're very close to being black jerseys, but not black. They told us the color is pitch blue, which is a new one for me, I'll admit. 2-2. Bae taps it foul to the right.
It's probably just about as dark a navy as you can get. It looks black. Like looking at the field, looking at the players on the field, it looks like they're wearing black uniforms.
Yeah, I feel like maybe, they're going to wear it 3 times this homestand. Maybe during a day game it'll look a little bit brighter, but even on a pretty sunny evening in Toronto, it looks dark right now. 2-2. Bounced up the middle softly, backhanded by IKF, falling away the throw to first in time. Bae retired, and there's 1 out.
IKF is so smooth over there. He's smooth at third, he's smooth at second. Just ranging to his right, making the nice, easy cross-body throw to Vlad at first base. right on the money.
He helps Berrios go first time through the order scoreless. Andrew McCutchen is back up at the plate now with 1 out. No score, top of the third. McCutchen took the first pitch he saw into left field for a base hit to start this game. The right-on-right pitch. Outside, ball 1. Well, Chris, you were a teammate of Andrew McCutchen, and you were there right in the middle of his prime, the former MVP. Berrios sets. Kicks and delivers. Swing and a bouncer to short. Fielded chest high by Bichette. The throw on to first. 2 down. What was it like to play with a guy at that time?
I played with him 2010 to 2013, and a lot of people ask me who my favorite person was that I played with, and I truly believe that Kutch is up at the top of that list just because he is such an icon in Pittsburgh. A lot of people don't understand. He can't even walk down the street in Pittsburgh without getting hounded by fans. And he is so gracious. He signs everything. He takes as many photos as he can.
First pitch to Brian Reynolds. Outside, ball 1.
And the cool thing about him, and like I said when I walked up to him today, he always has a smile on his face. Whether he's in a bad mood, a great mood, he has a huge smile on his face, and he makes you feel like he's interested in what you're saying.
Next pitch, foul tipped by Reynolds, 1-1.
Which is pretty rare, especially for a guy that is that important to a city. He doesn't have to give you the time of day, but he does. He tried. Just like today, he was mid-swing talking to me in the batting cage. Not many guys will do that.
1-1. Hit foul down the left field line, 1-2. We're in the third inning, brought to you by the local family-owned Crown Rust Control Centers in Port Colborne and Welland. Protect your vehicle from rust today. Find your local family-owned Crown at crown.com, Canada's #1 rust protection. Brian Reynolds at the plate. He was actually acquired by the Pirates when Andrew McCutchen was traded away to San Francisco. 1-2. Popped up, left side of the diamond. Ernie Clement onto the left field turf. Spreads his arms out, veers left, backs up, and makes the catch to end the inning. 1-2-3 for Berrios in the top of the third, and there's no score. Pirates and Blue Jays, middle of 3. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
The conference finals are here.
It is over. The Rangers win and advance to the Final Four.
And the place to hear the NBA and NHL hometown announcers is the Sirius XM app.
Luka against Gobert between his legs, stepping back for the win. He got it.
When the games mean the most, you want that local perspective.
An epic best-of-7 battle.
Syncing your hometown announcers to the action is easier than ever. Listen at home on your smart speaker or phone with the all-new Sirius XM app.
Are you kidding me?
Are you regretting eating that gas station hot dog? Yeah, we know. We've been there too. This is a message for baseball fans like you. Did you know that you get a channel that's talking baseball 24/7 as part of your Sirius XM subscription?
What?
Our lineup includes shows hosted by former big leaguers and executives. Plus, you'll hear from 17 managers each week. MLB Network Radio is on Sirius XM Channel 89, or just search MLB Network Radio on the SXM app. Sirius XM Sports. We're more than just a game.
You love listening to baseball. You love talking about baseball, and so do we. That's why SiriusXM has the only channel on the radio dedicated to baseball 24/7. It's MLB Network Radio, SiriusXM Channel 89. News, opinions, passionate baseball talk from former players and GMs, plus interviews with players, managers, and executives, original specials, and much, much, much more. All baseball, every day, on your radio. If you can hear me right now, you've got MLB Network Radio, SiriusXM Channel 89, and on the SiriusXM app.
The Blue Jays are in flight, leading 3-0.
Blue Jays fans, this is Ross Atkins, and you're listening to Blue Jays Baseball on Sirius XM.
Radio Network.
Welcome to the Timbermart broadcast booth. Timbermart always has someone on deck to help you with any home improvement projects. Before you begin renovating, visit the team at Timbermart. They've got the know-how to make sure you come out swinging on your next project. Timbermart, Canada's building center. Ernie Clement swinging at the first pitch of the bottom of the third. He ropes it to left, headed around first, going for second, throw in from Reynolds, and they got him. An aggressive move by Clement, rounding first there, trying for extra bases. It will go down as the first Blue Jays hit of the day, but Reynolds throws out Clement. A 7-4 putout, and there's one down.
And Ernie Clement was standing on second base waiting to see if the Blue Jays were going to challenge this. I believe he got his foot there. He thought he got his foot in there with a sneaky little slide, and it looks like he might have on that replay.
Yeah,
I'm surprised the Blue Jays didn't try to challenge that play there.
First pitch to Kevin Kiermaier's inside 1-0. By the way, in the Timbermart broadcast booth, I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue. No score, Blue Jays and Pirates. Bottom of the third. One out, the base is empty. The left-on-left pitch. Hit foul, 1 ball, 1 strike. But yeah, you're right. On that replay, it looked pretty good. The ball did beat him by a ton. Here's the 1-1 to Kevin Kiermaier. Check swing. He went around, says home plate umpire Trip Gibson. Ball and 2 strikes. Kiermaier hitting .210 this year. 4 doubles, 2 triples, a homer, 7 RBIs. The only left-on-left matchup that John Schneider put into his starting lineup. The 1-2, swing and a miss. Behind the fastball, low of the zone. Kiermaier goes down on strikes, and there are 2 down here in the bottom of the third.
Kevin Kiermaier's had a lot of trouble this season versus left-handed pitching, and even that last swing there, it's very awkward. We've seen a lot of awkward swings against left-handed pitching for him.
Here's Davis Schneider, who struck out to a high fastball back in the first. No score, 2 down, nobody on. The pitch is hit to right field. Very high, not so deep. Joe started back, now comes in, and Connor Joe makes the catch to end the inning. Ernie Clement thrown out to start the inning, trying to stretch a single into a double. 2 quick outs for the Blue Jays after that. It's 0-0 after 3. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Fantasy Sports Radio is drafting the best baseball players in history in an all-time fantasy baseball draft.
Leadoff home run for Ricky Henderson.
From Babe Ruth to Shohei Ohtani to Ricky Henderson and more. Hear how the best baseball experts draft the best players of all time.
I'm taking prime Mookie Betts over prime Lou Gehrig because of positional availability.
Check out the board on X at SiriusXM Fantasy and hear the draft's first pick Monday at 6 Eastern on Channel 87 and on the all-new SiriusXM app.
Each night after the horn sounds, NBA Radio has you covered with the best analysis of all the games.
When healthy, they check a lot of boxes.
We'll break down the playoff action.
Tatum saw it coming, picked it off, drives in, and throws it down with 2 hands.
And take you inside the locker room to hear from the players and coaches.
It seemed like we had a lot of guys that were getting banged up, but we were able to get the job done.
Hear the NBA Radio Playoffs postgame show every night throughout the postseason on NBA Radio Channel 86 and the all-new SiriusXM app.
You love listening to baseball. You love talking about baseball. You love yelling at your buddies about baseball because they love baseball, and so do we. That's why SiriusXM has the only channel on the radio dedicated to baseball 24/7. It's MLB Network Radio, SiriusXM Channel 89. News, opinions, passionate baseball talk from former players and GMs, plus interviews with players, managers, and executives, and much, much, much more. If you can hear me right now, you've got MLB Network Radio, SiriusXM Channel 89, and on the SiriusXM app.
In season or out of season, the #1 place for college sports is SiriusXM College Sports Radio, Channel 84.
Hey Insiders, TSI Mike here. Thank you for coming back for another Toronto Blue Jays game. Every single Blue Jays game is live right here on Toronto Sports Insider. Thank you all for being here. Do not forget to hit that like button down below. We got to get these like button numbers up with these Blue Jays games. Get more fans in the chat. You see what it does in those hockey games? Let's do the same thing here with the Blue Jays games. Thank you all for being here. If you're new, hit that subscribe button as well. Turn on that little bell so you get notified every single time we go live here on TSI. Thank you guys. We'll see you guys in the chat, and go Jays go.
Jose Bautista.
Jose Bautista, not Jose Berrios. He did look good.
Yeah, he did. Doesn't look that different than the last time you would have seen him. 0-2. Hit foul again. Connor Joe playing that right field spot today that Jose Bautista would have been used to for, I guess, both the Pirates and the Toronto Blue Jays. 0-2 pitch. Check swing from Joe. Pitch in the dirt. He didn't go around. 1-2. For Joe, it's his second season with the Pirates. 2 years with Colorado before that. Was actually originally a Pirates draft pick in 2014 in the first round, but he has gone through a lot, traded many times, dealt with some major health issues. 1-2. Popped up. First base side, actually right at first. Guerrero making the call, right side of the diamond, makes a two-handed catch. 1 down.
Jose Berrios is dotting up that slider today. That slurve has just located so well on the black behind the plate. He's buried it a couple times for effect, and then he'll sneak that sinker in there on the inside part of the plate, especially to righties. He's looking good right now.
Tough test here, though. 6'7" shortstop from the Dominican Republic, O'Neal Cruz in the box. Right on left pitch is a fastball for strike 1. Cruz this season batting .246 coming into this game. 7 homers, 20 RBIs. Leading Major League Baseball, though, with 74 strikeouts. Next pitch is hit in the air down the left field line. Schneider racing toward the corner, makes the catch, and there are 2 down. Let's look at the out-of-town scoreboard, brought to you by St. Louis Bar and Grill. Devilishly good since Toronto first raised the trophy in '92. Join them for wings, ribs, beer, cocktails, and catch every play at your local St. Louis Bar and Grill. Download the app or visit stlouiswings.com for more details. Always devilishly good. 0-0 Blue Jays and Pirates. 2 outs, top of the 4th. And the first pitch to keep Brian Hayes. Inside, ball 1. Over at Fenway Park, Boston Red Sox hosting the Detroit Tigers. Blue Jays only a game back of Boston for 3rd in the AL East right now. And Boston's losing. The Tigers up 1-0 thanks to a Gio Urshela RBI single. 1-0 pitch to Hayes in the dirt, 2-0. That game's in the 3rd. If you go over to Oriole Park at Camden Yards, the Rays also a game up on the Blue Jays, tied for 3rd in the American League East, and the Rays are up 1-0 on the Orioles. Berrios is 2-0. Hayes takes strike 1. That one, the Rays-Orioles game, the difference right now, a Ben Rortvedt single, the catcher for the Rays. All of our out-of-town scores brought to you by St. Louis Bar and Grill. No score, 2 outs, bases empty, top of 4. Berrios kicks and fires. Ground ball, left side, foul, 2-2. Hayes adjusts his helmet and steps back into the box. Pirates in their all grays today, but Hayes has bright yellow batting gloves. The 2-2. Called strike 3. Front door slurve freezes Brian Hayes, and that's the 4th strikeout in 4 scoreless innings for Jose Berrios. We'll go to the bottom of the 4th with the Blue Jays searching for their first run as well. 0-0 is the score. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Show your pride in the heart of Toronto and create core memories. Join us at the ballpark on Friday, June 14th for Pride Night, presented by TD, and get your Blue Jays Rainbow Rope corduroy hat. At the core of who we are. Celebrate Pride and enjoy great Pride Night activities around the ballpark. On Friday, June 14th, arrive early to get your Blue Jays Rainbow Rope corduroy hat giveaway. Pride Night, presented by TD. For tickets, visit BlueJays.com.
At Crown Rust Control, protection runs deep because every Crown Rust Control Center is owned by a local family who cares beyond business. Your Crown Rust Control is 100% committed to their product, to you, to their community, which is your community. Protecting you and what matters to you is equally important as protecting your vehicle. Did you know spring's the best time of year to protect your vehicle from rust? For a special spring offer, find your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center at crown.com.
At Bet365, we don't do ordinary. That's why we introduced in-game betting, because when the game starts, the action doesn't stop. With in-game betting, you can wager on game props, player props, totals, and the money line. And remember, in-game, you can track your same-day parlay with the option to cash out. Check out in-game betting and find out why. It's never ordinary at Bet365.
Must be 19 years or older. Ontario only. Please play responsibly. If you or someone you know has concerns about gambling, visit connexontario.ca.
This is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
Fastball cracked to center field, to the wall, to the track. It's gone.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Danny Jansen leads off for the Blue Jays. No score. Toronto and Pittsburgh, bottom 4. And Bailey Falter's first pitch is called strike 1. Welcome to the Timber Mart broadcast booth. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue. Blue Jays with 1 hit and 1 walk today against Falter. The lefty winds and offers. Called strike 2.
Well, Danny Jansen's not happy with those first 2 calls. Those were 2 fastballs, albeit 2 good fastballs, but they were in off the plate just a little bit. Tough calls for Danny Jansen.
The 0-2. Swing and a miss. Strike 3, tied up by a third successive inside heater. And there are 4 strikeouts now for Falter, 1 down, and the bottom of the 4th.
It's impressive to watch Falter really get through that baseball. Such good extension. We knew this coming into this ball game that he was at the top of the extension list for Major League Baseball, but it's pretty cool to watch.
Falter, as you had mentioned earlier, loves to live at the top of the zone. Here's the lefty's pitch to Vladimir Guerrero Jr. It's a called strike, 0-1. I bring that up with Vlad at the plate because Guerrero's hitting .471 this year against pitches classified as high pitches, upper third of the zone and higher. 0-1. In the dirt, 1 ball, 1 strike.
Well, let's see if he can get on top of that baseball, because you really have to try to get on top of those pitches, especially if a pitcher like Falter is just living at the top of the zone. You have to do something to hit that baseball.
The wind in the pitch. Guerrero swings and shoots the ball on the ground to short, backhanded by Cruz, who stops and tosses over to first with ease. 2 down.
O'Neal Cruz has a cannon over there at shortstop. I was watching him take ground balls before the game, and he kind of just flicks it, and it's on a line the whole way across the diamond. He is a stud over there.
Cruz seemingly sets a new StatCast record every time he throws the ball. The 6'7" shortstop who just made the play. Here's the Blue Jays shortstop, Bo Bichette. First pitch from Falter is called strike 1.
How many people do you think when he was coming up, when he was very young, told him, hey man, you ever think about pitching?
First base, maybe. Third. The 0-1. Bounce to the right side. Fielded by Tellez. He'll run over to first and retire his former teammate Bo Bichette and end the inning. 5 in a row set down by Falter. Scoreless ball game. Go into the 5th. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
I'm Ashley Flowers, host of the #1 true crime podcast, Crime Junkie. Join me for a brand new episode of my new show, Crime Junkie AF, exclusively on SiriusXM. We explore cases unfolding right now, keeping you on the pulse of true crime. You can listen to the brand new episode of Crime Junkie AF now. Just search for Crime Junkie AF on the SiriusXM app.
Tell your family and friends. SiriusXM radios are on free now through June 3rd. Visit SiriusXM.com/listen to see what's on.
Fantasy Sports Radio is helping you win your fantasy leagues. Right now on Channel 87.
Aaron Judge drills a 3-run home run.
From in-season fantasy baseball management to daily fantasy playoff basketball to reacting to the NFL draft, Fantasy Sports Radio is here to help you dominate.
Don't ever take a player that you don't intend to keep all year. Don't do it. It's terrible management.
Fantasy Sports Radio, your home for fantasy sports. Channel 87 and on the all-new SiriusXM app. The most important person in sports is you, the fan.
Let me tell you something. I'm a real fan.
And your place for sports talk is Mad Dog Sports Radio, where your voice is heard all day long.
I couldn't wait to get into the truck, turn on 82.
Sharing the thrill of victory.
The joy, the jubilation. I can't stop smiling.
And the agony of defeat.
When is this franchise going to realize people really care about this?
Passionate sports fans call 888-MAD-DOG-6.
You gotta love sports.
Mad Dog Sports Radio, Channel 82, or anytime on the Sirius XM app.
And it's gone!
Jays fans, this is John Schneider, and you're listening to Blue Jays Baseball on Sirius XM.
There's the exclamation point for all assembled here at Rogers Center.
Sportsnet Radio Network.
The fifth inning is brought to you by Desjardins Financial Group. Desjardins awarded another 150 grants worth $20,000 each to entrepreneurs across Canada. See how Desjardins cheered on small biz at goodsparkgrants.ca. 0-0, top of the fifth. Nick Gonzalez leading off, and the first pitch from Berrios is called strike one. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue. Berrios has dominated so far, allowing just 2 singles today, no walks. He's struck out 4. Right on right pitch. Down and away. 1 ball, 1 strike. One of those 2 hits, however, was to Nick Gonzalez, the current batter for the Pirates, who's playing in his 19th game and batting well over 300 at 323 with 16 RBIs in the previous 18 games. The pitch. Hitting a line up the middle and down in left center field. Cut off by Kiermaier. Gonzalez rounds first but heads back. It's a 2-hit day for Gonzalez and a 1-hit day for the rest of the Pirates combined.
That ball was drilled by Nick Gonzalez. The Pirates are expecting big things from Nick Gonzalez, the 7th overall pick in 2020. But he has got a good swing.
Can also run. He's stolen 2 bases so far this year. Jose Berrios asks for a new baseball before facing off with Rowdy Tellez. Got Tellez to pop out to short in the second. With nobody out and a runner on first, Berrios peeks at first, twists and fires. Just outside with a fastball, 1-0.
And Ben, along with that good swing, Nick Gonzalez also has a good mustache.
He does. He does. Good facial hair for Rowdy Tellez as well. Same as when he left, pretty much. He got a thick beard, good mustache. 1-0. Called strike.
Yeah, Rowdy hasn't adopted the mustache craze yet.
Well, he was always there. He just had the beard involved with it. Tellez now in his 7th Major League season with his 3rd Major League team in the Pirates. Turn and throw to first. Gonzalez back standing. Blue Jays dealt Rowdy in 2021. That was at a time where you for sure knew, okay, Vladimir Guerrero Jr. is your first baseman, not your third baseman. They have a couple other guys that are figuring in at DH, 1-1, outside 2-1. And so with DH and first already a bit of a logjam, Toronto looking for bullpen help that year, sent Tellez over to Milwaukee, and in return got Trevor Richards and Bowden Francis. 2-1, outside ball 3.
Well, I think the Blue Jays are happy with that trade.
I think they are, but I think Milwaukee got value out of it too. If you go to 2022, Rowdy hit 35 homers that year for the Brewers, and they were a playoff team. Blue Jays certainly do have a lot, though, that they've gotten out of Richards and Francis too now. Next pitch to Tellez is lined to right field on one hop into the glove of Springer. It's another base hit. Gonzalez station to station up to second, and it's back-to-back singles here to start the 5th.
That actually wasn't a terrible pitch. It was a fastball on the outside part of the plate, a good sinker, but Rowdy Tellez just drops that barrel and hits a line drive to right field. A good swing right there from Rowdy.
Tellez was looking for that one. He has been struggling this year, hitting in the 170s before that hit. Now Danny Jansen's going to go out to the mound quickly and talk to Berrios, who's crouched over the rubber, stands up and moves some dirt out of the way. Jansen asks for time in front of the plate, gives signs to his infield, and now steps behind the plate. First and second for the Pirates. Nobody out, no score, top of the 5th. Switch hitting catcher Yasmani Grandal is at the plate, 0 for 1 with a ground out. Berrios looks at second, delivers home. Grandal shows bunt, pulls it back, strike one. Grandal's struggling this year after starting the year on the injured list. He's hitting .203 so far this season. He's got 3 doubles and 2 homers in 17 games. The 0-1. Bounce foul, 0-2. Grandal, not that long ago, one of the premier catchers in the game, but struggled over the last couple years with the White Sox. Signed here on a 1-year, $2.5 million deal with Pittsburgh. 2-strike pitch. Hit in the air, left field. Not super deep. Schneider backing up. He'll make the catch. Gonzalez tags, but does not go to third, and there's one out.
Jose Berrios actually got away with one right there. When you're 0-2 on a guy like Yasmani Grandal, who's been struggling this season, you have to expand with an 0-2 count. And Jose Berrios threw a changeup right over the heart of the plate. Yasmani Grandal hits a fly ball to left field, but Jose Berrios knows that he missed his spot right there.
A crucial first out, however, for Berrios, because there's still runners on first and second and no score in the top of the 5th. Number 9 hitter, left-handed hitting outfielder, Ji-Hwan Bae is up. Berrios twists and deals. First pitch strike. Let's go quickly to the St. Louis Bar and Grill out-of-town scoreboard. Mentioned to you at the break, Chris, a great pitching matchup coming up in the Bay Area a little bit later tonight at 10:15 Eastern. The Yankees visit the Giants. It's former Blue Jay Marcus Stroman against former Blue Jay Jordan Hicks.
Who would you be most excited to watch in that matchup?
I think Hicks, just because it's new, the starter. You know, he's still pumping gas, even if it's a little softer than before. Here's the 0-1 to Ji-Hwan Bae. Just outside.
I guess you'd be curious to see that new 97 as opposed to the 102 like we saw in Toronto.
Yeah, and it's not, I mean, I love watching Marcus Stroman pitch. And I had the pleasure of just doing it a lot of times. So that's why I would pick Hicks. But I'm definitely watching that game, I'll tell you that. Next offering to Bae. A little bit high, 2 balls and 1 strike.
Well, I think you're right about Stroman. Love him or hate him, it's still always an interesting watch.
Yeah, he's entertainment for sure. Our out-of-town scores brought to you by St. Louis Bar and Grill. No score in downtown Toronto. 2 on and 1 out. Berrios kicks and fires. Bae takes outside, 3-1. Bae, originally a signing of the Braves in 2017, actually had his international contract voided due to some violations committed by Atlanta, and then 6 months later signed for more money with the Pittsburgh Pirates. 3-1. Foul tipped into the glove. Bae pulling off the fastball there, 3-2.
That was a good strategy by him and his agent.
Yeah, Atlanta gave him $300K. Pittsburgh signed him for a bonus of $1.25 million. Made about $1 million after the violation. The 3-2. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Sinker on the outside edge. The 5th K of the day for Berrios. Now 2 down.
Ji-Hwan Bae was way behind that sinker right there. Right on the outside corner with a little bit of movement. That's a beautiful pitch right there from Jose Berrios.
So Berrios, after 2 singles to start the inning, 2 outs. But here's Andrew McCutchen. Top of the order hitter in DH. The pitch. Low and away, ball 1. McCutchen is 1 for 2 today. When he singled in the first inning, he tied Tommy Leach for 11th all-time in Pittsburgh Pirates history in hits. That was his 1,603rd hit as a Pirate. 1-0. Fouled off, 1-1. Now 30 hits behind Fred Clark for top 10. And for McCutchen right now, he's sitting at 8th all-time in Pirates history in RBIs, only 4 behind Gus Sir.
Well, he most likely won't be a Hall of Famer, but he will certainly have a statue outside of PNC.
Rightfully so. First and second, 2 down. The 1-1. Line to left field. Down for a base hit in left center. Coming around third, Gonzalez will score easily. Stopping at third, Tellez. McCutchen screaming and pumping his fist. He breaks the ice with an RBI single, and it's 1-0 Pirates.
Yeah, Kutch dancing over there at first base. Hey, he's 37, still making contact like that. Drills that fastball over the head of Bo Bichette at short there, but that is a great swing. Still doing it.
Berrios trying to bury that sinker down and in, left it over the plate. McCutchen makes him pay, and the Pirates are on the board. 3 singles this inning to go up 1-0. First and third, 2 down. Here's Brian Reynolds, the team leader, and runs batted in with 29. The pitch. Swing and a miss, out in front of the slurve, 0-1. Mentioned earlier that Reynolds is on the Pirates because of McCutchen. Reynolds was a second rounder by the Giants in 2016, but was traded ahead of the 2018 season to Pittsburgh when McCutchen went the other way. 0-1 in the dirt, 1 ball, 1 strike. Reynolds would debut in 2019, had a strong season, finished 4th in Rookie of the Year voting in the National League, which just happens to be the same spot that Andrew McCutchen finished in voting for National League Rookie of the Year in his debut season. McCutchen twitching over at first, Tellez a little bit more still, leading off third, and Berrios steps off. The left-handed hitting Reynolds, a switch hitter batting left, lifts the bat high above his left shoulder. The pitch. Popped up, back of second, and shallow left center field. Bichette's going to give way to the left fielder, Davis Schneider, who sprints in late and makes the catch to end the inning. Pirates on the board, 3 singles, play to run. It's Andrew McCutchen who knocks in the first of the game. 1-0 Pirates, middle of the 5th. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
The NASCAR Cup Series is on SiriusXM. We're back on the track Sunday,
2:30 p.m. Eastern.
It's the Enjoy Illinois 300 from Worldwide Technology Raceway on SiriusXM NASCAR Radio Channel 90 in the car and on the all-new SiriusXM app. Get closer to everything that moves you wherever you are with the SiriusXM app.
Let's make some smoke and drink some beer. Yes!
While you're listening to this game on SiriusXM, we're talking about the latest odds and prop bets for this and every game on Sports Grid Radio.
The under's minus 125. Heavy juice to the under.
Every home run hit and every strikeout thrown can change the line.
I can't for the life of me figure out how you can favor a team that never wins, ever.
If you're looking for sports talk centered around the latest odds and prop bets for games, races, tournaments, or any sporting event, Sports Grid Radio, SiriusXM, Channel 159.
The Busted Open podcast is now available on YouTube. This is Dave LaGreca, host of Busted Open, the #1 pro wrestling show on the planet. You can now watch and listen to the award-winning Busted Open podcast every single day on YouTube. Our best interviews, behind-the-scenes access, and some of our best content from the past. All available right now when you go to youtube.com/@BustedOpenPodcast. Subscribe right now.
Hey, baseball fans, the NBA postseason is in full swing, and your home for nonstop discussion every day and playoff action on the court every night is SiriusXM NBA Radio Channel 86 and on the brand new SiriusXM app.
Bottom of the 5th inning, Blue Jays and Pirates in downtown Toronto. Pittsburgh has taken a 1-0 lead thanks to the single of Andrew McCutchen. Justin Turner leads off for the Blue Jays. Bailey Falter's pitch is called strike 1. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue. Welcome to the Timber Mart broadcast booth. Blue Jays searching for more offense. They have just 1 single and 1 walk today. 0-1 in the dirt through the legs of the catcher Yasmani Grandal. 1 ball, 1 strike. Maybe Turner the guy to get it going. He has feasted on the Pirates in his career. 1-1. Swinging a foul back, 1-2.
Well, Falter loves throwing the elevated fastball, and we've seen recently Turner swing through a lot of elevated fastballs, so it'll be interesting to me to see how he adjusts to this fastball from Bailey Falter.
Falter winds, kicks, and delivers. Swing and a fly ball hit down the right field line, foul into the seats.
What do you think of those red socks that Justin Turner has on?
I think with the bright hair, the bright orange hair, it works very well, to be honest. 1-2. Fouled off again.
I like him. I think it kind of breaks up the black. If you have the black pants all the way down to the black shoes, the dark navy, it's very, very dark. And then you have those red socks that Justin Turner has on. I like it.
Pitch blue, they call it. 1-2. High, 2 balls and 2 strikes.
Bailey Falter's really trying to hit the top of that strike zone, maybe just above it with that fastball. Justin Turner able to lay off that one.
Turner 0 for 1 with a fly out to center. 2-2 pitch. Swing and a bouncer headed up the middle. Backhanded by the second baseman Gonzalez. Hard throw across his body. He was falling away and he gets Turner 1 down.
Yeah, you can tell why the Pirates drafted him 7th overall. Pretty complete player. 2 hits already today. Nice play up the middle there, throwing it across his body perfectly to the chest of Rowdy Tellez.
So the Blue Jays will ask for offense from George Springer, who was the first base runner of the day for Toronto. A walk back in the second. And things slowly but surely starting to turn for Springer over the last couple days. Falter's pitch. Springer swings and hits it foul, 0-1. That gives us time to look at the injury report, brought to you by Bergmanis Prira Personal Injury Lawyers. If life has thrown you a curveball and you're striking out with your insurance company, get ahead of the count and call Bergmanis Prira Personal Injury Lawyers. You focus on getting better, and Bergmanis Prira will take care of the rest. Visit bplawyers.ca. First, the 0-1. Called strike 2. John Schneider telling the media today that Alek Manoah has a right UCL sprain. He was placed on the 15-day injured list today. 0-2. Yanked on the left field line. Foul. Still 0-2. Blue Jays have filled that roster spot. They made a trade for reliever Ryan Burr from Philadelphia. Traded cash considerations the other way. So he is active and in the Blue Jays bullpen tonight. But for Manoah, he is going to have a second opinion with Dr. Meister coming up on Thursday. 0-2. Springer takes inside, a ball and 2 strikes.
Yeah, the tough thing when you're talking about a UCL is there's really no timeline. Someone can say 4 to 6 weeks or 6 to 8 weeks, but you just never know until you start throwing again.
Next pitch to Springer. High 2-2. Yeah, Schneider was very reluctant when asked or even poked and prodded for a timeline. He did not give anything definitive out. He just said he's going to miss some time. 2-2. Swinging a fly ball right field, hanging up for Joe, who stops in front of the track and makes the catch. 2 outs. There is some positive news, though, and just some other general news. Yariel Rodriguez pitching for the Buffalo Bisons tonight. The plan was to go 50 pitches in that start. And as I pull it up right now, Rodriguez went 2 innings, gave up 2 hits, 1 run, 2 walks, 1 strikeout. He did throw 43 pitches in that outing. So another step toward working back to the majors for Rodriguez. 2 down, and the pitch to Isaiah Kiner-Falefa. Called strike 1.
And John Schneider hasn't given an indication on who will start in Alek Manoah's spot. Am I correct?
You are correct. He said they're working through a couple different options. 0-1. Called strike 2. Seemingly Rodriguez in that mix, but he's still relatively early in the rehab compared to Bowden Francis, who's rehabbed over 9 innings of work at this point and is here in Toronto right now. 2 outs, bases empty, 1-0 Pirates. The 0-2, and Kiner-Falefa hits it on the ground to short. Picked up by Cruz, gobbles it up and quickly throws to first to end the inning. Bailey Falter has retired the last 8 batters that he has faced, and the Pirates lead 1-0 after 5. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Bring excitement to your landscape with Proven Winners Color Choice shrubs. These flowering shrubs and evergreens have been trialed and tested by experts to make sure they look better and bloom better. So they're just as easy to care for as what's in your landscape now, but a whole lot more colorful and interesting. Look for Proven Winners Color Choice shrubs in the distinctive white container at your local garden center or learn more at provenwinnerscolorchoice.com.
So Blue Jays fans, you want to know about salsa? Salsa is more than dancing. It's more than music. Salsa is the passion and spirit that is at the core of the beautiful cultures of Latin America. The Blue Jays are bringing salsa to the ballpark. On June 27th, be one of the first 15,000 fans in attendance and receive a Blue Jays chip and dip bowl. Celebrate salsa and create core memories with your Blue Jays. It's salsa night. For tickets, visit BlueJays.com. Right, Vladdy?
Everybody salsa.
The hardest work should lead to the best quality of life. If you're a skilled trades worker, you might not be feeling that way right now. But in Alberta, skilled trades workers can earn more, save more, and live more with better wages and a lower cost of living. Visit albertaiscalling.ca to learn more about the $5,000 moving bonus for the first 2,000 skilled trades workers who move to Alberta, stay for a year, and successfully apply. A message from the Government of Alberta.
This is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
Fastball hit to center field. Varsho with a dive, and he makes the catch.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Top of the sixth inning. Blue Jays down 1-0 to the Pittsburgh Pirates at Rogers Center. Appreciate you tuning in tonight. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue. Jose Berrios still on the mound for the Blue Jays. Connor Joe at the plate in the pitch. Swing and a miss. Strike one. Hard to find guys easier to root for, frankly, than Connor Joe, the second-year Pirate. Berrios kicks and delivers. Joe takes down and away. 1-1. I say this because I mentioned last time he was up, a lot's gone on for Joe. Drafted in the first round by the Pirates in 2014, multiple trades. But a big thing happened when he was with the Dodgers ahead of the 2020 season. 1-1. Down and away, 2-1. They don't know at this point the season's going to be, canceled or severely shortened. And he goes in for his physical at spring training. And during that physical, the doctors find out that Joe has testicular cancer at that point. 2-1. Swing and a fly ball, right center field. Springer charging in, converging with Kiermaier, and Springer makes the catch. 1 out. So Joe immediately shuts down, goes through 4 rounds of chemotherapy over 5 months before he was declared cancer-free on July 20th, 2020. Ends up signing with the Rockies for 2021. And on July 20th, 2021, a year to the day that he was declared cancer-free, Joe hits a ball 440 feet to center field for his first Major League home run. He's retired. Here's O'Neal Cruz, who takes the first pitch outside, 1-0.
It's a pretty cool story.
And Joe this year, he's been a huge bright spot for this Pittsburgh team. He was a platoon guy before this year, but he's hitting third today, one ahead of Cruz, the cleanup hitter, who's up now. 1-0. Swing and a miss. Cruz way out in front on that changeup. 1-1.
Coming into this game, he was hitting 286 with 6 homers, 23 RBIs, and that's a guy that didn't even know if he was going to be playing again.
Was traded a bunch of times, was Connor Joe, before ever making the majors. 1-1. Swing and a miss, and the bat of Cruz goes flying into the top of the netting. And thankfully not over it. It hits right in that upper section of the netting over the first base dugout, and caroms back down onto the field. 1-2.
And I have to say, I had no idea where Connor Joe is from. And you look at the hair, you look at the style, you look at the flash. I'm like, he's probably from Southern California. He's from San Diego.
Yeah. Went to the University of San Diego. Cruz has the bat back in his hands once again. Pinwheels it and stands 6'7" at the plate. The right on left pitch from Jose Berrios. Fouled back, headed towards us. It'll drop away in front of us, off to the left into the seats. Still 1-2. O'Neal Cruz from the Dominican Republic. His dad played professional baseball, never made the majors. One, two. Lifted down the left field line. Schneider headed toward the foul line. And medium depth left makes the catch. And there are 2 down.
Jose Berrios throws O'Neal Cruz a good slider down in the zone. O'Neal Cruz tries to golf it, but just hits a weak fly ball to Davis Schneider in left field. Jose Berrios is very quietly having an incredible ball game.
He's just not getting run support, but with 2 down in the top of the 6th, it's just 1-0 Tigers, or pardon me, Pirates. Brian Hayes is up. He struck out twice today. The pitch. Swing and a bouncer up the middle into center field for a base hit. Hayes with a 2-out knock, his first of the day, and that gives us time to look over at the St. Louis Bar and Grill out-of-town scoreboard. Mentioned that coming into today, the Blue Jays trail 3rd place in the AL East by just a game. Boston and Tampa Bay tied at 28-29. Boston was down 1-0 to Detroit. That game has flipped on its head, though. Dominic Smith with a RBI double, and then Cedon Rafaela with a 3-run homer, and Boston leads 4-1 over Detroit, top of the 5th inning at Fenway Park. 1-0 Pirates, top of the 6th. 2 down in the pitch to Nick Gonzalez, outside ball 1. We've talked about him a lot already today, Chris. Nick Gonzalez has had a huge impact on this game. 2 for 2 with the only run for the Pirates so far. Big lead for Hayes at first. Guerrero holds him, the 1-0. Inside, pops out of the glove of Jansen, not far enough for Hayes, the runner at first, to move.
And not only has Nick Gonzalez gotten 2 hits in this ballgame, he has hit 2 balls very, very hard. 1 to right field, 1 to center field. He has got a very smooth swing.
Gonzalez standing at the plate, points the bat to the sky, pinwheels it, now an underhanded swing or 2, and he lifts it above his right shoulder. Throw over to first. Brian Hayes dives back in safe. You mentioned his last time up. Gonzalez, the 7th overall pick in 2020 out of New Mexico State. In 2019, he led the U.S. collegiate landscape with a .432 batting average. 2-0. Swing and a miss. Big hack, and it's 2-1. He hit .432 with the New Mexico State Aggies, went to the Cape Cod Baseball League, one of, if not the top leagues, not a Chatham Angler, one of, if not the top leagues for college players to go in the summer, and he won MVP. Next pitch, runner goes, swing and a miss. Throw down to second, not in time. Brian Hayes steals second. Gonzalez foul tipped it into the glove of Danny Jansen, so a tough play. But for Hayes, it'll be a stolen base, his first of the year. And the Pirates have a runner in scoring position with 2 down.
Yeah, Hayes got a great jump there off of Jose Berrios. You almost wonder if Jano should have just dropped that baseball.
Tough to do in the moment, but it would have kept him at first. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, top of the 6th inning. IKF holding on the runner at second. Hayes, the pitch. Hit in the air, deep left field. Schneider racing back near the track, curls towards center and makes the catch in left center field to end the inning. Brian Hayes with a 2-out knock, stranded on second. Still 1-0 Pirates, middle of the 6th. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Windows down, volume up.
Ain't no cure for the summertime blues.
Sirius XM's SPF 200, the top 200 summer songs of all time.
The South Carolina Gamecocks are on top of the women's college basketball world yet again.
Perfection for South Carolina. 38 games, 38 wins.
We're reacting to the perfect season and talking to the biggest names right here on Channel 374.
Congratulations, Coach Staley. What does this particular title mean to you?
This title is pretty special because it was unexpected.
Keep it locked into Sirius XM SEC Radio as we continue to break it all down and celebrate the Gamecocks' 3rd national title.
Nobody covers the National Football League like SiriusXM NFL Radio.
Mahomes fires it late for the end zone. Caught! Touchdown!
Get the latest news from OTAs to minicamps, all the way through training camps.
We don't care about expectations. Talk doesn't win games.
Our panel of experts is getting you ready for the 2024 season.
The more I watch this guy, the more I like him.
There's a story for every team on SiriusXM NFL Radio Channel 88 in the car and on the all-new SiriusXM app.
Fantasy Sports Radio is helping you win whichever fantasy sport you play. Right now on Channel 87 and on the all-new SiriusXM app.
Ernie Clement leads off for the Blue Jays. Bottom of the 6th inning. Welcome back to Rogers Center. Bailey Falter into the line. First pitch. Called strike one. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue. Pirates 1, Blue Jays nothing in the first of 3. Let's go Blue Jays chance starting here as it's still bright and sunny. 0-1. Bounce foul, 0-2.
Bailey Falter has thrown 59 pitches into the 6th inning right now.
He has just dominated the Blue Jays. He's faced one above the minimum, given up one walk. That was to Springer in the second, and one hit. It was to Ernie Clement, the batter right now, to start the third, although Clement was thrown out trying to make a single a double. 0-2 pitch off the fist, hit foul to the right. By the way, Chris and I were here in the Timber Mart broadcast booth. Show Ali's our host and producer. Andrew Adams and Tom Young, our technical directors. Clement hitting .250 this year after the single. The left on right pitch. Check swing, and he hits it foul. That one was eye high, and he somehow got a piece of it. Although I don't think he meant to.
Just 91, 92 miles an hour, but you can tell that fastball looks 2-3 miles an hour harder with the awkward swings, especially that one right there from Ernie Clement.
Still no balls and 2 strikes. Here's the pitch from Falter. In the dirt. Impressive that Clement's the one guy with a hit. He actually didn't play at all last series. Last played on the 26th, but I had played 6 games in a row before that. 1-2. Swing and a bouncing ball sent to short. Picked up ankle high by the tall Cruz. Laser to first. And there's one out. Watch out, low flying object.
That is a cannon across the diamond. I'm actually shocked at how comfortable Rowdy Tellez was catching that baseball. O'Neal Cruz threw a missile across the diamond. Something else right there.
I'm hoping that they get the StatCast velocity up on that. That looked like it was 90-something miles an hour. Kevin Kiermaier at the plate. 1 out the pitch. Outside, ball 1. Ke'Bryan Hayes, the Gold Glove third baseman for the Pirates, is in right now on the infield turf. The rest of the infielders are back and actually shifted a bit to pull for Kiermaier. 1-0. Swing and a line drive, right field, base hit. One hopped onto the outfield turf. Kiermaier around first. He'll head back to the bag. And for the Blue Jays, it's their first base runner really since the 2nd inning.
Well, I mentioned earlier how much Kevin Kiermaier has struggled this season against left-handed pitching. And he gets a fastball right down the middle there, and you can see him take a good swing and drills that thing into right field through the hole on the right side of that infield. That must feel good for him.
Kiermaier smiling as he takes off his elbow protection, hands everything over to first base coach Mark Budzinski. And here's Davis Schneider, 1 on, 1 out, the pitch from Falter. Swinging a foul back, 0-1. Got the chance to talk to Davis today in the clubhouse, and he was mentioning that he faced Falter not just in spring this year, but last year when Falter was at AAA Lehigh Valley in the Phillies system, and Schneider was at AAA Buffalo. Falter with the set, glove near his chest, the 0-1. High, 1 ball, 1 strike. And he said with a bit of a laugh, he punched me out 3 times, 0 for 3, 3 strikeouts. And actually, Davis even said against the bullpen in that game, he was down 0-2 in his 4th at-bat, worried about a sombrero, and then he hit a home run. So ended up being a pretty good day. 1-1. Called strike. Flipped in the curveball there to make it 1-2.
And what do you think Bailey Falter's going to throw right here?
Elevated fastball. Schneider, more adept at hitting that than he was last year. A little bit taller in his stance. Just a slight hunch of his back. 1-2. Swing and a fly ball right field. Shallow. Joe is creeping in, makes the catch. Kiermaier remains at first. There are 2 down.
And that fastball right there was Bailey Falter's hardest of the day at 95 miles an hour. Maybe there's a little more in the tank than we thought. He's been living 91, 92, and then he just gassed up right there at 95.
Although he left that pitch down, that was a little bit more in the happy zone of Schneider than most. But Schneider flies out. Here's Danny Jansen, 0 for 2. 1-0 Pirates, 2 down. Kiermaier on first, home half of the 6th. A look at first and the pitch. Kiermaier takes off, pitches a ball, and Grandal didn't get a good hold of it, so Kiermaier steals second without a throw.
Well, I think that jump was so good that even if Grandal got that ball cleanly, I bet there's no chance that he has Kevin Kiermaier at second base. That was a great jump right there.
Credit to Kiermaier. Tough to steal on a lefty. He just went first move. Gambled on Falter not throwing over, and he was right. Tying run on second. Here's the 1-0. Jansen takes, and it's 1-1. Kiermaier chatting at second with Nick Gonzalez for a moment. The vet talking to the rookie. Kiermaier takes his lead. Falter in the set. Doesn't look at second and pitches to Jansen, who swings and pops it up into the seats foul. 1-2. Jay's Shop has come alive with new vibrant colors of the City Connect uniform. Be among the first fans to represent your team and your city by proudly wearing the Toronto Blue Jays City Connect jersey, hat, and more. Visit the Jay's Shop at Rogers Center. Kiermaier on second with 2 outs, bottom of the 6th. 1-0 Pirates and a 1-ball, 2-strike count on Danny Jansen. Falter, the Pirates lefty in the set, looks down at the rubber, looks at second, and now the pitch. Down and in, 2-2. Has been a long inning for Falter, at least by his standards, as he was below 60 pitches entering this frame, now at 73. His 74th is hit back foul just off to our right, bouncing off the 300 level front facing and down into the seats behind home plate.
Was that the closest one of the year right there to coming in our booth?
I think there was one that kind of hit like right under our booth, like the front facing of our booth, and dropped down, but that was pretty close. Still 2 balls, 2 strikes. Falter rears back, fires, and Jansen takes in the dirt, blocked by Grandal off the chest. Full count.
That was a good take right there from Danny Jansen. You could see him following that baseball all the way in, kind of bending the knees. He's really seeing the baseball well right now.
And he's worked a full count in what's now an 18-pitch inning for the lefty Falter. 1-0 Pirates. Full count, 2 outs. Kiermaier on second. 2 peeks at him, and the payoff pitch. Inside, ball 4. Jansen takes a walk and extends the inning. First and second, 2 outs in this 1-run game. Here comes Vladimir Guerrero Jr. first. A mound visit as Grandal walks out to the mound. He'll be met by pitching coach Oscar Marin.
Well, I can almost guarantee that Bailey Falter did not want to walk Danny Jansen in that situation, especially with Vlad coming up to the plate.
It's been a long inning for Falter, 19 pitches now. He gets a bit of a breather with this meeting. We get a chance to look at the St. Louis Bar and Grill out-of-town scoreboard. Boston has extended its lead over Detroit. A 5th unanswered run for the Red Sox. Coming in the bottom of the 5th inning, Rob Refsnyder, the former Blue Jay, with an RBI double off of Kenta Maeda, getting the start for Detroit, and it's 5-1 Boston, top of the 6th. Still a 1-0 lead for the Rays over the Orioles on the St. Louis Bar and Grill out-of-town scoreboard. That one in the bottom of the 5th in Baltimore, and Ben Rortvedt's RBI single that came in the 2nd is still the difference as Tampa Bay leads. Pittsburgh on top, 1-0 here in Toronto, but the Blue Jays threatening. Jansen on first, Kiermaier on second, 2 down, and the pitch to Vladimir Guerrero Jr. Called strike one, a fastball right on the inside edge.
Vlad shaking his head. He didn't like that call, but that was a great pitch right on the black on that inside part of the plate.
Guerrero still looking for his first time aboard today. 0 for 2, 2 groundouts. The 0-1. Down and in. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Boy, he's locked in right now. Even his takes, he just looks so confident.
Vlad's been on base 50 times safely this month. Second in Major League Baseball to Aaron Judge's 56. 1-1. Called strike. Just nicks the inside part of the zone. That's a perfect pitch from Falter. It's 1-2.
And again, Vlad didn't like that call either. Kind of takes a walk 2 or 3 steps out of the batter's box, but that was another solid pitch right there, just clipping the inside part of that strike zone. That's a pitcher's pitch right there.
Pittsburgh bullpen is up and warming. 1-0 Pirates. 2 down, 2 on, bottom of the 6th. The pitch to Guerrero. Just inside. Just with a 95-mile-an-hour fastball. Falter thought he was done with the inning, but he'll get the ball back and head back on the hill.
Well, a little bit of acting out there from Bailey Falter. Takes a couple steps off the mound, but Vlad knew that ball was just a hair inside.
That was 95 from the lefty Falter. His 2-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Gets Vladdy to chase the high fastball, and that will do it for the 6th. A hit and a walk for the Blue Jays, 2 left on. They still don't have a run. It's 1-0 Pirates through 6th. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
At Crown Rust Control Center, protection runs deep because every Crown Rust Control Center is owned by a local family who cares beyond business. Your Crown Rust Control Center is 100% committed to their product, to you, to their community, which is your community. Protecting you and what matters to you is equally important as protecting your vehicle. Did you know spring's the best time of year to protect your vehicle from rust? For a special spring offer, find your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center at crown.com.
Not tomorrow, not someday. The home improvements begin today. It's game on with Timber Mart. Build that deck, raise that fence, landscape till your property is beautiful. Don't pay for 12 months on the Timber Mart Deferred Payment Program. Your locally owned, completely Canadian hub of building and renovation expertise. Get your Timber Mart credit card at participating locations and pay later. 12 months later. Conditions apply. Ask in store for details or apply at timbermart.ca.
Bring excitement to your landscape with Proven Winners Color Choice Shrubs. These flowering shrubs and evergreens have been trialed and tested by experts to make sure they look better and bloom better, so they're just as easy to care for as what's in your landscape now, but a whole lot more colorful and interesting. Look for Proven Winners Color Choice Shrubs in the distinctive white container at your local garden center, or learn more at provenwinnerscolorchoice.com.
This is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
Bichette powers the ball to left field. Going back, Peralta. It's out of here.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Top of the 7th inning in downtown Toronto, and Jose Berrios, the Blue Jays starter, is back out on the mound. The right-hander has been brilliant so far today, allowing just 1 run on 6 hits, but the Blue Jays trail 1-0. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue. Jose Berrios will look to go through 7 for the 5th time this year. He has 7, 8, 9 in the Pirates order in his way. It starts with the former Blue Jay, Rowdy Tellez. The big lefty slugger in the box, 1 for 2 today. Berrios' pitch. Missed outside, 1-0. Berrios waits, now delivers, and Tellez hammers a ball foul off to the right. 1-1. For Rowdy Tellez, over a 5th of the home runs in his career have been hit at Rogers Center. 1-1. Called strike, and it's 1-2. Now a good handful of that, obviously, as a member of the Toronto Blue Jays. Tellez is going to ask for time and step out of the box. A Blue Jay from 2018 to 2021. But Rowdy back in now, and here's the 1-2. High and tight. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Tellez did come here last year with the Brewers. He came up with a triple during that series that Milwaukee was here. Only the 3rd triple of Rowdy's career. 2-2. Off the end of the bat, foul down the left field line.
Rowdy Tellez with a triple.
He's got 3 of them.
I need to pull that highlight up.
He hit 2 triples in 2021. One as a Blue Jay, one as a Brewer. 2-2 pitch. Outside, ball 3. Action in both bullpens right now. Berrios' day is getting pretty close to done. He's at 91 pitches after that miss to Tellez.
Yeah, in his last start, he only threw 83 pitches.
3-2 offering. Lifted beyond third, headed toward foul territory. Clement crosses the line and makes the catch on the side warning track. 1 out.
That was a great changeup right there from Jose Berrios. Just flipped it right down the middle. You could tell Rowdy Tellez was thinking something hard there, and Jose Berrios snuck in that changeup. Rowdy Tellez with the weak fly ball down the line.
It's been another great start so far for Berrios. Now at 92 pitches, 6 1/3 gone. Pirates up 1-0 on the Blue Jays. The pitch to Yasmani Grandal, called strike. Grandal is 0 for 2, a ground out and a flyout. A 1 outside. Grandal hails from Havana, Cuba, but moved to the U.S. with his family in 1999. Was actually the 12th overall pick by the Reds out of the University of Miami. 1-1. Hit in the air, left center field. Kiermaier ranging over towards Schneider. Calls him off, and Kiermaier will make the catch. 2 down.
Jose Berrios is just so confident right now. You can see him nodding his head after that pitch, after that lazy fly ball to center field. But this start seems eerily like his last start when he got the loss in Detroit. Went 7 innings.
He went 7 and gave up 2 earned runs in that start, and the Blue Jays fell 2-1. Toronto down 1-0, 2 outs, top of the 7th. Ji-hwan Bae is up. First pitch, hit in the air, left field line, and into the seats, deep into the 100 level, 0-1. Berrios has faced tough luck this year. Most guys entering today with a 2.94 ERA would have better than a 5-4 record. The 0-1. Down and in. 1 ball, 1 strike. The 30-year-old righty sets at the belt. And the 1-1 pitch. Hit foul off to the left again, 1-2.
He just threw a changeup at 77 miles an hour on the previous pitch. And you could see him kind of, after he threw that pitch, getting some extension, that air extension. I'm wondering if it was just a missed pitch because his changeup is normally 83, 84, not 77.
And he did just bring the good juice with the fastball, so it doesn't seem like a tired arm. He just threw that fastball at 95. 2 outs, space is empty. The 1-2. Down and in. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Is that going to happen every once in a while, that you just release a pitch kind of funny, release it a little bit wrong?
I don't know. It looked kind of funny, and then after the pitch, he was motioning as to what he should be doing with that changeup.
2-2. Fouled back into the screen. Another fastball. That one at 94, top of the zone.
If I was going to mispitch a changeup, or something off speed, it would probably just I would bounce it. I would choke it off and bounce it. I wouldn't drop 7 miles an hour. That's why when he threw it, I was wondering what was that?
2-2 again. Hit on the ground softly to second, right at IKF. Vacuumed up. Throw on to first in time. And that will do it for the top of the 7th. Jose Berrios has pitched 7 innings of 1-run ball. Can the offense reward him? 1-0 Pirates, middle of the 7th. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
We're 2 men and a truck. So, you're moving to a new home, and all that's left to do is to call a mover you know you can trust. Well, naturally, you think 2 men and a truck, since you know they have lots of men and lots of trucks. They'll wrap, pack, and move everything you want. With a 96% referral rating and the professionalism you can trust, the choice is simple. For a free in-home estimate, call today. We're 2 men and a truck.
2 men and a truck, the movers who care.
At Crown Rust Control, protection runs deep because every Crown Rust Control Center is owned by a local family who cares beyond business. Your Crown Rust Control is 100% committed to their product, to you, to their community, which is your community. Protecting you and what matters to you is equally important as protecting your vehicle. Did you know spring's the best time of year to protect your vehicle from rust? For a special spring offer, find your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center at crown.com.
I am by your side. Got a heart so big, on this you can rely. No mountains too tall for the strong boots to climb. I am by your side.
That was Desjardins Insurance, playing insurance with a heart so big it shows. Tune in for your auto and home coverage at desjardins.com/heart.
At Rogers Center, I'm Ben Schulman. To my left is Chris LaRue. And the Blue Jays, perhaps very happy to see a new pitcher into the game for the Pirates. Bailey Falter's day is done as Colin Holderman takes over for Falter. 6 innings, 2 hits, no runs, 2 walks, 5 strikeouts in an impeccable start. Now the righty, Holderman with the first pitch, and it's called strike 1 against Bichette. Nineteenth appearance of the year for Holderman. An ERA that's about half a run, a whip below 1. A 1. Down and away. Third year for Holderman in the majors. Almost all of it spent with the Pirates. Righty kicks and fires. Bichette swings and misses. At the sweeper down and away, it's 1-2. Holderman did spend the beginning of his major league career with the Mets, traded over to the Pirates in 22. He leads with his sweeper, but throws an upper 90s fastball, and there he throws the fastball and gets a swing and a miss from Bichette, who strikes out to start the inning.
And you can quickly see why he has a .52 ERA during this season. He throws that good slider, the sweeper, and then that sinker right off the plate on the inside part of the plate, tying Bo Bichette up. That thing was nasty.
So now he'll face Justin Turner with 1 out and the bases empty. 1-0 Pirates, bottom 7, and the pitch. Outside, ball 1. That trade for Holderman that sent him from the Mets to the Pirates, well, it sent a guy you might know named Daniel Vogelbach from the Pirates to the Mets when the Mets were looking for some lefty pop in 2022. 1-0. Turner swings and hits it off the handle, down the right field line, foul, 1-1. Cavan Biggio with the iPad right now near the top step for the Blue Jays. You wonder if he factors in as Holderman delivers, and the 1-1 is in the dirt to Turner. 2-1. Could guess that all the lefties are on alert right now, lefty hitters for the Blue Jays, after the lefty starter Falter was relieved by right-handed reliever Colin Holderman. Righty kicks and fires, misses down and away. 3 balls, 1 strike. Perhaps a pinch run opportunity as well for a guy like Biggio. Turner is the DH. He's in control of the count. 3 balls, 1 strikes, 1 out. The pitch. Swing and a bouncer, hit to third. Right at Hayes. The third baseman, Crow Hobson, throws to first. 2 down.
Well, that was a tough 3-1 swing right there. If I'm a hitter and the count is 3-1, you really zone up. You really look for one zone, one pitch. And Justin Turner right there, way out in front of a slider on the outside part of the plate. You can see the disappointment in his face as soon as he hit that baseball, just a weak ground ball to third base.
So that makes it 2 down. Here's George Springer with the bases empty. 1-0 Pirates, the pitch. And that hit him. Got in on that new jersey of George Springer, and he will take a walk down to first base. That's his second time aboard today. And the Blue Jays put the tying run on with 2 outs.
Well, I think the Blue Jays will take that. Any way to get a rally going here. I wouldn't mind seeing George Springer be put in motion. Anything right here.
Blue Jays are going to make one change here. Isaiah Kiner-Falefa was scheduled to hit next, but with the righty in the game and Toronto looking for a big swing, Daniel Vogelbach has come out of the dugout for the Blue Jays and is getting ready to take some swings. That will end the 8-game hit streak of Kiner-Falefa. Vogelbach, donning the new pitch blue jersey, faces the guy who was traded for him 1-for-1 in 2022. Pretty good applause, too, when they announced Daniel Vogelbach. They did put Jose Bautista on the video board at the same time. And I think it was an amalgamation. My mistake, then. Although last time Vogie was here, he had that huge game. Helped the Blue Jays beat the Rays in the finale of that series. 2 outs, runner on first, 1-0 Pirates, bottom of the 7th. Holderman's pitch. Vogelbach swings and drives the ball to center field. Bay going back, spreads out his arms in front of the track. It's over his head and off the wall. Springer around third. He'll score, and it's tied at 1. What in the world happened in center field? Bay was camped, and it dropped 5 feet over his head. RBI double, Daniel Vogelbach. 1-1 game.
Well, Ji-Hwan Bae was camped underneath that ball, and you could see he put both arms out to the side. He had no idea where that baseball was, and it lands about 10 feet behind him right off the wall in center field. If he knows where that baseball is, this inning is over. That is a huge break for the Toronto Blue Jays.
And part of the Blue Jays and the Pirates not hitting so well tonight, this game has gone quick. It's not very dark. It's an awkward dusk sky right now. First pitch to Ernie Clement, called strike 1. Blue Jays have pinch run Kevin Biggio for Daniel Vogelbach. Biggio on second, representing the go-ahead run. 1-1 game, bottom 7. The 0-1 to Clement. Swing and a foul ball off of the end of his bat, and I think right into a microphone. 0-2.
That's also an earned run for Holderman,
which is tough.
That's tough. When you have an ERA of it was .52, and you give up an earned run like that, that is tough to swallow.
Now it's at 1, even. Runner on second, 2 down. The right-on-right pitch. Clement swings and misses, strike 3. That's how the inning ends, but the Blue Jays tie it up. Daniel Vogelbach's pinch hit double with some help from the elements makes it 1-1 after 7. Don't go anywhere. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Hey everybody, I'm former IndyCar driver James Hinchcliffe.
And I'm Indy 500 winner and current IndyCar driver Alexander Rossi. And we're the hosts of Off Track with Hinch and Rossi.
With the Indianapolis 500 officially in the books, we will be bringing every single one of you a plethora of entertaining race-related content, including an in-depth recap of the race, driver breakdowns, and overall thoughts from the greatest spectacle in racing.
So download Off Track now on the all-new SiriusXM app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Wake up! Wake up, everybody!
This is Steve Phillips from the leadoff spot on MLB Network Radio. Join me and former Major League Baseball players Eduardo Perez and Xavier Scruggs as we react to all the latest news and scores across baseball and have plenty of fun along the way.
Steve, you were so right about that.
I don't know if anybody else thinks we're funny, but I think we're funny.
Why are you putting us or we into this?
The leadoff spot, weekdays at 7 a.m. Eastern on MLB Network Radio, Channel 89, and on the SiriusXM app.
It's PGA Championship Week on SiriusXM, and you can hear all the action on PGA Championship Radio.
Brooks Koepka is the winner of the 105th PGA Championship.
We have coverage from Valhalla Golf Club with analysis, player interviews, and play-by-play coverage.
Scotty Scheffler just makes an eagle at the 8th.
Hear the 2024 PGA Championship on PGA Championship Radio, Channel 92 when you're in the car, and on the SiriusXM app.
The Blue Jays are in flight, leading 3-0.
Blue Jays fans, this is Ross Atkins, and you're listening to Blue Jays Baseball on SiriusXM.
Sportsnet Radio Network.
Tie ball game, top of the 8th inning in downtown Toronto. Appreciate you sticking with us. The Blue Jays just knotted it up on Daniel Vogelback's double. And now Chad Green enters the game, looking to keep it at 1-1. Kevin Biggio had pinch run for Vogelback, who had pinch hit for Isaiah Kiner-Falefa, so Biggio remains in the game at second base. Top of the order for the Pirates, Chad Green will start with Andrew McCutchen, who's 2 for 3 today with an RBI single. First pitch is high, 1-0. McCutchen's hit in the 5th inning with 2 outs, scored Nick Gonzalez, and put the Pirates on the board. Blue Jays just tied it up in the bottom of the 7th. 1-0. Outside 2-0. A lot of connections going on right now. Chad Green pitches to his former teammate, Andrew McCutchen, who was a 2018 Yankee second half of the year. And Green's former teammate, Aroldis Chapman, getting loose in right field. 2-0 pitch. Down and in. Ball 3.
It is really strange to think of Andrew McCutchen in any other uniform, especially a Yankee uniform, than the Pittsburgh Pirates.
Philly I can get behind a little. 3-0. Swing and a miss. Huge hack from McCutchen. A guy who hit the 300 homer mark this year. He was looking to add to that total.
Philly's the one that you can...
That's the team we play for most outside of Pittsburgh, I'm saying. Pittsburgh's obviously the jersey I picture him in. 3-1. Hit in the air right field. Springer going back. Calls for it just in front of the track and makes the catch. 1 out.
I personally think Philly is the strangest one. If I was a Pittsburgh Pirates fan, I would be furious.
Well, you can picture him more easily as a San Francisco Giant than
I can't picture him in anything.
Yeah. And he was all of these things. He was a Milwaukee Brewer as well. 1 out, and here's Brian Reynolds to the plate. Blue Jays infield shifting to the opposite way, outfield shifts the opposite way, infield to the pull. Green kicks and fires, and misses downstairs, 1-0. For Green, it's his 9th appearance of the season, second time since coming off the IL. Pitched a scoreless inning against the White Sox on the 28th. 1-0. Bounce foul, 1-1. Fastball there at 95. It looked to us, at least in his last outing, Chris, like he really hadn't missed a beat.
Yeah, I mean, he looks great so far, other than falling behind Andrew McCutchen. He's really getting through that fastball. The breaking ball looks to be pretty tight.
1-1. Swing and a pop-up. Left side of the diamond. Clement ranging over near the third base bag. Creeps into the infield turf, makes the catch. 2 down.
Well, Ji-Hwan Bae didn't see that baseball in the last inning, and I couldn't see where that pop fly was right there. I lost it in the sky. The sky is a weird color right now.
Yeah, as it turns from day to night, it's almost more difficult than if the sun were to be perched right over the ballpark. Connor Joe will hit right now for the Pirates, 0 for 3 today. Green kicks and delivers. Joe foul tips it off the glove of Jansen, 0-1. Should mention the line of Jose Berrios, who with the Blue Jays run in the 7th at least got off the hook for the loss. He went 7 innings today, 6 hits allowed, all of them singles. 1 run, did not walk a batter, and struck out 5. 5th time this year for Berrios in 12 starts that he's completed 7 innings. 0-1. Downstairs, 1 ball, 1 strike.
Well, he was incredible today. I said before the broadcast that he really hasn't put everything together. Generally, each start he's had a really great one pitch, whether it be the sinker, whether it be the sweeper. But today it seemed like he put everything together.
1-1 pitch is hammered to left center field. Kiermaier sprinting back onto the track, leaps at the wall, makes the catch, and Connor Joe is retired. He rocked the ball to left center, but Kiermaier got under it, and that will do it for the top of the 8th. 1-2-3 for Chad Green. The Blue Jays look to jump in front in this 1-1 game when we come back. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Which Looney Dogger are you? The fork and knifer, splatterer, condiment queen, or Big Dipper? This season at Rogers Center, every Tuesday home game is Looney Dogs Night, presented by Schneider's. You will have the opportunity to purchase $1 hot dogs from various concession stands around the stadium. Then show the world your Looney Dog style. Because whether you're the mustard maven or ketchup king, no Blue Jays game is complete without hot dogs. So don't miss out on this deal. Looney Dogs Night, presented by Schneider's, every Tuesday home game.
Hi, I'm Buck Martinez, live from the showdown between pizza, and inflation. First to the plate, with over 2 million sold, it's Fixed Rate Pizza, a hot and fresh extra-large 4-topping pizza for a fixed price of $17.99 until the end of 2024. Here's the delivery. And inflation strikes out. That's a swing and a drive for Fixed Rate Pizza. Lock in yours today.
Order pizza.ca. The hardest work should lead to the best quality of life. If you're a skilled trades worker, you might not be feeling that way right now. But in Alberta, skilled trades workers can earn more, save more, and live more with better wages and a lower cost of living. Visit albertaiscalling.ca to learn more about the $5,000 moving bonus for the first 2,000 skilled trades workers who move to Alberta, stay for a year, and successfully apply. A message from the Government of Alberta.
This is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
He rocks the ball to left field. The Blue Jays have gone back-to-back.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
This copyrighted broadcast is presented by authority of Rogers Blue Jays Baseball Partnership and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of Rogers Blue Jays Baseball Partnership and the Sportsnet Radio Network. Welcome back to downtown Toronto. Bottom of the 8th inning, 1-1 in this series opener, Pittsburgh and Toronto. And the Pirates go to the bullpen. It'll be Aroldis Chapman taking the mound for Pittsburgh, the longtime Red and Yankee in his first year with the Pirates, making appearance 25 of the season. 4.91 ERA for Chapman in 18 1/3. He struck out 33, but walked 21 in that time. He does start with a left-on-left matchup. Kevin Kiermaier leads off for the Blue Jays. Chapman from the third base side of the rubber. Kicks and delivers. First pitch was the slider for strike one.
He's always been known to be a little bit erratic with his pitches, but 21 walks in just 18 1/3. That is not going to get it done if you're the Pittsburgh Pirates.
Chapman's 0-1. Called strike two. Back-to-back sliders for the lefty who throws 97 miles an hour on average this year. That's almost 2 miles an hour down from what he averaged last year, splitting the year between Kansas City and the World Series champion Texas Rangers. 0-2. Check swing. Fastball was high at 98.
I'll tell you what, he might be walking a lot of guys, but he is jacked.
He always has been. I mean, this is a guy who's thrown the hardest pitch in Major League Baseball history, 105.1 in 2010. 1-2. Up and in, and that is not fun for Kiermaier, who backpedals way out of the way of 96. 2-2.
Well, it's already an uncomfortable AB facing a guy that throws upper 90s. He's left-handed. Kiermaier's left-handed, but we don't really know where Chapman's throwing the ball either.
2-2. Swing and a fly ball right field. Joe stops and now creeps in from the warning track to make the catch in medium depth right. One out. Check out the Vladimir Guerrero Jr. City Connect bobblehead giveaway being given out on Monday, June 3rd. Be one of the first 15,000 fans to the ballpark, and you can get your hands on this exclusive giveaway with Vladdy wearing the brand new City Connect jersey and a light-up Toronto skyline. Head to BlueJays.com/CityWeek to get your tickets. 1 out, 1-1 game, bottom 8. The pitch to Davis Schneider. Chapman misses down and in, 1-0. Aroldis Chapman had a big bounce-back year last year, split between the Royals and Rangers. Signed this year with the Pirates on a 1-year, $10.5 million deal. 1-0. Outside. For the Pirates, a team that, kind of famously does not spend a ton of money, that $10.5 million that they'll pay Chapman this year is the second most on average that they'll pay anyone this year. Brian Reynolds' contract holds an average of 13. 2-0. Called strike, 2-1.
Aroldis Chapman had 103 strikeouts last year in just 58 and a third innings.
I mean, that's ridiculous. Like, it's absolutely
that is
ridiculous.
absurd.
And he was still about averaging 100 last year. 2-1. Called strike. Buckles Schneider with a splitter, and it's 2-2.
I truly believe if you just stood there in the batter's box with the bat on your shoulder, he would end up walking you. It's tough to do, though. You can't do that.
It is hard to do. 1 out, base is empty. The 2-2 pitch. Sailed to the backstop.
And right on cue.
And the fans letting him know. I mean, Chapman has seen the Blue Jays plenty in his career, especially for the long time that he closed for the Yankees. And they certainly let him know how they felt about that pitch. Left-hander in the set, glove beyond his left ear. He kicks and releases. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Schneider chases the splitter below the zone, and there are 2 down.
Well, the reason why Chapman throws or walks so many guys is just there's so much going on with his delivery. It's not a very repeatable delivery. You see guys with the simple ones that have a really low walk rate. Aroldis Chapman is just not that guy. There's a ton going on.
He's gotten 2 quick outs, though. Here's Danny Jansen, the pitch. High ball 1. I mean, everything is unconventional about Chapman. He defected from Cuba in 2009, signed with the Reds in 2010, and just pitched in the majors that year at 22 years old. 1-0. Called strike. Became the Reds closer in 2012, and from 2012 to 2021, he had 30 saves or more in every year, but 17 when he was hurt a little bit, and 2020, of course. 1-1 in the dirt. 2 balls, 1 strike. Struggled in 2022, got injured. Clay Holmes took his job. There was some weird stuff like a tattoo infection cost some time. Ended up moving on to KC last year where he put it back together. 2-1. Swing and a miss. Ugly hack from Jansen on the splitter. 2 balls and 2 strikes with 2 outs and the bases empty.
I tell you what, for a guy that walks over 1 per 1, he looks pretty good right now.
He is looking pretty good. Pitch away from ending a 1-2-3 inning. The lefty kicks and deals. Inside, full count. Jansen bouncing out of the way. Have that 98-mile-per-hour fastball on the hands. Trying to pass the baton to Vladimir Guerrero Jr. on deck. 1-1 game, bottom 8. Bases empty with 2 down. The payoff pitch. Inside and low, ball 4. Jansen flips away the bat, takes off all the hand and shin guards, and jogs down to first. He represents the go-ahead run with 2 outs. He's on first in the bottom of the 8th.
Well, this is the matchup I would pay big money to see right here. Power versus power. Aroldis Chapman versus Vladimir Guerrero Jr.
Chapman taking a quick walk around the rubber. He's got limited time on the pitch clock. Steps on with 4 seconds to go. Kicks and now delivers, and Vladdy will take upstairs. Ball 1. These two have seen each other 7 times. Guerrero 2 for 7, homered off him in 2021. A look at first at Jansen, and the 1-0. Inside, ball 2. Jansen taking some steps off first, held on halfway by Tellez, who plays a step or two off the baseline. The pitch. Inside, ball 3. Guerrero really hasn't gotten anything to hit in 3 pitches to start this plate appearance.
And even though Bo Bichette's on deck, I think I give Vlad the green light here. Aroldis Chapman does not want to walk Vlad, and I think he's going to throw him something down the middle.
3-0 pitch. High ball 4, pops out of the glove of the catcher Grandal. Jansen will run with some urgency up to second, but wait there. Guerrero down to first, and after 2 Chapman walks, a single could give the Blue Jays the lead. But first, it's going to be a visit from pitching coach Oscar Marin.
And you can see Aroldis Chapman really trying to place that baseball. It's hard to throw strikes when you're trying to place that baseball. When you're free and easy and just throwing the baseball naturally, that's when you throw your best pitches, when you throw your most strikes. And Aroldis Chapman is all in his head right now. Really doesn't really have any idea where the ball is going. And you can tell 2 pitches now to the backstop.
Pittsburgh is starting to look past Chapman potentially in this inning. Hunter Stratton is getting loose. He was up earlier in the 6th inning when the Blue Jays were threatening against Bailey Falter, but ended up sitting back down. Now he's up again, but Chapman's still on the mound, wiping some sweat off his face. You can see the sweat glistening off of the lefty right now, who after getting 2 pretty quick outs has walked the last 2 batters. 1-1 game, bottom of the 8th. Bo Bichette 0 for 3 today with 2 strikeouts, could tie the game single. Chapman looks at first, then second, then the plate, the pitch. Swing and a hot shot foul down the left field line and into the seats. 0-1.
Well, that was a slider right down the middle, and Bo Bichette did not miss it. Hitting it way foul, way out in front of that pitch, but that was a good swing right there.
Middle in against Bichette. Just turned on it a bit too much. Now the 0-1. Swing and a miss. Out in front of the slider again, it's 0-2.
That was the old slide step slider. It's always fun to throw a slide step in there. The hitter thinks you're throwing a fastball, and then you throw a little wrinkle in there.
Let's go, Bo chants at Rogers Center. 2 on, 2 out. The 0-2 is lined to right center field. Joe is charging in, slides and makes the catch. Connor Joe with a nice play out in right, stops a potential go-ahead base hit for Bichette. The Blue Jays leave 2 on in the 8th and will go to the 9th in a 1-1 tie. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
All the girl groups.
I'll tell you what I want, what I really, really want.
All the grunge.
The Britney. The Biggie. The boy bands.
All that and MTV VJ Downtown Julie Brown.
Also singer-songwriter Lisa Loeb.
You're probably going to get up and dance. You might even make up some fake lyrics.
90s on 9.
All that.
Bag of chips not included.
Channel 9 and the all-new Sirius XM app.
Are you regretting eating that gas station hot dog? Yeah, we know. We've been there too. This is a message for baseball fans like you. Did you know that you get a channel that's talking baseball 24/7 as part of your Sirius XM subscription?
What?
Our lineup includes shows hosted by former big leaguers and executives. Plus, you'll hear from 17 managers each week. MLB Network Radio is on Sirius XM Channel 89, or just search MLB Network Radio on the SXM app. Sirius XM Sports. We're more than just a game.
Each night after the horn sounds, NBA Radio has you covered with the best analysis of all the games.
When healthy, they check a lot of boxes.
We'll break down the playoff action.
Tatum saw it coming, picked it off, drives in, and throws it down with 2 hands.
And take you inside the locker room to hear from the players and coaches.
It seemed like we had a lot of guys that were getting banged up, but we were able to get the job done.
Hear the NBA Radio Playoffs postgame show every night throughout the postseason on NBA Radio Channel 86 and the all-new SiriusXM app.
24/7, 365 coverage of all things NASCAR. All things NASCAR happens exclusively on SiriusXM NASCAR Radio, Channel 90.
Network.
Ninth inning in Toronto, and we are still searching for someone to take hold of this game. 1-1 is the score. Pittsburgh and Toronto, the Blue Jays, with a run to tie up the Pirates in the 7th. Good relief pitching from Chad Green and Aroldis Chapman on both sides in the 8th. And now Jimmy Garcia enters for the Blue Jays to try to hold it at 1-1 in the 9th. Welcome to the Timber Mart broadcast booth. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue. 6'7" shortstop O'Neal Cruz leads off. The pitch. Outside with a breaking ball, 1-0. Garcia making his 21st appearance of the year, a 129 earned run average in 21 innings. 1-0. Called strike. Dropped the breaking ball on the bottom and outer corner of the zone to even up the count. The pitch. Stroke to the left side, foul off the top of the netting and down on the side warning track, 1-2.
And he has yet to throw a fastball to O'Neal Cruz. 2 sliders and then an elevated changeup there.
One-two. High fastball, but a little bit too high even for the 6'7" Cruz. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Yeah, it has to look like a hittable pitch out of the hand. That one was nowhere near the strike zone. O'Neal Cruz just watches it go by.
2-2. Down and in, ball 3. Cruz with a ground out to short and a pair of flyouts to left field. Payoff pitch. Down and in, ball 4. Garcia walks the leadoff hitter. Only his 7th walk in 21 innings this year, and only his 4th. That wasn't an intentional walk.
Well, I think he was nibbling just a little bit too much. In those 6 pitches, he only threw 1 fastball, 4 sliders, a changeup, and then that fastball. That's rule number 1. You're in a tie ball game, late in a ball game like that, you don't want to walk the leadoff hitter.
Now Brian Hayes is up. First pitch outside, 1-0. Cruz is a threat to run over at first. He's stolen 4 bases this year. Takes a couple long strides off first. Guerrero beside him. 1-0. Hayes hits it off the handle to center field, backing up Kiermaier, who stops in front of the track, makes a 2-handed catch. There's 1 out. Over in right field, David Bednar is getting loose. The Pittsburgh closer in this 1-1 game, top of the 9th. Runner on first, 1 out, and Nick Gonzalez is up 2 for 3 with a run scored. Gonzalez has boosted his average to .328 in his 19 games now. The pitch. Swing and a miss. Way late on 97, up and in. 0-1.
Yeah, Jimmy Garcia missed his spot there, but it was still a very good pitch. One of those riding sinkers up at the hands of Gonzalez.
Garcia sets, glove at his belt, peeking over his left shoulder at Cruz. He turns and throws to first, and Cruz gets back. Vlad is 6'2", and he looks about 5'8" beside O'Neal Cruz. Cruz ahead above him, takes his lead. The 0-1. Swing and a fly ball foul off to the right. 0-2.
If I'm Jimmy Garcia, I'm not messing around. I'm staying hard here, throwing something at the top of the strike zone, maybe elevated above that strike zone. See if you can get Gonzalez to swing through it.
Gonzalez asks for time, granted by Tripp Gibson, the home plate ump. Adjusts his batting gloves, grabs on the helmet, and steps back in. No balls, 2 strikes, 1 out, a runner on first. Garcia looking at first, now looks to the plate, kicks and delivers. Outside, went with a slider high and away. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Cruz in conversation with Tarek Brock, the first base coach for the Pirates. A lot of dancing over at first by O'Neal Cruz. 1-2. He fakes taking off, pitches outside, throw back to first, not in time. Guerrero picked it, thought he tagged him out, and he is pointing defiantly at the third base dugout of the Blue Jays. He wants a challenge. He thinks that Jansen just backpicked O'Neill Cruz. And they are going to challenge the play.
Well, it wasn't a great throw from Danny Jansen. He one-hopped Vlad over there at first base. But Vlad picks that baseball and comes back with a good tag right on the head of O'Neill Cruz. I don't know. That's a close play. I think he's out.
I tend to agree with you. There's a bit of a cloud of dirt, though, as he's sliding in. It's hard for me to know definitively right now. The call on the field is safe, and that's the most important thing. They need to know 100% that Vlad got Cruz before his hand got into the bag, or they can't overturn it. Just to recap, Cruz with a huge secondary, kind of bluffed a steal, and then was just halfway in between first and second, and really is lucky this was even a close play.
And the thing that I'm thinking as well is Cruz has long arms, and if Vlad's tagging him on the head, on the helmet, you have to think that he has a chance to get those arms on first base before the tag is applied.
After you, the call's been overturned. The runner's out. The runner will take the challenge.
So a huge gap from Cruz there, representing the go-ahead run with one out. He's picked off by the bouncing throw of Jansen. Guerrero with the tag, and that's a big boost to Garcia, who now has nobody aboard, 2 outs, and a 2-2 count on Nick Gonzalez. A little point from Jansen to Vlad, and Vlad back to Jansen, and now they're ready to go with the 2-2 pitch. Garcia kicks and delivers. Fouled into the screen behind home plate. Cruz is a young player, but I cannot imagine Derek Shelton is very happy with what just went on.
It's one thing to get thrown out trying to steal second, but it's another to get thrown out, picked off at first base.
2-2 again. Lifted to shallow right center. Biggio, the second baseman, on the right center field turf. Camped makes the catch, and that'll do it for the top of the 9th inning. 1-1 is the score. The Blue Jays try to walk it off next. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Hi, I'm Buck Martinez, live from the showdown between Pizza and inflation. First to the plate, Pizza's big hitter, fixed rate pizza. An extra large 4-topping pizza for a fixed price of $17.99 until the end of 2024. I dare say, folks, inflation stands no chance against this all-star. Here's the delivery. And inflation strikes out. That's a swing and a drive for fixed rate pizza. Lock in yours today.
Order pizza.ca.
Bring excitement to your landscape with Proven Winners Color Choice shrubs. These flowering shrubs and evergreens have been trialed and tested by experts to make sure they look better and bloom better. So they're just as easy to care for as what's in your landscape now, but a whole lot more colorful and interesting. Look for Proven Winners Color Choice shrubs in the distinctive white container at your local garden center, or learn more at provenwinnerscolorchoice.com.
This is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
Strike 3. Kevin Gausman strikes out the side.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Welcome back to Blue Jays Baseball. Show Ali with you at Baseball Control. I'm in our downtown Toronto studios. The Jays and Pirates tied at 1 as we head to the bottom of the 9th inning at the Rogers Center. Don't forget, we do have Jays Talk tonight. Blair and Barker have the post-game show. They will take your calls. Jeff will throw out the numbers for you to call after the final out, and he is down at the Dome. Blue Jays Baseball is brought to you by Crown Rust Protection. Jays and Pirates tied at 1 as we head to the bottom of the 9th inning at the Rogers Center. Here's Ben Schulman and Chris LaRue.
Thank you very much, Joe. The closer is into the game for the Pirates. David Bednar getting loose right now for Pittsburgh on the Rogers Center mound. Bednar about to make his 26th appearance of the season. It's a 1-1 game. Bednar with a 6.5 ERA is not looking for a save, but rather to push this to extra innings. And Justin Turner, who leads off for the Blue Jays, is looking to provide Toronto with their first walk-off win of the season. Blue Jays' lone run today in this 1-1 game came off the bullpen, a bit fortunate in a ball that got lost in the sky, an awkward sky, by Ji-Hwan Bae out in center. First pitch to Turner from Bednar, huge cut and a miss, 0-1.
Even though Bednar has that elevated ERA in his last 7 games, he's actually pitching quite well, only has a 1.42 ERA in those games.
0-1. Outside, 1 ball, 1 strike. He had a really bumpy start to the year, but a guy who's been an all-star multiple times, Bednar, has got it in control recently. The righty kicks and offers. Called strike with a fastball, 97 at the knees, 1-2. Bednar leads with his 97 on average fastball, has a curveball in the high 70s, will use a splitter in the low 90s, often against left-handed hitters. Right on right pitch to Justin Turner. Fouled off the handle. He stays alive, still at 1-2.
Good job staying alive right there. That was a tough fastball, 98, right on the inside black. Justin Turner gets the bat to it and fouls it straight back.
Turner hitless today in 3 tries. Bednar sets. And the 1-2. Down and away. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Part of the early struggles for Bednar were due to his lack of spring. Pitched only 2 innings in the spring, was dealing with a lat strain. Had an ERA of almost a dozen in March, April after that. 2-2. Swing and a soft roller, third base side, foul. Turner started running but never dropped the bat. He'll head back to the righty box.
Well, Turner swings at strike 3 right there.
Ball 3.
Ball 3.
You were all around it.
But good job protecting nonetheless.
Turner close to the plate but leaning back. Faces a 2-2. Swing and a drive left field. Reynolds on the run toward the corner. That one hops into the wall. Turner around first, headed to second. Throw from Reynolds. Not in time. It's a leadoff double for Justin Turner, who's clapping on his knees over at second base. 10th double of the year for Turner, and he caught all of that splitter on the outside edge.
Well, he was a little bit out in front, but he's able to get the barrel to it, hit it off that wall in left field. Good job sprinting around first base. I wasn't sure if he was going to get into second base or not, but he goes diving head first for the leadoff double.
George Springer at the plate in the pitch. Hit foul, 0-1. Interesting, the Blue Jays have decided not to call on Dalton Varsho to pinch run at second base for what would be the winning run. It's Turner still at second, nobody out. Infield about halfway in, and the 0-1. Called strike 2. Springer scored the lone Blue Jays run. Came back in the 7th inning after he was hit by a pitch with 2 outs. He came around to score on the Vogelback pinch hit double. 0-2. Swing and a pop-up hit behind the plate, foul out of play.
Ji-Hwan Bae in center field is way in, probably about 7 or 8 steps, trying to protect from that little looping base hit.
Would also potentially limit Turner's ability to advance if a fly ball was hit in his direction. I think the hit the biggest priority. 0-2. Hit up the middle, off the glove of the pitcher. Turner remains at second. It's picked up by Gonzalez at second, who throws over to first. 1 down.
Good piece of base running right there from Justin Turner. He knew that if he went to third base, Gonzalez would have thrown him out. He goes right back to second base. Now you have 1 out. You're still in scoring position and a left-handed hitter coming to the plate.
Kevin Biggio is up for the Blue Jays. His first time hitting today. Biggio was a pinch runner for Daniel Vogelback in the 7th. Winning run on second and Turner, 1 out. Bednar kicks and delivers. Called strike one with a fastball. Last walk-off win for the Blue Jays came on September 17th, 2023. They walked off 2 days in a row against Boston. 0-1. Swing and a line drive foul, 0-2. In that most recent walk-off win against the Red Sox, it was Biggio who scored to win the game. He singled in the ninth, and Matt Chapman hit a triple that brought him in. Biggio trying to knock in Turner now to win the game. With 1 out, a look back at second by Bednar, and the 0-2. Called strike three, 97 at the knees. 2 down.
Yeah, that's a tough pitch right there, right at the bottom of the strike zone. You still don't really want to take that pitch. It's too close to take, but that's nasty right there. 97 right on the bottom of that zone for strike two. Sorry, for out two.
Blue Jays in danger of stranding the leadoff double in this 1-1 game, bottom of the ninth. With 2 outs, the pitch to Ernie Clement. Hit foul in the air off to the right, 0-1. The Blue Jays don't have a walk-off this year, but perhaps Clement was the closest to delivering. If you go back to the first home series of the season, Game 3 against Seattle, in the bottom of the ninth inning, he looped a ball to shallow right field, and it was caught on the run by Polanco, the second baseman. 0-1 is hit foul by Clement, 0-2. If that had dropped instead of the over-the-shoulder catch, the Blue Jays would have won. Toronto went on to lose 6-1 in extras. Clement asks for time, takes a walk, now back in the box. Turner representing the winning run on second. 1-1 game, bottom 9. With 2 outs, the 0-2 pitch from Bednar. Swing and a pop-up, left side of the diamond. Cruz under it at short, makes the catch, and we'll have free baseball in Toronto. The Blue Jays strand the leadoff double of Turner, and we go to the 10th. It's 1-1 at Rogers Center. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Bring it in, Canada. When it comes to small business, Desjardins is a big fan. And not just the hop-on-the-bandwagon fan. We're the in-it-for-the-long-haul fan. The fan that's been there from the start. That's why Desjardins awarded 150 entrepreneurs with Good Spark grants worth $20,000 each. Because like any fan, there's nothing we love more than celebrating a goal!
See how Desjardins is cheering on small business at goodsparkgrants.ca.
Not tomorrow, not someday. The home improvements begin today. It's game on with Timber Mart. Build that deck, raise that fence, landscape till your property is beautiful. Don't pay for 12 months on the Timber Mart deferred payment program. Your locally owned, completely Canadian hub of building and renovation expertise. Get your Timber Mart credit card at participating locations and pay later. 12 months later. Conditions apply. Ask in store for details or apply at timbermart.ca.
I give you the world, but there's other planets too.
Hola, soy Vladimir Guerrero Jr. Está escuchando a Toronto Blue Jays Baseball en la radio de Sportsnet.
Welcome back to Blue Jays Baseball. Show Ali with you at Baseball Control. Jays and Pirates tied at 1 as we head to the top of the 10th inning. Extras at the Rogers Center. A quick check of the St. Louis Bar and Grill out-of-town scoreboard. Stanley Cup playoff action. Game 5 of the Western Conference Finals on right now. Edmonton leads Dallas 2-0. Just 90 seconds into the second period. You can watch that game on Sportsnet and the CBC. Blue Jays Baseball brought to you by Crown Rust Protection. Extra innings at the Rogers Center. Jays and Pirates tied at 1. Here's Ben Schulman and Chris LaRue.
Thank you very much, Joe. In the top of the 10th inning, the Blue Jays will go to Nate Pearson, the right-hander. Just finished his warm-up pitches. He'll face the bottom of the order for the Pirates, starting with the number 7 hitter and first baseman, Rowdy Tellez. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue. This is the 4th Blue Jays pitcher tonight. They've used Jose Berrios as the starter, Chad Green, Jimmy Garcia, and now Nate Pearson. Nick Gonzalez starts on second in the 10th. First pitch is popped up. Foul territory. Third base side. Clement under it. One pitch and one out for Pearson.
That's a good pitch right there. A slider on the outside part of the plate. I've mentioned a lot this season that in these big situations, Nate Pearson tends to let the game speed up on him, but that first pitch right there was free and easy. A good pitch down in the zone, and Rowdy Tellez just pops it up for out number one.
Now it's Pearson against Yasmani Grandal. The pitch. Swing and a bouncer, foul, 0-1. For Pearson, it's his 23rd appearance of the year, 4.5 ERA. 0-1 is lifted, middle of the diamond. It's going to be Bo Bichette on the infield turf making the catch, and there are 2 quick outs for Nate Pearson.
Another perfectly executed pitch, a fastball at the top of the strike zone. It looks very hittable, but at 98 miles an hour, you got to have a very quick bat to get to it, and Yasmani Grandal just pops it up.
So now Pearson's going to face Ji-Hwan Bae with 2 outs and a runner on second. 1-1, top of the 10th. The pitch. Hit foul off to the left, 0-1. While Pearson still has one crucial out here, I think I can admit both of us were at least wondering a little bit, why wouldn't Jordan Romano come into this game? You don't have a save situation as the home team in extras. But so far, it's looking like a really good decision. 0-1 pitch is bounced to the backstop. Gonzalez takes off and gets third, 1-1.
And now Danny Jansen becomes very important. You got to be a wall back there with that go-ahead run at third base.
Bounced the breaking ball a little bit too literally at the back foot of Ji-Hwan Bae, who jumped out of the way. Now the go-ahead run 90 feet away. Third baseman Clement plays in, everyone else back. Right on left pitch. Swing and a miss. 98 near the top of the zone. It's 1-2.
But yeah, you're right about Jordan Romano. Normally in a tie ball game, extra innings, if you're at home, the closer would come in, keep the game tied, and then you go on to win it in the bottom of the inning.
Blue Jays trying to do that with Pearson with 2 outs is 1-2. Fouled back below our feet and off to the left.
And I said in extra innings, but even in the 9th inning, normally that would be the case.
And Toronto has kind of been an inning ahead of Pittsburgh with the fact Berrios went 7 today and Falter went 6. Pittsburgh's already used its closer, Bednar. 1-2. Called strike 3. Pearson spins off the mound with a scream. He just dropped the curveball on Ji-Hwan Bae and ends us scoreless, top of the 10th. Kiermaier, Schneider, Jansen when we return. 1-1, bottom of the 10th next. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Bring it in, Canada. When it comes to small business, Desjardins is a big fan. And not just the hop-on-the-bandwagon fan. We're the in-it-for-the-long-haul fan. The fan that's been there from the start. That's why Desjardins awarded 150 entrepreneurs with Good Spark grants worth $20,000 each. Because like any fan, there's nothing we love more than celebrating a goal!
See how Desjardins is cheering on small business at goodsparkgrants.ca.
Not tomorrow, not someday. The home improvements begin today. It's game on with Timber Mart. Build that deck, raise that fence, landscape till your property is beautiful. Don't pay for 12 months on the Timber Mart deferred payment program. Your locally owned, completely Canadian hub of building and renovation expertise. Get your Timber Mart credit card at participating locations and pay later. 12 months later. Conditions apply. Ask in store for details or apply at timbermart.ca.
This is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
He's at the track, at the wall. He leads, and he made the catch.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Welcome back to Blue Jays Baseball. Show Ali with you. Jason Pirates tied at 1 as we head to the bottom of the 10th inning. Extras continuing at the Rogers Center. Don't forget, we do have Jays Talk this evening. Blair and Barker have the post-game show. They will take your calls. Jeff will throw out the numbers for you to call after the final out. He is down at the Rogers Center. Still another quick check of the St. Louis Bar and Grill out-of-town scoreboard. Game 5 of the West Finals in the Stanley Cup playoffs. Edmonton now leading Dallas 3-0 in the second period. Watch that game on Sportsnet. Blue Jays Baseball brought to you by Crown Rust Protection. Jays and Pirates tied at 1.
Hey, baseball fans. Thanks for being here for another Toronto Blue Jays game. Make sure you guys hit that subscribe button. You see that 25K up there? The push is on for 25,000 subscribers. The growth we've seen over this past 6 to 7 months has been absolutely insane, and all the credit goes to you. I just provide the platform. You guys are in the chat, blowing it up, making it happen. Thank you all for doing that, game in and game out. Let's keep it up, and if you're new, jump in. Hit that subscribe button, and let's get on the road to 25K, and let's get it done before the dog days of summer start in baseball. Cheers, everybody. We'll see you in the chat.
In. And the first pitch, Kiermaier shows bunt and fouls it off. Might have hit it off his own foot. He's skipping down the first baseline. 0-1. It was a bit of a late show, if that's a straight sacrifice. Kiermaier tipped it off his leg.
Yeah, I think Kiermaier needs to remember that he's giving himself up here. It's not a base hit. He is not trying to get on base. He's trying to move Ernie Clement to third base, and it looked like he was a little bit in between with that bunt attempt.
Third baseman Hayes is playing in and right on the line. A little bit further back is Tellez at first. The 0-1, bunt shown again, and he'll take outside. 1 ball and 1 strike.
That was a little better there. It looked like he was sacrificing as opposed to trying to get on base.
Clement is the winning run on second. Davis Schneider on deck. The 1-1. Kiermaier shows bunt and pulls it back again. It's high, and it's 2-1.
I tell you what, it is tough to sacrifice against good pitching. Guys that throw hard, that have good off-speed stuff, it is hard to get down a bunt.
Kiermaier trying to sacrifice here against Hunter Stratton. 2-1 pitch, bunt shown, and it's put down fair up the third baseline. Fielded by Hayes, throw on to first in time, but Kiermaier advances Clement from second to third. A well-worked sacrifice, and Davis Schneider just has to move Ernie Clement 90 feet to win the Blue Jays the game.
And that bunt right there was executed to perfection. With a guy on second base, you want to bunt that ball to the third base side. You want the third baseman to come and field that baseball so there's no chance of being thrown out at third base. Kevin Kiermaier, that was a professional bunt right there.
Infield in, outfield moving in as well. Clement on third. The pitch to Schneider outside. 1-0. Davis Schneider is 0 for 4 tonight. 2 flyouts. But he has 10 RBIs in his last 8. 1 more RBI would win it for the Blue Jays. The pitch. Foul tipped into the glove, 1-1.
Davis Schneider just got a little bit too big there. The only thing he's trying to do is get a base hit here, hit something hard in the air. You're not trying to go big fly here.
A lot of speed on third in Clement. The 1-1. Check swing, pitch was high, appeal to first, no swing, says Charlie Ramos. And now, Schneider's ahead 2-1. A deep breath from the right-hander, Hunter Stratton. Sets at his belt. Twists and delivers. Foul tip off the glove of Grandal. It rolls off to the right. It's 2-2. New baseball for the righties, so Schneider steps out of the box, now back in. Pounds his barrel into the plate once. 1 out and a runner on third, 1-1, bottom 10. The 2-2 to Schneider. Swing and a foul back into the screen. Elevated fastball, but he tipped it to remain at the plate.
That was a great job, just getting a little bit of that baseball. That was a tough pitch. from Stratton at the top of the zone, elevated above that strike zone. And Davis Schneider, as we know, has a tough time with that pitch, and he just gets a piece of it.
The 2-2 again. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Late swing on the slider. Schneider goes down, and now the Blue Jays need Danny Jansen to reach base safely if they're going to win the game.
Yeah, you can tell Davis Schneider was thinking something hard right there. He was way out in front of that slider from Stratton. That's a tough out right there for the Blue Jays.
Infield and outfield backs up. Runner on third, 2 down, 1-1 bottom 10. Stratton's pitch to Jansen. Bounce to the left side, fielded by Hayes. He turns his feet, throws to first, and ends the inning. The Blue Jays get the winning run over to third with 1 out, but leave Ernie Clement there, and we will go to the 11th at Rogers Center. 1-1's the score. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Hi, I'm Buck Martinez, live from the showdown between Pizza and inflation. First to the plate, Pizza's big hitter, fixed rate pizza. An extra large 4-topping pizza for a fixed price of $17.99 until the end of 2024. I dare say, folks, inflation stands no chance against this all-star. Here's the delivery. And inflation strikes out. That's a swing and a drive for fixed rate pizza. Lock in yours today.
Order pizza.ca.
Bring excitement to your landscape with Proven Winners Color Choice shrubs. These flowering shrubs and evergreens have been trialed and tested by experts to make sure they look better and bloom better. So they're just as easy to care for as what's in your landscape now, but a whole lot more colorful and interesting. Look for Proven Winners Color Choice shrubs in the distinctive white container at your local garden center, or learn more at provenwinnerscolorchoice.com.
This is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
He delivers a 3-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Welcome back to Blue Jays Baseball. Show Alley with you at Baseball Control. Jays and Pirates tied at 1 as we head to the top of the 11th inning at the Rogers Center. Quick check of the St. Louis Bar and Grill out-of-town scoreboard. The Bison's game tonight was canceled after 6+ innings following a scary incident with catcher Peyton Henry being hit in the head by a follow-through on a backswing. But good news, the Bisons have said he is alert and responsive at a local hospital. We do still wish all the best for Peyton as he recovers. Blue Jays Baseball brought to you tonight by Crown Rust Protection. Jays and Pirates tied at 1 as we head to the top of the 11th inning at the Rogers Center. Here's Ben Schulman and Chris LaRue with the call.
Thank you very much, Joe. The Blue Jays are going to ask for a second inning out of Nate Pearson. He pitched a scoreless top of the 10th inning. And now he'll start the 11th against the top of the order. Ji-Hwan Bae starts on second base, and Andrew McCutchen's at the plate. Pearson looks out at Bae, pitches to McCutchen, swing and a miss on a slider, 0-1. On the last road trip, Chris, we did really see him lean into that slider. Here's the 0-1. Bounced it. Good sliding block by Jansen to his right.
That was a great job from Danny Jansen right there, sliding way to his right, keeping that runner at second base. Keep in mind, that's a big run out there at second.
1-1 game, top of the 11th. McCutchen knocked in the lone Pirates run today, a single in the 5th. Toronto got some luck on a Daniel Vogelbach pinch hit double in the 7th. 1-1. Swing and a miss. McCutchen out in front of that slider again, and it's 1-2. Pearson used only 8 pitches through his scoreless 10th. A look at second. The 1-2 is bounced to the left side. Bae takes off. It's fielded at third by Clement. His only play is over to first. And there's one down. An aggressive play by Bae, but trusting his high speed, he moves up 90 feet.
Well, that was a great piece of base running right there from Bae. I didn't think that he would take that extra base, but because Ernie Clement was kind of shaded towards that hole in the left side, he was able to sneak to third base without a play.
Basically just had to beat Bo Bichette, the shortstop, in a race who would have had to cover, and he did. Infield in, 1-1 game, 1 out. Brian Reynolds up the pitch. Called strike one.
But yeah, you're right. He's really been leaning on that slider, and it's been good for him. He's throwing a lot of strikes with it, which is probably the most important thing.
Go-ahead run for the Pirates on third. The 0-1. Called strike two. Backdoor slider landed on the bottom and outer corner of the zone.
And if I'm Nate Pearson, I want him to elevate something. So I want to throw a fastball above the strike zone. Don't give him a chance to hit a weak ground ball through the hole. The infield is in. It's very easy to hit a ground ball single right now. I want him to pop that baseball up, throw that fastball up above the strike zone, and let him either swing through it, take it, or pop it up.
Pearson sets. Glove above his belt. The righty kicks and deals. Fly ball hit down the right field line. Springer on the run, dives, and makes the catch. Bay will tag from third and score. It's a sacrifice fly for Reynolds to give the Pirates the lead, but credit to George Springer. It could have easily been extra bases.
That was an incredible catch from George Springer. Wow.
A bit of a muted response from the crowd given the fact that Pittsburgh does score on the play, but that could end up being big as it hurts the chance at a further rally from the Pirates, who now lead 2-1. Nobody on, 2 outs. Connor Joe up the pitch. Is hit in the air to right. A little more routine for Springer, who backs up and makes the play. He'll squeeze it to end the inning. Pirates score on the sacrifice fly by Reynolds, and Toronto needs at least one here to keep it going, 2 to pick up the win. Vladimir Guerrero Jr. leads off next. 2-1 Pirates going to the bottom of the 11th. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Bring it in, Canada. When it comes to small business, Desjardins is a big fan. And not just the hop-on-the-bandwagon fan. We're the in-it-for-the-long-haul fan. The fan that's been there from the start. That's why Desjardins awarded 150 entrepreneurs with Good Spark grants worth $20,000 each. Because like any fan, there's nothing we love more than celebrating a goal!
See how Desjardins is cheering on small business at goodsparkgrants.ca.
Not tomorrow, not someday. The home improvements begin today. It's game on with Timber Mart. Build that deck, raise that fence, landscape till your property is beautiful. Don't pay for 12 months on the Timber Mart Deferred Payment Program. Your locally owned, completely Canadian hub of building and renovation expertise. Get your Timber Mart credit card at participating locations and pay later. 12 months later. Conditions apply. Ask in store for details or apply at timbermart.ca.
For this life I cannot change. Hidden hills, deep off in the main.
This is George Springer, and you're listening to Toronto Blue Jays Baseball on the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Very apropos after a George Springer diving catch. Welcome back to Blue Jays Baseball. Show Ali with you as the Jays now trail the Pirates 2-1 as we head to the bottom of the 11th inning down at the Rogers Center. And don't forget, still got Jays talk coming up after this. Blair and Barker have the postgame show. They will take your calls. Jeff is down at the Rogers Center, and he will throw out the numbers for you to call after the final out. You guys know the drill. Blue Jays Baseball brought to you by Crown Rust Protection. Jays trail the Pirates 2-1 as we head to bottom 11. They need a run to stay alive. Here's Ben Shulman and Chris LaRue.
Thank you, Joe. The back's against the wall for the Blue Jays. You said it. They need a run to keep this game going. 2 would win it for Toronto. Danny Jansen is the ghost runner for the Blue Jays out on second base. And Vladimir Guerrero Jr. will lead off for Toronto. Hunter Stratton, the righty for the Pirates in his second inning of work. First pitch to Vladdy. Called strike one. Guerrero represents the winning run. 5 home runs on the year, 25 RBIs. 0-1. Hit on the ground right at the shortstop crease. Jansen has to stay at second, a throw over to first. 1 out, and that makes things more difficult now for the Blue Jays, down 2-1.
Vlad looked like he was trying to do a little bit too much with that fastball. The front shoulder went flying out. Just hits a weak ground ball rolling over it to O'Neal Cruz at shortstop. It's a big spot.
Here's Bo Bichette. A single could tie the game with Jansen on second. 2-1 Pirates, 1 out. Stratton's pitch. Broken bat, soft roller to third. Picked up by Hayes. The Gold Glover throws on to first. And there are 2 down. 3 pitches is all that Hunter Stratton has had to throw so far to get 2 outs. Just shattered the bat of Bichette on a high and tight cutter. Justin Turner is the final chance for the Blue Jays. Back in the 9th with this game tied 1-1, Turner doubled to lead off the inning and was left at second. So this is the 3rd inning in a row that the Blue Jays have started with a runner on second and nobody out. And if Turner doesn't knock in Jansen here, they'll have failed all 3 and lost the game. Jansen leads off second, takes 4-5 steps, held on by the second baseman Gonzalez, shading over. 2 outs, 2-1 Pirates. Stratton looks at second, delivers home, and it's inside, ball 1. The last time the Blue Jays walked off a game, Turner was on the field for the other team, the Red Sox. 1-0. High and tight. He ducks out of the way. 2 balls and no strikes.
Well, they know what you could easily see what the scouting report is on Justin Turner. Hard in, hard up. Those first 2 pitches, the first one was up, and the second one was in.
2-0. Miss upstairs. 3 balls and no strikes. George Springer's the on-deck hitter if Turner were to walk. Danny Jansen representing the tying run on second. 2-1 for the Pirates right now over the Blue Jays in this series opener in the bottom of the 11th. With 2 down, the 3-0 from the righty Hunter Stratton. Ball 4. Fastball just missed outside, and the Blue Jays will put the winning run on first, but still trail 2-1. Here comes George Springer.
George Springer made an incredible play in the previous inning, and he comes up here in a huge spot with that tying run on second base and 2 outs.
Jansen will be off on contact from second, as will Turner from first. With 2 down, the pitch. Fouled back into the netting, 0-1. First time that Springer has faced the second-year pitcher, Hunter Stratton. Stratton goes to the rosin bag, now licks his fingers and grabs the ball. Tucks it into his glove, belt high. A look at second in the 0-1. Check swing, called strike. That pitch was certainly outside. It's 0-2 on the call by Tripp Gibson. Blue Jays down to their final strike. Jansen on second is the tying run. Turner on first, the winning run. The 0-2 in the dirt, ball 1. Great starting pitching performances on both sides today. 6 shutout from Bailey Falter, 7 of 1-run ball from Jose Berrios. Just 10 total hits in this game. The 1-2. Swing and a drive, center field, that's down for a hit. Jansen around third, he'll score. It's a new ball game again with 2 outs in the bottom of the 11th. George Springer comes through, 2-2 in Toronto.
Well, like I said, George Springer made that incredible play in the last inning, and he comes up right there, drills that baseball up the middle. We have a tie game.
Down 0-2. He watched one pitch go by, and then right as he hit that one, he knew, ran out of the box with a fist pump. And all of a sudden, Oscar Marin, the pitching coach for the Pirates, is out to talk to Stratton, who's over 20 pitches, and every leverage arm really has been used out of the Pittsburgh pen. Home plate umpire Tripp Gibson sauntering out to the mound to break up that meeting. It'll be a second opportunity to hit today for Cavan Biggio, who pinch ran in the 7th.
And you said it earlier, 3 straight innings of a guy on second base and nobody out. That was a big spot for George Springer, and he comes through.
Just barely. They got it done
barely,
with 2 strikes and 2 outs. And now it's a new game at 2-2. First and second, 2 down. Winning run is Turner on second. First pitch to Biggio. Hit in the air, left field. Backing up Reynolds. That'll be playable about 20 feet in front of the track. He makes the catch. And that will do it for the 11th. Let's go to the 12th. The Blue Jays somehow keep this game going and send us to the 12th with the George Springer RBI single. 2-2 game. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Hi, I'm Buck Martinez, live from the showdown between Pizza and inflation. First to the plate, Pizza's big hitter, fixed rate pizza. An extra large 4-topping pizza for a fixed price of $17.99 until the end of 2024. I dare say, folks, inflation stands no chance against this all-star. Here's the delivery. And inflation strikes out. That's a swing and a drive for fixed rate pizza. Lock in yours today.
Order pizza.ca.
Bring excitement to your landscape with Proven Winners Color Choice shrubs. These flowering shrubs and evergreens have been trialed and tested by experts to make sure they look better and bloom better. So they're just as easy to care for as what's in your landscape now, but a whole lot more colorful and interesting. Look for Proven Winners Color Choice shrubs in the distinctive white container at your local garden center, or learn more at provenwinnerscolorchoice.com.
This is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
The 0-2 pitch. Fastball, strike 3 looking.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Welcome back to Blue Jays Baseball. Show Alley with you at Baseball Control. Jays and Pirates now tied at 2 as we head to the top of the 12th. Extras continuing at the Rogers Center. A quick check of that St. Louis Bar and Grill out-of-town scoreboard. Just a couple of minutes to go in the second period of Game 5 of the Western Conference Finals. Oilers taking on the Stars in Dallas. Edmonton up 3-0. Ryan Nugent-Hopkins with a pair of goals so far. Philip Broberg with his first career playoff goal as well. You can watch that game on Sportsnet and the CBC. Blue Jays baseball brought to you by Crown Rust Protection. Jays Pirates tied at 2, top 12 now. Tim Meza on the mound for the Blue Jays. Here's Ben Schulman and Chris LaRue.
Thank you very much, Joe. 26th appearance of the year for Meza, a 5.60 earned run average in 17 2/3 innings. 13 strikeouts to 9 walks. Meza matches up left on left with the leadoff hitter for the Pirates this inning, O'Neal Cruz, the slugging shortstop. Speedy Connor Joe is the runner out at second. It's 4-5-6 in the Pittsburgh order. Pirates scored last inning on a sac fly. Left on left pitch. Cruz will take strike 1 on the inside edge. Sinker slider for Tim Meza. Lefty in the set, looks at second. One more peek in the 0-1. A little bit in. 1 ball, 1 strike. Meza grabs the brim of his cap, looks in, and nods toward Danny Jansen, the 2 longest tenured Blue Jays. 1-1. Fouled off to the right, 1-2.
Good pitch right there from Tim Meza. A sinker on the inside part of the plate, off the plate by about a ball. The only thing O'Neal Cruz could do right there is foul it off.
Meza with a pair of scoreless appearances in the White Sox series. The 1-2. Bounced down and away, gets away from Jansen, but he scrambles to it. And Joe, who had started for third, retreats back. 2 balls and 2 strikes and still a runner on second. That one kicked out of the glove of Jansen and actually ricocheted off his right knee, rolling away from him. But he was quick enough, and it rolled toward third, so Joe didn't have much of an opportunity to go. 2-2 game, top of the 12th. Still a lot of the crowd here at Rogers Center. Meza kicks and delivers. Ground ball hit to the right side. Backhanded by Guerrero. Race to first with Cruz. He beats him there for the first out. Joe is up to third. But a strong play by the 2022 Gold Glover Guerrero. And there's one down.
Yeah, sometimes we forget how good of an athlete he is. He makes the backhand play and then races O'Neal Cruz to first base. That was a pretty fun play overall.
And that's a scary play. That's a freight train headed your way. If you're a second later, even if you beat Cruz, you're in a lot of trouble.
Well, I think that's freight train versus freight train.
That's true. So now the go-ahead run for the Pirates at third. One out. The pitch to Ke'Bryan Hayes is lifted to shallow center. Joe tagging. Kiermaier moving in. Makes the catch. Joe's going to try to score. Throw to the plate. Offline. Joe slides in, and it's 3-2 Pirates.
Well, I think Kevin Kiermaier is probably going to be disappointed with that throw. It had a little bit of tail to it, and that let Joe get home, but Kevin Kiermaier gets behind that baseball. Looks like he's going to make a good, strong throw, and then at the last second, that ball tails away from Danny Jansen at home plate, and Joe slides safely into home.
Had plenty of zip on it. Jansen, who had to walk 5 feet up the line, still almost had an opportunity to tag him, but way offline, so it's 3-2. The pitch to Nick Gonzalez is high, 1-0, and the Pirates, for a second straight inning, convert on a sac fly. They don't have a hit in extras. They don't have a hit since the 6th inning, actually. But it's 3-2 Pittsburgh. 1-0 to Gonzalez. Is hit off the end of the bat, foul off to the right. Gonzalez is 2 for 4. A pair of singles to start his day, a fly out and a pop out since. 1-1. Hit foul off to the right. And it's a ball and 2 strikes. Pittsburgh will more than likely use a new reliever in the bottom of the 12th inning. Hunter Stratton was over 20 pitches. One-two. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Gets him on the slider. Meza just allows the ghost runner to score, but the Pirates on the sac fly take a 3-2 lead. We're headed to the bottom of the 12th, and it's the same story. 1 to tie for the Blue Jays, 2 to win, 3-2 Pittsburgh. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Bring it in, Canada. When it comes to small business, Desjardins is a big fan. And not just the hop-on-the-bandwagon fan. We're the in-it-for-the-long-haul fan. The fan that's been there from the start. That's why Desjardins awarded 150 entrepreneurs with Good Spark grants worth $20,000 each. Because like any fan, there's nothing we love more than celebrating a goal!
See how Desjardins is cheering on small business at goodsparkgrants.ca.
Not tomorrow, not someday. The home improvements begin today. It's game on with Timber Mart. Build that deck, raise that fence, landscape till your property is beautiful. Don't pay for 12 months on the Timber Mart deferred payment program. Your locally owned, completely Canadian hub of building and renovation expertise. Get your Timber Mart credit card at participating locations and pay later. 12 months later. Conditions apply. Ask in store for details or apply at timbermart.ca.
This is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
He dives, and he made the catch.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Welcome back to Blue Jays Baseball. Show Atlee with you at Baseball Control in our downtown Toronto studios. Jays trail the Pirates 3-2 as we head to the bottom of the 12th inning. Extras still continuing at the Rogers Center. Don't forget, we do have Jays Talk tonight. Blair and Barker have the post-game show. They will take your calls. Jeff is down there at the Dome. He will throw the numbers out for you to call after the final out. You want to chat the offense, the 7 innings from Berrios, the bullpen, George Springer, late in extras, whatever you like. Get to it on Jays Talk with Blair and Barker. Blue Jays Baseball brought to you by Crown Rust Protection. Jays trail the Pirates 3-2, bottom 12. Here's Ben Shulman and Chris LaRue.
Thank you, Show. Carmen Mlodzinski has taken the rubber for the Pirates here, looking to lock up a series opening win for the Buccos. The Blue Jays want to play spoiler once again. They were down by 1 in the 11th. George Springer delivered with a 2-out, 2-strike single to tie it up. Now Kevin Biggio will start as the ghost runner on second, and it's the bottom of the order asked to keep this game going. Ernie Clement leads off the pitch. Fastball outside, 1-0. The corners are way in. to Les and Hayes, who back up a little bit after Clement didn't show on that first pitch. 3-2 Pirates. Clement leading off the 12th. Majinski kicks and delivers. Missed outside again, 2-0. Only the 5th appearance of the season for Majinski, who was called up on the 17th of May. 3 out of 4 appearances, he's given up multiple runs, and he's walked 4, struck out 5 in 5 2/3. 2-0 pitch at the knees at 96 for strike 1.
Although he did have a good year last year in 35 games for the Pirates. He had a 2.25 ERA in 36 innings. It's in there.
He did start the season on the injured list. 2-1. Swing and a fly ball, left center field. Bay racing back, just in front of the track, makes the catch. Tagging from second, Biggio will advance to third. If nothing else, Ernie Clement gives the Blue Jays an opportunity here to tie up the game without the benefit of a hit, as Kevin Biggio is at third with only 1 out.
Yeah, Ernie Clement put a ride into that one about 10 feet in front of that wall out in left center. Unfortunately, he doesn't get it to drop, but Kevin Biggio moves up to third base.
Infield in for the Pirates, Kevin Kiermaier at the plate. Tying run on third and Biggio. 1 out. Majinski kicks and fires. Fouled back into the netting. 0-1. Majinski mostly works with his mid to high 90s fastball, but he's got a sharp cutter that he just threw to Kiermaier. Also throws a bigger, slower breaking ball as well. The righty kicks and deals. Swing and a drive, right field. Joe coming in, makes the catch on a line in a slide, tagging Biggio, coming to the plate, the throw's in late, and we're tied again. Sac fly line out for Kevin Kiermaier, and it's 3-3 in the 12th inning.
Well, if you love free baseball, this is the game for you. Do you love free baseball?
I love all baseball. And hey, still a chance for the Blue Jays to end the game right here, right now. Davis Schneider stepping up to the plate. 3-3, 2 outs, bases empty, bottom of the 12th. The pitch. Outside, ball 1. Most of the 33,000 that were here to start are still here at Rogers Center in the 12th. 1-0. Outside 2-0, and they are loud for Davis Schneider. Two-0 pitch. Bouncer foul, 2-1. The sound system might have come in now, but that was a fan-created Let's Go Blue Jays that rose from the energy that Kevin Kiermaier just created with his sac fly to tie it up. 3-3, 2 down, bottom 12, the 2-1 pitch. Outside, 3 balls and 1 strike. Schneider's 0 for 5. The 3-1. Swinging a liner down the right field line. Foul, and I think it cracked the bat of Davis Schneider. He's taking a look at it right now. He'll walk back toward the third base dugout to get a new one. And let Majinski sit there and think a little bit before the 3-2.
Well, if you're Majinski, you don't want to walk Davis Schneider. You have a lot of power coming up next. Danny Jansen, Vladimir Guerrero Jr., Bo Bichette. Walking Davis Schneider here would be a serious issue.
Majinski in his first inning of work, the 5th reliever used by the Pirates so far today, and Pittsburgh keeps 14 position players and 12 pitchers, unlike most teams who go 13 and 13. 3-2 pitch. Inside, he hit him. 97 on the abdomen. Schneider lost his helmet. He's hunched over. He tosses away his bat and his elbow guard. He's gripping kind of the side of his left stomach, abdomen area right now. Starting to walk down to first, although cut off by Jose Ministral, the head athletic trainer, and John Schneider.
That is a tough break for Davis Schneider. That would have been ball 4 anyways, but instead he gets drilled in the ribs and the abs by a 96-mile-an-hour four-seamer.
It might have gotten low enough to miss the ribs. It looked like it was kind of just above the belt line. That doesn't make it any more comfortable, though.
Either way, that's ball 4.
Yeah.
That's the worst part about it.
I wonder if he could have got out of the way, he would have got out of the way. Rowdy Tellez now checking on him. And Mark Budzinski whispered in his ear at first base. The Blue Jays have the winning run on first. Danny Jansen is up. 2 outs. 3-3 game, bottom 12, the pitch. Called strike 1.
Why not hit something in a gap here, Ben?
That would be ideal. Outfield plays Jansen straight up, so he's got the true right and left center field gaps open. 0-1. Swing and a miss. Out in front of the slider. It was hung, but Jansen ahead of it, 0-2.
Yeah, Jansen thinking something a little bit harder than that. That slider just missed the barrel.
Majinski tunnels that pitch with his cutter that moves very similarly. 0-2. Swing and a foul off into the seats, off to the right. The Blue Jays have Yannis Cabrera getting loose in left field. 3-3 game, bottom of the 12th. 0-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Let's go to the 13th in downtown Toronto. 3-3 is the score. Kevin Kiermaier ties it up on a sac fly. More free baseball coming up next. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Hi, I'm Buck Martinez, live from the showdown between Pizza and inflation. First to the plate, Pizza's big hitter, fixed rate pizza. An extra large 4-topping pizza for a fixed price of $17.99 until the end of 2024. I dare say, folks, inflation stands no chance against this all-star. Here's the delivery. And inflation strikes out. That's a swing and a drive for fixed rate pizza. Lock in yours today.
Order pizza.ca.
Bring excitement to your landscape with Proven Winners Color Choice shrubs. These flowering shrubs and evergreens have been trialed and tested by experts to make sure they look better and bloom better. So they're just as easy to care for as what's in your landscape now, but a whole lot more colorful and interesting. Look for Proven Winners Color Choice shrubs in the distinctive white container at your local garden center, or learn more at provenwinnerscolorchoice.com.
This is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
He makes the catch, and the Blue Jays win the ball game.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Welcome back to Blue Jays Baseball. Show Adley with you at Baseball Control. Jays and Pirates tied at 3 as we head to the top of the 13th inning at the Rogers Center. Quick check of the St. Louis Bar and Grill out-of-town scoreboard. Some scores from around baseball. Orioles beat the Rays 3-1. Red Sox thumped the Tigers 7-3. And the late game just getting going. An interesting pitching matchup for the Yankees and Giants. Marcus Stroman versus Jordan Hicks in the matchup of former Blue Jays out in San Francisco. Blue Jays baseball is brought to you by Crown Rust Protection. Jays and Pirates tied 3-3 as we head to the top of the 13th inning. Here's Ben Shulman and Chris LaRue.
Tim Meza will stay on for the Blue Jays in the top of the 13th inning. 3-3 is the score. Both the Blue Jays and the Pirates have scored 1 run in each of their last 2 offensive frames. The Pirates go to a pinch hitter here to start the 13th. Edward Olivares pinch hits for Rowdy Tellez, making it a left-on-right matchup. Meza's pitch is high and outside, ball 1. Nick Gonzalez is the ghost runner, as he was in the 10th inning as well. He's on second base. Meza peeks at second and delivers. Olivares fouls it off, 1-1.
Ben, what's the longest game you've ever done?
It might be this one, I'll be honest with you. I'm not sure how many. I don't think I have a 14. I think I have another 12 or 13. But especially in the minors, extras don't go that deep because eventually like one pitcher walks 5. 1-1 pitch hit on the ground to second. Picked up there by Biggio. He'll throw on to first. There's one out. Up to third base is Nick Gonzalez. What's the longest game you've ever been a part of?
So I was just sent down when the Pirates and the Braves played a 19-inning game in Atlanta.
It's a good time.
So I was not a part of that game, but I feel like I was a part of that game because I had just been a part of that team.
Tim Meza gets one out here, and the Blue Jays are going to make a pitching change. They'll call on Genesis Cabrera, the lefty. They get 4 outs out of Meza. There's a runner on third, and now they want the strikeout. So with that, let's go back to baseball control. Here's today's host, Show Ali.
Thank you very much, guys. And before we check the St. Louis Bar and Grill Out of Town scoreboard, again, another reminder that we do have Jays Talk tonight. Blair and Barker have the post-game show. They will take your calls. Jeff is down at the Dome, and he will take your calls. We'll throw out the numbers for you to call after the final out. All right, on the Out of Town scoreboard, brought to you by St. Louis Bar and Grill. Yariel Rodriguez news. He completed his third rehab start with the Bisons tonight. He had an all right outing, went 2 innings, 2 hits, 1 run, which was earned, 2 walks, 1 strikeout. He threw 43 pitches, 25 of them were strikes. He averaged about 94.5 miles an hour in the fastball, topped out at about 96.5 miles an hour or so. We'll see how he feels tomorrow, but with Alek Manoah on the IL with the UCL sprain, as we now know, his return will be watched closely, I'm sure. If you missed this earlier, the rest of the game for the Bisons was actually canceled after catcher Peyton Henry was hit in the back of the head on a swing follow-through. So the umpires, they huddled up. They got some guidance from the league. It was called a complete game after 6+ innings. Will not be resumed later. Peyton Henry had to be carted off the field. But the Bisons, thankfully, saying he is okay, which is fantastic news. And they'll be continuing to monitor his alertness and responsiveness at a local hospital. A lot of those updates coming from Sportsnet's own Blake Murphy. A quick check as well of the Stanley Cup playoffs. Game 5 of the Western Conference Finals on right now. Oilers taking on the Stars in Dallas. The third period just about to start on Sportsnet and the CBC. Edmonton up 3-0. Blue Jays baseball is brought to you by Crown Rust Protection. Let's get back down to the Rogers Center. Here's Ben Schulman and Chris LaRue.
Thank you very much, Joe. 24th appearance of the year for Genesis Cabrera, a 4.79 ERA. He continues the reliever parade in this game. We're in the 13th inning, folks. It's 3-3. There's a runner on third and Nick Gonzalez, and 1 out.
You just don't really see games go this long anymore with the new rules.
Not often. The Blue Jays once last year played into the 13th inning when they walked off the Red Sox at home on September 16th. Whit Merrifield had the winning hit that day. Yasmani Grandal turned around, the switch hitter batting right for the first time today. The pitch from Cabrera. Bounced softly left side foul. 0-1. There's a wave starting in the 200 level right now. Crowd has thinned slightly, to be honest, as we get past or close to 10:30 p.m. Eastern. 0-1. Bounce foul, 0-2. In this brief season for Grandal, who started the year on the injured list, he's hit better as a right-handed hitter than he has as a left-handed hitter. Batting .273 in the stance he's in now, 189 as a lefty swinger. 0-2 pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Cabrera gets him on the cutter. There are 2 down, and the infield and outfield can back up with still the go-ahead run on third for Pittsburgh.
That was a big pitch right there. You could see Danny Jansen tapping the ground, wanted that ball down, and he got it. Just below the bat of Grandal.
And now a second pinch hitter called off the bench by Derek Shelton this inning. Jared Triolo will hit in the spot of Ji Hwan Bae, who was 0 for 4. Triolo, a right-handed hitter against the lefty Cabrera, who kicks and deals. Check swing, called strike. That breaking ball was right over the middle of the plate. 0-1. They often mention it's tough to come off the bench late in the game and try and come up with a hit. How about coming off 12 innings into a game? Here in the 13th now, the 0-1. high and outside. Good stab by Jansen, just saved a run as he got up onto his feet to corral that. One ball and one strike. Big lead in foul territory at third for Nick Gonzalez, the Pirates runner. In a tie game, the 1-1. Swing and a miss. Late hack there on the cutter, and it's 1-2.
Well, that ball right there was very hittable. A cutter right down the middle. But a big swing and a miss.
Cabrera trying to send us to the bottom of the 13th tie. The lefty reaches back, releases. Swing and a miss, strike three. Down goes Triolo. 2 strikeouts for Yenesis Cabrera, and Vladimir Guerrero Jr. will lead off the bottom of the 13th with a chance to win it. 3-3 is the score. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center. Streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Bring it in, Canada. When it comes to small business, Desjardins is a big fan. And not just the hop-on-the-bandwagon fan. We're the in-it-for-the-long-haul fan. The fan that's been there from the start. That's why Desjardins awarded 150 entrepreneurs with Good Spark grants worth $20,000 each. Because like any fan, there's nothing we love more than celebrating a goal!
See how Desjardins is cheering on small business at goodsparkgrants.ca.
Not tomorrow, not someday. The home improvements begin today. It's game on with Timber Mart. Build that deck, raise that fence, landscape till your property is beautiful. Don't pay for 12 months on the Timber Mart deferred payment program. Your locally owned, completely Canadian hub of building and renovation expertise. Get your Timber Mart credit card at participating locations and pay later. 12 months later. Conditions apply. Ask in-store for details or apply at timbermart.ca.
This is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
Vladdy with a huge stretch for the double play.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Welcome back to Blue Jays Baseball. Show Ali with you at Baseball Control in our downtown Toronto studios. Jays and Pirates tied at 3 as we head to bottom 13 at the Rogers Center. Don't forget, Jays Talk will still follow whenever this game ends. Jays Talk will follow with Blair and Barker. They have the post-game show. They will take your calls. Jeff will throw out the numbers for you to call after the final out. He's down there at the Dome. I'm certain the bullpen will be a topic to discuss, the offense as well. Get to it all on Jays Talk with Blair and Barker. Vladimir Guerrero Jr. striding into the batter's box. Let's get back down to the Rogers Center. Jays and Pirates tied at 3, bottom 13. Here's Ben and Chris.
Thank you very much, Joe. Vladimir Guerrero Jr. leading off with the winning run on second. Danny Jansen is out there. Carmen Majinski, the righty reliever, in his second inning of work. First pitch to Vlad, called strike one. A litany of defensive changes for the Pirates, who pinch hit twice last inning. We'll get to those in a sec. Majinski kicks and delivers. Swinging a broken bat roller up the middle. Fielded by Cruz. He'll throw over to first. Aggressive from Jansen. He takes third base on the out. And now the winning run is at third with one down for Bo Bichette.
Well, that was perfect base running from Danny Jansen. That ball was behind him, not hit very hard. Vlad broke his bat. But when that ball is behind you as a base runner at second base, you go to the next base, and Danny Jansen executing it to perfection right there.
Smart move by Derek Shelton. He intentionally walks Bo Bichette, setting up the opportunity for an inning-ending double play, and now bypassing Bichette, who does not matter as the Blue Jays have the winning run over at third. Defensive changes. Connor Joe's at first with Rowdy Tellez out. Jared Triolo stays in at second after pinch hitting. Edward Olivares takes over in right field where Joe was, and they bring Michael A. Taylor in to play center. So Nick Gonzalez out of the game right now for Pittsburgh as well. First and third, one out. The infield is in. If Justin Turner can hit a fly ball deep enough to score Danny Jansen, the Blue Jays win the game. Majinski kicks and fires. Called strike at the knees, 0-1. Turner turning to home plate umpire Trip Gibson, unhappy with the call.
Yeah, Justin Turner immediately turns to Trip Gibson and voices his concern. Not really a guy that usually does that.
The 0-1. Down and away. Turner putting his hand up to Jansen to keep him at third. That one was snared by Grandal. 1 ball, 1 strike. 3-3 game, bottom of the 13th. The Blue Jays have not held a lead this entire game. 1-1. Fouled off to the right. Ball and 2 strikes. First and third for Toronto with 1 out. The long-haired reliever Mlodzinski kicks and fires, swing and a miss. Turner is down on strikes. And here comes George Springer. Can he deliver like he did with the Blue Jays down to their final strike in the 11th when he came up with an RBI single? They'll ask for the same here to try to win the game in the 13th.
Well, he is seeing the ball a lot better, having better at-bats, fouling off tough pitches. And in his last at-bat, he drilled that baseball to left field.
First and third, 2 down. 3-3, bottom of the 13th. The pitch to Springer. Downstairs, ball 1. Last series, Springer reached in 10 of his 13 plate appearances. He's 1 for 3 today with a walk and a hit by pitch. 1-0. Swing and a miss. Big hack at the slider that broke off the plate away. 1-1. Jose Hernandez, the lefty, is getting loose for the Pirates. 1-1 pitch. Outside, ball 2.
Good take right there. That slider started off the plate. Was never a hittable pitch, and George Springer easily takes it.
2 balls and 1 strike is the count. Mlodzinski, the reliever, 25 pitches into this outing. 2-1. Fouled off, 2-2. Danny Jansen on third base. He got there with 1 out. They intentionally walked Bichette, and then Turner struck out, requiring the Blue Jays to get a hit here to win. 2-2. Down and away, ball 3. Springer started but stopped the swing, and that was a good call. It's a full count. Connor Joe yelling out to his pitcher at first that he's going to stop the hold. Bo Bichette will get a head start from first, but he doesn't matter. The winning run is the guy at third, Danny Jansen. 3-2 count, 2 outs, fans on their feet. 3-3, bottom of the 13th. The pitch. Outside, ball 4. The bases are loaded. And that puts the pressure on the erratic Mlodzinski with the very patient Cavan Biggio coming to the plate.
Well, the most impressive thing during that at-bat that George Springer just had is he wasn't trying to do too much. He could have swung at that last pitch, but he laid off a tough pitch just out of the strike zone.
First pitch to Biggio. Called strike 1, a fastball right down the middle. Bases loaded for the Blue Jays. 2 outs, 3-3 game, bottom of the 13th. Meza and Cabrera just tied or combined for a scoreless frame. 0-1, hit in the air, down the left field line. On the run into the corner, Reynolds. That's a foul ball. It gets down, so Biggio still alive. But now the Blue Jays are looking for a base hit here with Biggio facing an 0-2 count. The top of the order will hit in the 14th if we get there for the Pirates. 0-2. High and outside, 1 ball and 2 strikes. Biggio 0 for 2 off the bench today. Next pitch. Bounce foul to the right. Mlodzinski at this point, over 30 pitches, 32 have been thrown by the righty in an inning and 2/3.
Well, all you can really ask for right now from Cavan Biggio is putting the bat on the baseball, trying to find a hole somewhere.
Infield plays him to pull, outfield the opposite way. Bases loaded, 2 down. The 1-2. Swing and a hot shot foul down the right field line. He was all over that high and tight cutter, but couldn't keep it straight. Biggio never left the box. He's ready to go. Majinski, the righty, looking in, sets. Glove near his chin. He kicks, delivers. Inside, 2-2. The pressure on the right-hander for Pittsburgh with the bases loaded. 2-2. Fouled off. That one sent into the second deck behind home plate, and Biggio is battling. He's seen 7 pitches in this plate appearance. He's fouled off 4 of the 5 pitches in the zone.
Well, all the pressure right here is on Majinski. He does not want to throw a ball in this situation.
2-2. Called strike 3. Borderline pitch on the inside edge. And Biggio goes down after 8 pitches to send us to the 14th. 3-3 the score. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Hi, I'm Buck Martinez, live from the showdown between Pizza and inflation. First to the plate, Pizza's big hitter, fixed rate pizza. An extra large 4-topping pizza for a fixed price of $17.99 until the end of 2024. I dare say, folks, inflation stands no chance against this all-star. Here's the delivery. And inflation strikes out. That's a swing and a drive for fixed rate pizza. Lock in yours today.
Order pizza.ca.
Bring excitement to your landscape with Proven Winners Color Choice shrubs. These flowering shrubs and evergreens have been trialed and tested by experts to make sure they look better and bloom better. So they're just as easy to care for as what's in your landscape now, but a whole lot more colorful and interesting. Look for Proven Winners Color Choice shrubs in the distinctive white container at your local garden center, or learn more at provenwinnerscolorchoice.com.
Hey, this is Trevor Richards. You're listening to Toronto Blue Jays Baseball on the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Welcome back to Blue Jays Baseball. Show Ali with you. Jays and Pirates still tied at 3 as we head to the top of the 14th inning at the Rogers Center. A quick check of the St. Louis Bar and Grill out-of-town scoreboard. If you missed this from last night in the NBA, we have our NBA Finals matchup after Luka Doncic and the Dallas Mavericks beat the Minnesota Timberwolves 124-103, a gentleman's sweep as the Mavericks win the series 4-1, move on to play the Boston Celtics. Game 1 of the NBA Finals will be in Boston next Thursday, June 6th. Tip-off will be at 8:30 Eastern, 5:30 Pacific. Blue Jays Baseball is brought to you by Crown Rust Protection. Jays and Pirates tied at 3 as we head to the top of the 14th inning. Here's Ben Schulman and Chris LaRue with the call at the Rogers Center.
Thank you very much, Joe. 3-3 is the score. The Blue Jays load the bases with 2 outs in the bottom of the 13th. Do not convert. And now they'll ask for more out of the bullpen. Genesis Cabrera on for a second inning of work. Ghost runner is Jared Triolo at second, and Andrew McCutchen leads off for the Pirates, 2 for 5 today with 2 singles and an RBI. Cabrera peeks over at second, and the lefty delivers home. First pitch strike.
Another good slider from Cabrera. We saw that in his last inning. He looks very comfortable out there throwing that thing.
Blue Jays have the newest Blue Jay, Ryan Burr, getting loose for the second time today. Acquired from Philadelphia today, 0-1 in the dirt. 1 ball and 1 strike. Only other arms the Blue Jays haven't used. Trevor Richards, Zach Pop, and Jordan Romano has not been up once today. Can read into that what you'd like, but no sign of him. The 1-1. Popped him up. Left side, foul territory. Near the dugout, the third baseman Clement makes the catch. And that's a huge first out on McCutchen.
And that is a best-case scenario right there. You get an out, and Triolo over there at second base doesn't go anywhere.
Bo Bichette was covering third. Triolo never moved. And now with 1 out, the dangerous Brian Reynolds to the plate. Switch hitter, batting right. He's actually hit for a higher average as a right-handed hitter this year, 286. First time he hits right today. The pitch from Cabrera. Fastball poured over for strike one. Cabrera has been dialed in thus far.
He looks really comfortable out there.
Steps onto the rubber, puts his glove against his chest, and looks towards Danny Jansen, who's catching his 14th inning tonight. A look at second at Triolo. 0-1. High and outside. I can't imagine there's a tougher spot in a 14-inning game than being the catcher.
He has caught a full game and a half a game.
Even more than that.
And more than a half a game.
Yeah.
That is a lot of baseball. A lot of free baseball for Danny Jansen.
Bounce to the left side. Picked up by Clement. Runner going Triolo. He tags him for one. Throw to first. Not in time. A dive by Vladdy to keep that ball from scooting up the first baseline. But a smart play by Clement. He gets the lead runner in Triolo on a fielder's choice. And now the Pirates only have a runner on first with 2 out in a tie game, top of the 14th.
I have to say that was an incredibly smart play from Clement at third base, getting Triolo running past him, just sticking out the glove and tagging him. But what was he doing throwing that ball to first base? Vlad had to dive to keep that ball in front of him. That was a dangerous throw.
Wasn't going to be in time anyway, but now Vlad holds on the runner. Reynolds at first. 2 down. Connor Joe is up. Joe's 0 for 5. The pitch. Fouled back 0-1. We're in the 14th inning. Also, my math was bad. It was about a game and a half for Jansen. We're in the 14th inning. And there have been 11 total hits in this game. 6 for the Pirates, 5 for the Blue Jays. There's been 1 hit in extra innings so far. It was George Springer's. 0-1. Down and in, 1 ball, 1 strike.
And we haven't seen Jordan Romano. We haven't seen Trevor Richards. We haven't seen Zach Pop.
Some interesting decisions, albeit a very lefty-heavy lineup today for the Pirates. And the last 2 guys we've seen are Meza and Cabrera. A great outing today from Pearson. The 1-1. Joe takes down and away, and Cabrera is behind him. 2 balls and 1 strike. Cabrera sets a leadoff first for Reynolds with 2 down in a tie game, the 2-1. Joe swings and misses. Hits 2-2.
He's got that good off-speed stuff today.
He has looked very comfortable with the cutter, the slider, whatever you want to call it, and that was the slower curve, which he's used effectively as well. 2 strikeouts in an inning and a third right now for Cabrera. And Vladdy pointing to the right field corner. There seems to be either a gate open or an object on the field. George Springer is trotting into the right field corner. A baseball fell on the field. Springer will toss it to you unattended.
I think it might have come from the Pirates bullpen out there in right field.
The lefty, Jose Hernandez, getting loose there. Lefty Yenesis Cabrera on the mound for the Blue Jays. 3-3, top of the 14th. Runner on first. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. The lefty looking at first, kicks and delivers. Ground ball foul into the front fence of the third base dugout. They'll do it again. A big difference in the number of walks in this game. Blue Jays have walked a ton, Pirates not a lot. So although Pittsburgh is out hitting Toronto 6-5, the Blue Jays have left 14 runners on, the Pirates 7. A runner on first for Pittsburgh, and the 2-2 again. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Cabrera with a scream and a clap into his glove. He's delivered again, and the Blue Jays have another shot to win it. Tie ball game going to the bottom of the 14th. It's 3-3 at Rogers Center. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center. Streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Bring it in, Canada. When it comes to small business, Desjardins is a big fan. And not just the hop-on-the-bandwagon fan. We're the in-it-for-the-long-haul fan. The fan that's been there from the start. That's why Desjardins awarded 150 entrepreneurs with Good Spark grants worth $20,000 each. Because like any fan, there's nothing we love more than celebrating a goal!
See how Desjardins is cheering on small business at goodsparkgrants.ca.
Not tomorrow, not someday. The home improvements begin today. It's game on with Timber Mart. Build that deck, raise that fence, landscape till your property is beautiful. Don't pay for 12 months on the Timber Mart deferred payment program. Your locally owned, completely Canadian hub of building and renovation expertise. Get your Timber Mart credit card at participating locations and pay later. 12 months later. Conditions apply. Ask in store for details or apply at timbermart.ca.
This is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
First pitch swinging, Danny Jansen rocks the ball to left. It's gone!
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Welcome back to Blue Jays Baseball. Show Ali still with you at Baseball Control. Jays and Pirates still tied at 3 as we head to the bottom of the 14th inning at the Rogers Center. We do have Jays talk tonight still. Blair and Barker have the post-game show this evening. They will take your calls. Jeff will throw out the numbers for you to call after the final out. He is down there in the booth with Ben and Chris. Here's a fun fact, courtesy of Sportsnet Shai Davidi. The Jays are in a 14-inning game for the first time since Major League Baseball adopted the ghost runner rule for extra innings in 2020. They have twice gone to 13 innings before tonight. Blue Jays baseball brought to you by Crown Rust Protection. Jays and Pirates tied at 3 in the bottom of the 14th. Jays looking for a walk-off. Here's Ben Schulman and Chris LaRue.
Thank you very much, Joe. The Blue Jays will start with a runner on second, Kevin Biggio. Ernie Clement leads off for Toronto, and one run will end this game. Corners in. Clement squares to bunt on the first pitch from Kyle Nicholas. It's called a strike on an outrageous call from Trip Gibson. Welcome to the bottom of the 14th. It's 0-1. I mean, come on. You've seen 350 pitches. Clement 1 for 5 tonight. A single in the third. The pitch. Bunts through one outside, and it's 0-2. And now the bunt opportunity more than likely over for Clement.
I've said it a few times tonight, but it is very hard to go up there and sacrifice bunt, especially against a good curveball, especially against a moving fastball.
The new pitcher's Kyle Nicholas, the righty. The pitch is a swinging bunt up the third baseline. It'll veer foul, picked up by Brian Hayes. Still 0-2. 12th appearance of the year now for Nicholas, a 6.10 ERA. 15 strikeouts and 6 walks in 10 1/3 innings. You mentioned his curveball. He's also got a slider, but about 2/3 of the time he's going to throw his 98 to 100 mile per hour fastball. The righty sets, runner on second, tie game. The pitch. Bounce to the left side. Biggio retreats to second. Fielded by Cruz. Throw on to first in time to beat Clement. It was close. Ernie sped up a lot, but the cannon arm of the Buccos shortstop, O'Neal Cruz, makes it an out. Clement at least slowly walking back to the dugout as the Blue Jays look at it. And looking at his slow-mo, I think he's out, but by the thinnest of margins.
Well, if O'Neal Cruz didn't have that cannon over there, Ernie Clement would have been standing on first base. That was an absolute seed across the diamond, although he did take his time.
Cruz now playing behind the runner at second, Biggio, who's the winning run. The pitch to Kevin Kiermaier is high, ball 1. Kiermaier's been productive in an extra innings where very few on both sides have. A successful sacrifice bunt in the 10th. Blue Jays couldn't score the winning run. Then he tied the game on a sac fly in the 12th. 1-0 pitch inside, 2-0. Nicholas comes set, the right-hander looking out at second, the 2-0. Foul tipped into the glove. 2-1. And in the sleep deprivation that is existing here at Rogers Center, the fans are chanting, "Hey, baby." Ooh, ah. And the dugout's a little bit involved as well. 2-1. Kiermaier foul tips it into the glove. 2-2. Three game, bottom of the 14th. A runner on second with one out. The 2-2 to Kevin Kiermaier. Swinging a foul off to the left into the sea of singing fans, and they'll do it again. I mean, the singing, it's almost like a soccer game atmosphere kind of around here right now for those dedicated enough to be here. It's almost 11 Eastern. 2-2. Down and in. Ball 3. This game started at 7:07 Eastern. It was barely over 2 hours when we were going to extra innings. Biggio leading off second with one out. The 3-2. Hit on the ground right side, right at Joe, the first baseman. Flips back to the pitcher, Nicholas, who covers. That's the second out. Biggio moves up 90 feet to third base. And Davis Schneider has the chance to be the hero.
And this is it. This is the biggest at-bat of the ball game right here. I don't think anybody wants to go to the 15th inning.
Schneider came up in the 10th inning with a runner on third, one out, struck out. He was hit by a pitch in the 12th as the Blue Jays rallied to tie that inning. 2 down and a runner on third. Tie game, the pitch. Swinging a fly ball to right field. Olivares back at the track. Out of here! Out of here! Davis Schneider wins it! It was a marathon, but Schneider wins the race for the Blue Jays. A 2-run homer in the bottom of the 14th inning. Toronto wins 5-3.
Well, it took almost 4 hours, but it was worth it. Here comes the home run jacket. Davis Schneider with an absolute bullet into that bullpen in right field. What a game, what a swing. Nobody wanted to go to the 15th, and Davis Schneider knew it.
The Blue Jays never once led in this game until it was over. They stranded 14 runners in this game. They asked relievers to pitch in spots that were completely foreign and way out of their comfort zones. And finally, they deliver with 2 outs in the 14th. 5-3 is the final score. We will wrap it up on the other side and get you over to Blue Jays Talk. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center. Streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Hi, I'm Buck Martinez, live from the showdown between Pizza and inflation. First to the plate, Pizza's big hitter, fixed rate pizza. An extra large 4-topping pizza for a fixed price of $17.99 until the end of 2024. I dare say, folks, inflation stands no chance against this all-star. Here's the delivery. And inflation strikes out. That's a swing and a drive for fixed rate pizza. Lock in yours today.
Order pizza.ca.
Bring excitement to your landscape with Proven Winners Color Choice shrubs. These flowering shrubs and evergreens have been trialed and tested by experts to make sure they look better and bloom better. So they're just as easy to care for as what's in your landscape now, but a whole lot more colorful and interesting. Look for Proven Winners Color Choice shrubs in the distinctive white container at your local garden center, or learn more at provenwinnerscolorchoice.com.
This is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
Kiermaier going back to the wall. He leaps and he made the catch.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Welcome back to a wild Rogers Center. The Blue Jays go 14 innings with the Pirates and win 5-3 in walk-off fashion. Appreciate you sticking around. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue. And Chris, I mean, we've been talking about this game for a long time. There's a lot to cover. the Blue Jays get enough offensively, and Davis Schneider is going to get his praise. But the pitching for Toronto, 14 innings, they give up 3 runs, only one of them earned, 2 ghost runners. They kept the Blue Jays in the game.
Well, a lot of guys were in this ball game that we didn't really think had a chance to get in this ball game. Nate Pearson, Tim Meza, Genesis Cabrera, all 3 guys probably not even really thinking that they would get in a ball game like this before Trevor Richards, before Jordan Romano, before Zach Pop. But here we are. Those guys held down the fort, and they were able to give the Blue Jays offense a chance. That's really all they needed. Like I said, nobody wanted to go to the 15th inning. Davis Schneider got a great pitch on the outer third, and he didn't try to do too much with it. He knew what he was trying to do. He was trying to hit that ball to the opposite field, and boy, did he drill it.
The Blue Jays had opportunities. They blanked the Pirates in the 9th. A double to lead off the 9th by Turner. Didn't score. Blanked him in the 10th. They couldn't score the runner. Schneider was actually the hitter with 1 out and a runner on third in the 10th. Couldn't hit the fly ball or ground ball to knock him in. They answered with 2 outs and 2 strikes on George Springer in the 11th, down by a run to single and keep them in the game. They answered in the 12th. They couldn't score in the 13th after blanking the Pirates with the bases loaded. But in the 14th, we got our play of the game. 2 outs, runner on third, Kevin Biggio. Davis Schneider at the plate. Take a listen. 2 down and a runner on third. Tie game, the pitch. Swinging a fly ball to right field. Olivares back at the track. Out of here! Out of here! Davis Schneider wins it! It was a marathon, but Schneider wins the race for the Blue Jays. A 2-run homer in the bottom of the 14th inning. Toronto wins 5-3.
Well, first of all, that was a great call. Second of all,
thank you.
You were talking for 4 straight hours. That is a miracle in itself. But that was a great moment in a much needed win. This game, and I know we've said that over the last couple of weeks, but this was a very important game, a very important win for this Blue Jays team. They go to 27-29. They could not fall to 26-30. I'm sorry, but they could not. This was a huge win. Davis Schneider with the perfect swing. And 4 hours later, the Blue Jays get their win. Congratulations to you. That was incredible. And I can hear it in your voice.
Well, we all need to go rest. The Blue Jays win 5-3. They come up with 5 runs on 6 hits, no errors, leave 14 on for Pittsburgh. 3 runs, 6 hits, no errors, 8 left on. Genesis Cabrera with the win goes to 2-1. Kyle Nicholas with the loss is 0-1. The Blue Jays have won 4 in a row. They go to 27-29. The Pirates 26-30. We'll have coverage tomorrow with Yusei Kikuchi facing off with Mitch Keller. 3:07 is first pitch. Show Ali will have the pregame show coming up at 2 Eastern locally in Toronto. Hope you can join us then. Blue Jays Talk will follow the game as well. Appreciate you sticking around if you have the whole 14 innings. Thank you again to Jose Bautista for his time when he came on with us in the second. For our technical directors, Andrew Adams and Tom Young, our host and producer, Show Ali, and my partner, Chris LaRue, I'm Ben Schulman. Go get some sleep, and we'll see you tomorrow. Don't sleep that yet, though. Get your calls in. Blue Jays Talk with Blair and Barker starts right now.
To within 2 games of the 500 mark. They are 27-29 now. And a lot to break down in this game. The numbers, as always, 416-870-0590. Star 590 1-888-666-0590. Davis Schneider, the walk-off hero. But a lot of credit has to go to the Blue Jays bullpen tonight. Genesis Cabrera coming through. Genesis Cabrera coming through. Tim Mays as well. And yeah, basically the game built around pitching. The Jays had an awful lot of chances in extra innings to put this one away. But as we said, it came down to the bottom of the 14th inning. Davis Schneider walking it off with a home run, getting the home run jacket treatment, and a big win for the Blue Jays. An interesting night here at the ballpark. You heard Ben Schulman describe how the crowd started singing "Hey Baby Ooh Ah." Basically, I would think from about the 11th inning on, they started singing it, and it's spontaneous, very much a spontaneous, spur of the moment thing. And I noticed that the DJ here at the Rogers Center finished the game playing that song. So I don't know, maybe that's something new. Maybe that's something we will see in future games, but certainly kudos to the crowd, most of whom, or a lot of whom at least, stayed here throughout the game on what was the first night that the Blue Jays ran out their City Connect jerseys. I don't know where Mr. Barker is. I have no idea where Mr. Barker is. He's literally disappeared. He's literally, here he is. Thanks for joining us. You all right?
I'm good, buddy.
Yeah, you know.
Sorry about that.
You're a little out of breath there.
I was running back over here.
Okay, well, it's all good. It's all good. We obviously, Davis Schneider walking it off, the big story. But I also do want to talk about the bullpen. I mean, an interesting tonight. We'll have to hear from John Schneider. Dalton Varsho, you would think in a 14-inning game, might pinch hit. Dalton Varsho was wearing his hoodie. At no point did it look like he was getting in the game. Jordan Romano as well, not getting in the game. Again, I don't want to read too much into that, although it is interesting, Kevin. It was an off day yesterday. We'll wait to see what John Schneider has to say. But, you know, Chris LaRue and Ben both made the point. Like, people are going to say 27, 29, 26, and 30. What's the difference? You know what? This is the type of game, I think, that a team, even though it's Pittsburgh, they're not the best team in baseball, obviously, but it's a type of game that a team can really build on, I think. Like, they got a lot of guys, and again, kudos to the bullpen. They had a lot of guys really sack up.
Yeah, absolutely was a team win, right? Everybody had to chip in. Everybody had to do their part. You know, everybody had to go up and, you know, have an at bat when they had to have an at bat. You know, the bullpen came out and stepped it up, and you know, Jose Berrios was tremendous again. Like, I mean, just the things he does confidence-wise, and, you know, the timing and the rhythm of just that, repeating the same slot and having the pitches end up where he have them to end up. I mean, some of the situational hitting there in the extra innings, man, we talked about it. We talked with John Snyder that day with runners at third and less than 2 outs. I mean, it's dang near atrocious. But, you know, it's always just sort of that one at bat, right, where – you know, you have to get the big hit when you have to get it, and this is a big win. You win them no matter how they look, Jeff, this time of the year. And, you know, you win this, you're lucky, you move on to tomorrow. Hopefully you win tomorrow. And sometimes they call that a winning streak, Jeff.
Well, you know, you're absolutely right, Kevin. You look at this game. If they lose this game, we're talking about all the missed opportunities. And my goodness, never mind the ghost runners. But the Blue Jays had a ton of opportunities to win this game in extra innings. And if they don't win this, all we're talking about is how the Blue Jays blew another game in which they got good starting pitching and didn't come through in the crunch. And to have Davis Schneider walk it off, I think anyhow, just makes it even a little extra special for this team.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, John Snyder, don't forget him either. He had a really good night, right? Bringing in Vogelbach for IKF against a tough pitcher who's hard on righties, right?
Especially if we find out that he was managing short staff for whatever reason tonight.
Absolutely. Right. You're trying to win it when you're trying to win it. Big lefty coming up. That's why he's on the team, is to get the big hit. Cabrera coming in for Mesa, getting a couple of punch outs. Like, you know, he made the right move when he had to make the move. You know, it looked like he was sort of, we have to do what we have to do. We're bringing in this guy. This guy comes in. You know, it's just like you pass the baton that way whenever it comes to just those at-bats. And, And, the bullpen was outstanding. The pitching, for the most part, has been really, really good. So you take them how you can get them, Jeff. They're 1-0 at home, and you move on to tomorrow, and you win tomorrow too.
Absolutely, and tomorrow clock's at 3:07 tomorrow's the 3:07 first pitch. Also got to give a shout out to George Springer. A big hit in extra innings, makes a diving catch that kind of gets lost in the shuffle now, goes down as a sacrifice fly, but if he doesn't catch that ball, who knows how many runs come in that inning. So a big win, and Kevin's right. Everybody kind of, you look at Vladdy and Bo, but you look around, there was guys chipped in. Vladdy made a nice defensive play. All told, it was look, when you get into 14 to 15 inning games, all bets are off. You're kind of just waiting for stuff to happen. And for the Blue Jays, Davis Schneider made it happen. 416-870-0590 star 591 888-666-0590. Ryan in Innisfil, thanks for sticking around with us. You're on Blue Jays Talk.
No worries. How's it going, fellas?
Better now.
Yeah, I feel that, man. I feel that. I want to keep the vibes up, but also got to say, we need to add one more extra bat to this lineup. Man, if this offense could click just a little bit more, we would be an absolute wagon. The pitching's great. The defense is great. They need to make one more little change, and then, boys, we got ourselves a baseball team. I'm curious to think what you guys think that change should be or is going to be, and maybe you've heard something that I haven't. I'm just curious about that. Hope you fellas have a great night. I got to run back to work.
Yeah, thanks, wow. Ryan. Working late, Ryan.
Wow.
A lot of us are doing that, aren't we? Look, we've talked about this. The lineup needs help. I don't have any indication that any help is forthcoming. Again, it's not the time of year where you hear a lot of really substantive trade rumors. Right now, I have to say it. Right now, most front offices are focused on the draft, and people are going to roll their eyes on it. But most front offices are focused on the draft right now. Really after that, you'll start to hear a few more rumors. But right now, all you got is, it's a lot of what ifs or are theys. Are the Jays going to trade Yusei Kikuchi, who's a free agent? Will the Mets trade Pete Alonso, who's a free agent, although he's hurt right now? Will the St. Louis Cardinals trade this guy? Is Mason Miller going to be traded? That's basically where you are right now. A lot of ifs and a lot of possibilities, but nothing really concrete. But here's the thing. Let's get back to 500 and then decide whether or not you're going to add anything to this team.
Well, I think
you
have
back to 500 and see if you can decide at that point.
That's the goal. That's the goal, right? You're playing the Pittsburgh Pirates. At home, you should do things to win baseball games that way. They need an extra bat. They've been needing that for the last 2 years, Jeff. They ain't no different.
Hassan from Toronto, you're on Blue Jays Talk.
Hey, guys. We were just at the game. I just want to say Jays fans are definitely the best. A lot of people stuck around, and, a lot of credit to the Jays just fighting back and finding a way to win. But what a game. I've lost my voice 14 innings in.
Yeah, so you stayed around for the whole
good
thing.
For you.
Yeah, I love the 14th inning stretch they got there. That was definitely unique.
Yeah, and you know what I like the fact Ben Shulman made this point. The crowd just started singing. I'm not a fan of the song, but what the hell? The crowd just started. They kept singing the song, and it really was like being at a soccer match in the UK, where you have a lot of where it's spontaneous. And I don't know, maybe that's the start of something. Maybe that's the start of something the Blue Jays fans can take it and run. Quick question before you let you run. What do you think of the new jerseys? What do you think of the City Connect jerseys?
Oh, I loved it. The guy next to me had one before the game even started. I was thinking of getting one, but no, they look super cool. I think it kind of goes with the vibe, especially the late night games. I loved it. Yeah,
good call, man. Thanks, Hassan. I think that was kind of my takeaway as well, Kevin, looking at it is it was a good vibe tonight.
Yeah, you know what, Jeff, I like the pants up. I like the red socks. I think that's a cool look. It just, I don't know, it just sort of goes together. It looks like a baseball player. I've always been a guy that likes the pants down because
I know you do, yeah.
And I'm tall and, it makes you sometimes look a little thinner. But, man, that socks, that pants up with the red socks, that's a pretty cool look. I love them. You keep winning, boy, it's going to be hard not to wear them, Jeff.
They are called the night mode jerseys. Let's go to Matt in Vancouver. Matt, what's up?
Yeah, hey, fellas, thanks for having me on. That was my comment exactly, just to start it off. 3 points I'd like to make, but
go ahead.
The jersey could. Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, we got you.
Oh, okay. Hey, the first comment I'd like to make is about the jerseys. The game would have to finish around 11 o'clock if in walk-off style when they're completely black as night. So, yeah, definitely a nighttime vibe, but. Second point, Davis Schneider, he not only hit the home run, but he also took a beanball right just maybe above the kidneys. But, I don't and I know I don't know exactly how much that hurts, only that it hurts an incredible amount. But, I can't imagine. But when he hit that home run, it just it looked so free and easy. And, I mean, I remember Joey Bats a little earlier on who you had. Mentioning that hitting a home run is more like he doesn't always have to put all his power into it. It's more about precision, but certainly more power, not 100% every time. But, and the comment he said about just fighting off pitches. And
I think we just lost you, Matt, but we got the gist of your argument.
Yeah.
Look, let's be clear. For this team to get where it wants to go this year, and keep in mind that we are going to turn the calendar to June in about 45 minutes. For this team, it's going to take a little bit of magic, and who knows? Who knows? Maybe Davis Schneider is the magician, Kevin, because he certainly has a knack. He certainly has a knack for making stuff happen.
Yeah, well, it's like the 10th inning at bat right after KK bunted a guy over, and it just looked like he was overswinging. It looked like he was trying to force results. He's a young guy, right? They put him in a big time spot leading off where you come up in those situations and you try and get the job done. And look, it's free and easy, right? It's you learning from your past at bat, and you're only as good as your next swing. I've always thought that, and just looking at him, the way he has his at bats, the way he tinkers. A lot of the times at the plate, look, I think he earns his results, which is just a kind of cool thing, and he's a real easy guy to root for. So continue to do that, keep leading him off, and hopefully keeps running into some stuff.
Let's go to Sean in Caledon. You're in Blue Jays Talk. What's up, Sean?
Hey, guys. I thought the Vogelbach hit, I know the guy misplayed it, was huge, obviously. And
yes.
Jansen picking off Cruz at first was also a really big play. But were you guys at the launch for the jerseys last night?
Yep.
Like, what do you guys think of the jerseys? Because I was under the understanding that they were supposed to be about the city's culture and history, and I just don't see any of that in there. I honestly don't like them.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's but I mean, first of all, if you look at a lot of the City Connect jerseys, the ones I really like are San Diego's. I like Tampa's, but San Diego's is basically kind of the California motif. It's the kind of orange and green color. I think one of the things I know that Major League Baseball wanted to be really careful with is you got to remember that you're trying to make jerseys that are going to appeal to the widest possible customer base. And I got to tell you the truth. I'm surprised they even. Well, no, the maple leaf is part of the Jays logo, so that doesn't surprise me. But generally, they kind of like to keep it as simple as possible. The accent is, supposed to be on the colors. It's supposed to be on the actual lettering itself. And I think they looked better in person. Like I'll tell you, when I first saw when the first design was leaked, I looked at it and I thought, well, okay, I mean, if that's the jersey, yeah, I mean, I'm not a big jersey guy anyhow. So I thought, okay, if that's the jersey, well, that's fine. Half the people are going to like it, half the people are going to hate it. That's the way it is. But when you see them in person, when you saw them in person last night, I thought they really stood out. I liked the whole night mode, that we're only going to wear them. That the Jays are only going to wear them at night. I think that's really effective. But I anticipated when they were doing it. The first thing I thought is, okay, maybe they would make it Country Connect jerseys because the Jays are a Canadian team, and maybe you would have some sort of, indigenous accents added to the jersey or something like that. But Nike does the jersey, and that was not their marching orders from Major League Baseball or from the Blue Jays. So I think the skyline of the city of Toronto that's what they were going for. They really wanted to have a jersey that spoke about Toronto. And I think it was effective in that way, Kevin.
Yeah, see, I like the black jersey. I like the red accent. I like the big tall CN Tower. I like the shadows of the water. Like I think they did a really good job. You can't make everybody happy. It's sort of to each his own. Everybody's going to have their own opinions, but sort of trying to throw a little bit of everything in there. That's sort of a part of. The stadium and the CN Tower that stands out and the colors, trying to get just sort of the nighttime look. I think they hit a home run. That's just me. I like the jersey. Well, I'm with you. I'm not always a jersey guy, but I think they did a really good job. And again, I really like the pulled up pants with the Red Sox.
Yeah, I think that's
a really cool look too.
I think it's really effective. And actually, compared to some of the other City Connect jerseys, this jersey is a lot more complicated and a lot more complex. I mean, you think of the Detroit ones that just have Motor City on them, and it seems as if the move here is to have a darker jersey.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I think it's one of the more original jerseys of the City Connect group. As I said, I really love the San Diego Padres jerseys. That's probably still my favorite jersey out of the group. Tampa Bay's, with sort of its representation of the skateboard culture, that's kind of cool as well. But I'm as I said, I'm a skeptic. I was prepared not to like these jerseys, and I think they're really cool. Let's take a break. We'll go back to the phone lines again. The number's 416-870-0590, star 590, 1-888-60590. 5-3, the Toronto Blue Jays have beaten the Pittsburgh Pirates in the first of a 3-game series. They're within 2 games of the 500 mark. They've got 2 more games against the Pirates, then the Baltimore Orioles come in town. So it's setting up, not to take anything for granted, but it's setting up as if it could be a pretty important week for the Blue Jays in terms of the 2024 season. We'll take a break and come back with more. It's Blue Jays Talk with Blair and Barker on the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Hi, I'm Buck Martinez, live from the showdown between pizza and inflation. First to the plate, with over 2 million sold, it's Fixed Rate Pizza, a hot and fresh extra-large 4-topping pizza for a fixed price of $17.99 until the end of 2024. Here's the delivery. And inflation strikes out. That's a swing and a drive for Fixed Rate Pizza. Lock in yours today.
Order pizza.ca.
Bring excitement to your landscape with proven winners, Color Choice Shrubs. These flowering shrubs and evergreens have been trialed and tested by experts to make sure they look better and bloom better, so they're just as easy to care for as what's in your landscape now, but a whole lot more colorful and interesting. Look for proven winners, Color Choice Shrubs, in the distinctive white container at your local garden center, or learn more at provenwinnerscolorchoice.com.
We're 2 men in a truck, the movers who care. You never know when cardiac arrest can happen. That's why each and every one of our trucks carries a life-saving Mikey defibrillator as part of our Mikey on Board program. Whether we're on the highway or in front of your house, we're prepared to help anyone whose heart may skip a beat. The Mikey Network has saved many lives, making Mikey's accessible to the public. And now they're on board our trucks. We're 2 men in a truck.
2 men and a truck, the movers who care.
Bring it in, Canada. When it comes to small business, Desjardins is a big fan. And not just the hop-on-the-bandwagon fan. We're the in-it-for-the-long-haul fan. The fan that's been there from the start. That's why Desjardins awarded 150 entrepreneurs with Good Spark grants worth $20,000 each. Because like any fan, there's nothing we love more than celebrating a goal!
See how Desjardins is cheering on small business at goodsparkgrants.ca.
Not tomorrow, not someday. The home improvements begin today. It's game on with Timber Mart. Build that deck, raise that fence, landscape till your property is beautiful. Don't pay for 12 months on the Timber Mart deferred payment program. Your locally owned, completely Canadian hub of building and renovation expertise. Get your Timber Mart credit card at participating locations and pay later. 12 months later. Conditions apply. Ask in store for details or apply at timbermart.ca.
At Crown Rust Control Center, protection runs deep because every Crown Rust Control Center is owned by a local family who cares beyond business. Your Crown Rust Control Center is 100% committed to their product, to you, to their community, which is your community. Protecting you and what matters to you is equally important as protecting your vehicle. Did you know spring's the best time of year to protect your vehicle from rust? For a special spring offer, find your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center at crown.com.
This is Jose Berrios, and you're listening to Toronto Blue Jays Baseball on the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Anything going on with Jordan? Is it poisoning? I think that microphone has food poisoning in town.
Yeah. Look, that's whenever you have options and you can't go to certain guys off the bench. I've had food poisoning before. It's not the most fun thing in the world to have. And Jordan Romano, Jeff, that may explain why he's throwing 94 miles an hour in his last outing. So hopefully they bounce back and you got those guys tomorrow and they can step up and go on a little bit more of a winning streak here.
Yeah, that's I'm using a handheld microphone here.
How about that?
Yeah, we're making it work. That would explain obviously why Dalton Varsho didn't take the hoodie off all night. Now I'm hoping I didn't eat the same thing he ate because he was at the thing last night.
Huh.
So
stay hot.
Now, anybody who's out there now is like who was at the thing last night is gonna have some concern. But the Jordan Romano thing would concern me because he had an off day.
Yeah,
and John Schneider mentioned the elbow, and Jordan. I asked Ben Schulman because I was in the booth here with him. I said, "Did you see Jordan Romano get up at all during the game?" And he said no. So that's something obviously to monitor. My original thought was, okay, they're not going to use the closer unless it's a save situation. But, of course, as the game goes on and on and on, and you saw, Genesis Cabrera and Tim Meza coming out for more work, I thought, ooh, okay, something is indeed going on here. 5-3, the Blue Jays walked off the Pittsburgh Pirates tonight on a Davis Schneider home run. They get to do it again tomorrow. 3:07 first pitch, and then, of course, Sunday, the teams will wrap up this series. And, let's not get ahead of ourselves here, Kevin, but if the Jays can win the next two games and are at the 500 mark when the Baltimore Orioles come into town, given where we were, and I think it was Kevin Gossman said this during the telecast tonight when he was interviewed by Dan and Buck, that, he said he felt a lot better about where the team was now than 2 weeks ago. And if they can be a 500 when Baltimore's coming in, given where this team has been, that would be, I think it'd be something to be notable.
Yeah, well, I think you can start to, if you might push the front office to have to do something, right? That's getting them to 500. Again, we sort of know the strength of this team, right, is baseball IQ, playing some good outfield defense, for the most part, making the plays on the infield the way they're supposed to do that. They're going to, throw strike one a bunch of times. They're going to be efficient. Rotation is going to give the bullpen at least a chance to have some quality innings at the back end of a game. And it's just the hitting part, Jeff. Like the situational hitting tonight for like 3 or 4 innings was almost atrocious. And that, I think, against those really good teams, that's why on our show, when John came on it and I asked about the runner at third and less than 2 outs, for whatever reason, boy, they just tend to grip that bat a little tighter. They're stepping in the bucket a little bit more. They're opening the front side a little bit more than they would earlier in innings against the Orioles, against the Brewers, against the Yankees. Like, those at-bats have to get better. So I'm with you. Continue to do that, but be better in those situational at-bats.
And it's interesting. I'm just watching here in the press box. The guys in the truck are running some of the replays from the game. Davis Schneider walking it off. There's a great shot of the crowd as Davis Schneider walks it off. And I've got to say, this is probably the best this place has felt this year. It really did. I mean, obviously a walk-off win in extra innings is something special. Having Davis Schneider do it is something special as well. But there was a real sense tonight. The crowd was really into the game. As I said, a lot of it was kind of organic. It wasn't they weren't being led into being in the game. Who knows? Maybe it is the start of something. Maybe it is the start of something. Here, as I said, they're going to need a little bit of magic to get this thing done. And maybe Davis Schneider is the magician. 5-3, the Blue Jays walk off the Pittsburgh Pirates. They've got 2 more games left against the Pirates. Mr. Barker, thank you for doing this.
Thanks for having me, buddy.
Thank you for joining us.
How about that?
This has been Major League Baseball play-by-play on SiriusXM and the SiriusXM app. Why do I love calling this game?
Calling this game.
Calling this game.
Calling this game.
Why do I love calling this game? It's because I get a chance to bring some joy into people's lives.
Anything can happen on a baseball field.
We've got a new game.
It's perfectly unscripted theater.
Everybody on their feet.
Because you never know what you're going to see on a given day.
It is bedlam at the bank as Bryce Harper has put the Phillies on top.
There's just something about baseball on the radio.
Something about the way wood hits leather.
A swing and a drive to deep left center.
The way leather hits dirt.
And he made the play.
The way a deep fly ball sounds like it's about to change history.
High fly ball to center field. It's hit pretty well toward the wall.
Until the cleats hit the grass, hit the crushed brick, and then nothing but sky and a silent crowd.
That ball's high.
Until leather hits leather and 40,000 fans lose their collective minds.
In a perfect symphony of chaos.
He jumped up on top of the wall, balanced himself, and caught it.
The way nothing triumphs a perfectly honest call.
The way the right voice can make a moment live forever.
Touch 'em all, Joe. You'll never hit a bigger home run in your life.
Outsiders may think this is just 2 teams.
A ball, a bat, and a microphone. But no.
For over 100 years, this has been the soundtrack of the American pastime.
He struck it out looking. It's over. It's over. The Rangers have won the World Series.
The soundtrack of summer. This is Major League Baseball on the radio.
Right now on SiriusXM.
All rise.
Coming in 5.
Get ready to play.
4.
Get up. Get up.
3.
Can you believe it?
Put your seatbelt on.
Wow.
Talk about the game and all the stories on MLB Network Radio, SiriusXM 89, and the SiriusXM app.
On Internet 855, White Sox on Internet 845. 8:10 p.m., Houston Astros take on the Minnesota Twins. Astros on Sirius and XM channels 89, Internet 850, Twins on Internet 856. 10:10 p.m., Seattle Mariners take on the LA Angels. Mariners on Sirius 158, XM 187, and Internet 864. Angels on Internet 852. 10:10 p.m., LA Dodgers take on the Colorado Rockies. Dodgers on Sirius 132, XM 185, and Internet 853. Rockies on Internet 848. Spanish feed on Sirius 162, XM 186, and Internet 871. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your SiriusXM MLB schedule for Friday, May the 31st. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In Major League Baseball, 2:20 p.m., Chicago Cubs take on the Cincinnati Reds. Cubs on Sirius 208, XM 175, and Internet 844. Reds on Internet 846. 6:40 p.m., Philadelphia Phillies take on the St. Louis Cardinals. Phillies on Sirius 209, XM 176 and Internet 860. Cardinals on Internet 865. 7:05 p.m., Baltimore Orioles take on the Tampa Bay Rays. Orioles on Sirius 210, XM 177 and Internet 842. Rays on Internet 866. 7:07 p.m., Toronto Blue Jays take on the Pittsburgh Pirates. Blue Jays on Sirius 211, XM 178 and Internet 868. Pirates on Internet 861. 7:10 p.m., Boston Red Sox take on the Detroit Tigers. Red Sox on Sirius 106, XM 179 and Internet 843. Tigers on Internet 849. 7:10 p.m., New York Mets take on the Arizona Diamondbacks. Mets on Sirius 138, XM 182 and Internet 857. Diamondbacks on Internet 840. 7:10 p.m., Cleveland Guardians take on the Washington Nationals. Guardians on Sirius 119, XM 180 and Internet 847. Nationals on Internet 869.
Follow every second of the action on NHL Network Radio. From behind the bench to every play on the ice. If it's hockey, it's on SiriusXM NHL Network Radio. SiriusXM 91.
With the news that Major League Baseball is incorporating Negro League stats, the great-grandson of Josh Gibson, Sean Gibson, who's also the executive director of the Josh Gibson Foundation, stopped by SiriusXM MLB Network Radio to reflect on the significance of this move.
This was a great day, not just for Josh Gibson, but, for all the Negro League's players and family members. It was a long time coming. As you know, Major League Baseball made this announcement almost 4 years ago. And, family members and players kept asking, what's going on? When is this going to happen? And finally, we got leaked out on Tuesday with Nightingale's article. A lot of calls, as you mentioned, was coming to the Gibson family because of now, when you look at the leaderboard and single-season records as well as career records, Josh is on the top of most of those leaderboards, so it's been a great day for Josh Gibson. I love the stats because the one thing, before the stats came out, everybody was talking about Josh Gibson's home runs. And as you notice, he's not listed in any of the stats for his home runs. And that's the good thing about this is that it shows that Josh Gibson was not just hitting for power when he was hitting home runs, but he's also an all-around great baseball player. 466 at 1943. I mean, that record may never be broken. He just top-tied Cobb on the career leaderboard of batting average at 372. I mean, some of these numbers here are just like, wow. So I'm hoping that the BBWA will reconsider and really think about renaming the MVP award after Josh.
SiriusXM Fantasy Sports Radio is the place for expert advice, strategy, and information from the best fantasy sports analysis to win your league. Plus, hear pick-by-pick coverage of live drafts and interviews with top players, coaches, and team executives on SiriusXM 87.
I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your SiriusXM MLB schedule for Friday, May the 31st. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In Major League Baseball, 2:20 p.m., Chicago Cubs take on the Cincinnati Reds. Cubs on Sirius 208, XM 175, and Internet 844. Reds on Internet 846. 6:40 p.m., Philadelphia Phillies take on the St. Louis Cardinals. Phillies on Sirius 209, XM 176, and Internet 860. Cardinals on Internet 865. 7:05 p.m., Baltimore Orioles take on the Tampa Bay Rays. Orioles on Sirius 210, XM 177, and Internet 842. Rays on Internet 866. 7:07 p.m., Toronto Blue Jays take on the Pittsburgh Pirates. Blue Jays on Sirius 211, XM 178, and Internet 868. Pirates on Internet 861. 7:10 p.m., Boston Red Sox take on the Detroit Tigers. Red Sox on Sirius 106, XM 179, and Internet 843. Tigers on Internet 849. 7:10 p.m., New York Mets take on the Arizona Diamondbacks. Mets on Sirius 138, XM 182, and Internet 857. Diamondbacks on Internet 840. 7:10 p.m., Cleveland Guardians take on the Washington Nationals. Guardians on Sirius 119, XM 180, and Internet 847. Nationals on Internet 869. 7:10 p.m., Miami Marlins face the Texas Rangers. Marlins on Sirius 137, XM 181, and Internet 854. Rangers on Internet 867. Spanish Feed on Internet 870. 7:10 p.m., Atlanta Braves take on the Oakland A's. Braves on Sirius 139, XM 183, and Internet 841. A's on Internet 859. 8:10 p.m., Kansas City Royals take on the San Diego Padres. Royals on Sirius 208, XM 175, and Internet 851. Padres on Internet 862. 8:10 p.m., Milwaukee Brewers take on the Chicago Cubs. 8:10 p.m., Milwaukee Brewers take on the Chicago White Sox. Brewers on Sirius 160, XM 184 and Internet 855. White Sox on Internet 845. 8:10 p.m., Houston Astros taking the Minnesota Twins. Astros on Sirius and XM channels 89, Internet 850. Twins on Internet 856. 10:10 p.m., Seattle Mariners take on the LA Angels. Mariners on Sirius 158, XM 187 and Internet 864. Angels on Internet 852. 10:10 p.m., LA Dodgers take on the Colorado Rockies. Dodgers on Sirius 132, XM 185 and Internet 853. Rockies on Internet 848. Spanish feed on Sirius 162, XM 186 and Internet 871. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your Sirius XM MLB schedule for Friday, May the 31st. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In Major League Baseball, 2:20 p.m., Chicago Cubs take on the Cincinnati Reds. Cubs on Sirius 208, XM 175 and Internet 844. Reds on Internet 846. 6:40 p.m., Philadelphia Phillies take on the St. Louis Cardinals. Phillies on Sirius 209, XM 176 and Internet 860. Cardinals on Internet 865. 7:05 p.m., Baltimore Orioles take on the Tampa Bay Rays. Orioles on Sirius 210, XM 177 and Internet 842. Rays on Internet 866. 7:07 p.m., Toronto Blue Jays take on the Pittsburgh Pirates. Blue Jays on Sirius 211, XM 178 and Internet 868. Pirates on Internet 861. 7:10 p.m., Boston Red Sox take on the Detroit Tigers. Red Sox on Sirius 106, XM 179 and Internet 843. Tigers on Internet 849. 7:10 p.m., New York Mets take on the Arizona Diamondbacks. Mets on Sirius 138, XM 182 and Internet 857. Diamondbacks on Internet 840. 7:10 p.m., Cleveland Guardians take on the Washington Nationals. Guardians on Sirius 119, XM 180 and Internet 847. Nationals on Internet 869.
Get the latest news, opinion, and analysis from MMA to boxing and the professional wrestling world 24/7. SiriusXM Fight Nation. Sirius